morning, everyone.
I must say this is one of the best races. What a great way to start off the year for enduros.
This is the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen.
I think the battle for the top 5 will be absolutely ballistic.
It is the Bathurst 12 hour and we are not too far away.
Everyone who has ever done any form of racing, whether it's sim racing or real racing, we know how treacherous this mountain can be.
All the preparations, all the setup changes, all the small tweaks to these cars, all of it is going to be put to the test here. When the mountain calls, it's only the legends who will answer.
We are about to get started on Octane Online Racing's Bathurst 12-hour race.
And Smith getting the hurry up from Makita.
Around the outside, Smith looks. It's going to be a better exit there for the McLaren as we head on to the mountain straight for the first time.
Oh, with a beautiful move around the outside.
Always nicely through here.
Oh, that's contact there.
What a massive effort from those two.
It doesn't get any better than that.
He's carnage. That is carnage.
Sideways at the entry of McQuillan.
Kind of had a bit of inevitability about it, didn't it?
Tell you what, the action has not let up. Pretty chaotic. There's a lot of cars very, very close together.
Well, they've really flown under the radar for most of the day.
Traffic is going to be absolutely pivotal here.
Absolute textbook.
After 12 hours.
Be good, behave, and take care. Best in the business. Much love.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the best sim racing day all year. It is the one and only Boosted Media Bathurst 12 hour brought to you by OOR. I am Sean Mullock and we have got a full packed day ahead of us with plenty of great commentary, plenty of awesome racing, and Bender, who is joining me in the box this morning, has done his rain dance, as you can see. Top of the morning, Bender. Top of the morning, Jamie Conboy, and a big welcome to our special guest, the one and only Will Ford from Boosted Media. How are we all?
Good, mate. How are you going? Hello, all.
Good morning, everyone.
It's the best race day of all year. Of course I'm excited, but I'm really pumped to get this underway. And I guess sort of, first come off the rate, Will, sort of what made you jump on board with the race and Boosted Media as well?
Well, for those who don't know, I have known Neale for about 6 or 7 years now. When I very first got into sim racing a little bit more seriously back in 2018, I jumped on Facebook to try and find where the best place was to find a league for F1 2018 at the time. And somebody suggested OOR and I checked it out and it was absolutely amazing. So I got to do a couple of seasons there before things kind of blew up with Boosted Media and I just ran out of time completely for stuff like that. But yeah, look, it was some of the most enjoyable times that I've had in sim racing and I really do miss it. And I've kept in touch with Neale ever since, and yeah, look, I mean, the opportunity to sort of help out with, he does so much for the community, and he's a very selfless guy, and yeah, so I figured anything that we can do to help him out in his time in need was definitely worthwhile. So yeah, that's the reason why I've gotten involved.
Yeah. Definitely, and that's the greatest thing about Neale as well. Everyone who has met Neale or spoke to Neale, the selflessness is probably the biggest part. from there. He just gives without thought of receiving all the time. Exactly. He does, our Mullock. And real huge thank you for jumping on board, Will. It's great to have you, and it's good to have you in the box as well. We're going to have a bit of fun, I reckon, this morning.
Absolute pleasure, mate.
But I guess, of course, we better speak to our other learned voices in the box. How are you feeling, Bender? Also, should I say Pro-Am Bender?
Oh, no, a little bit of a promotion. Looking good. I hope everyone's got the umbrellas out. It's going to be hopefully a wet race. I saw some of the simulations saying there was a 2% chance of a full dry race. I'm like, I'm there. This is my element. Let's go.
And JC, of course, how are we feeling this morning, JC?
A little bit under the weather, but I've been down to the pit lane this morning and speaking to a few of the drivers and popped into a couple of their streams and said good luck. So I'm always excited for the Bathurst 12 hour. Obviously a little disappointed to be not racing, but very excited to be up here in the comms box for a large part of today and still getting to enjoy the action. And as has rightly been pointed out, it's all about Mullock today. And just still excited to be a part of it and looking forward to it.
Awesome. And of course, the one and only Mitch Hobbs. We've got him in for the opening stint, and he's going to be our safety car driver as well. So no pressure on you, Hobbsy, at all?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. No, let's just hope that it's dry. There you go. You can see the lovely, that's me sitting there. But I'm just hoping it's dry because I don't want a single chance of looping it on the formation lap. I'll tell you that.
What sort of donation required to have the TC turned off in that safety car all day long? Because I'll pay it up front right now.
So there is
I don't know if I like the sound of that.
There is our beautiful safety car. Looks magnificent on the screen. A bit of a play on colours there. Looks a bit Shell DJR-like. So a bit funny there on the old Camaro, but hopefully we do not see that at all out on track, except for the formation lap. So it is 12 hours around the greatest 6.2 kilometres in the world, and of course this is all for the one and only Mullock. If you can see on screen there, we've got our current donation total. Also, people that have donated, you got the QR code there as well, which will take you straight across to the GoFundMe page. Please also, everyone, if you do get a chance, read Mullock's story on there as well. It is really inspiring stuff. So really get around it and let's have a bit of fun today. And I don't know, early thoughts of the race, gentlemen? Any picks, any sideways picks, any surprise picks?
I'm hoping it rains most of the race. I think that will always make it interesting. I think a lot of people will hate me for saying this, but when it goes from wet to dry and then back to wet again, or dry, wet, dry, it just changes the strategy rather than everyone just running 65 minutes, pitting, and just going in that cycle. So we want to see a bit of things mixed up. That's what I want to see today, a bit of different strategy.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. And if you're looking for a sneaky pick, I'd be looking at the Honda of Brad Cook and his fellas. That Honda's extremely strong going up the hill at turn 1. And in the wet, the Honda has displayed in our sprint series this year that it's pretty strong. So if it does stay like this, that'd be my sneaky pick for the win today. But of course, 12 hours is a very, very long time here at the mountain. So trying to predict anything from this point on is very ballsy. So, but that's my stinky call.
As we scan down the grid, looking at all these magnificent liveries, once again, our livery makers have absolutely hit it out of the ballpark. Of course, we are at Bathurst, and of course, we've got some cars having, well, I don't know what they're doing with each other there. That looks kind of weird. But that's definitely a throwback to the 92 GTR with Sector 1 sim racing on the side. Oh, I like that. Actually works.
Yeah, that's cool. Sonic as well.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of cars overlapping here because of the great number of entries we've got in the pit boxes, obviously all overlapping. So this first half of the pit lane, we're seeing Nissans on top of Hondas and Fords on top of BMWs here. There's all sorts of things happening here. So none of these liveries, I don't think, are actually true. That's the Speedy Mite Racing on top of the Pixel Racers there. So there's all sorts of things going on here. So once they all spread out for the formation lap, we'll get a better look at these liveries. But they are some very talented individuals. Since we started letting custom liveries into our series, they've just gotten better and better and better. And looking forward to the formation lap. We'll get a better look at those, that's for sure. Although, yeah, I said better and better until we got to this one, of course, and then so it's still a couple out there that aren't really taking it all that seriously. But they're joining in the fun, so you can't argue with that.
Exactly, and that's what it's all about, having fun. We all love sim racing, and I think that's the best part about sim racing is the community. Not so much the racing's good, but the community is what it's all about. As we are nearly 4 minutes, or touched under 4 minutes away to the race start. We are at night as well, so there's another little side curveball there. It's just, of course, Bathurst does start in 5 o'clock in the morning, so it is going to be pitch black for probably the first 45 minutes, and then as you come over the top of Skyline, you're going to have that sun right in your eyes, which is another thing that the drivers are going to have to keep aware of, and it is moist out there, so just a little extra spice as well.
I was going to say, there's the weather I was going to tell you before I go and disappear for a little bit. It's currently dry, but the track is wet, but there's rain coming in 10 and then dry in 30. So I don't envy the drivers at the moment.
That might make that sunrise interesting too. If it is still clear, in fact, we've just watched that weather widget. It is going to get slightly heavier as well. So that rain coming in 10 minutes is not going to be a... It's not going to be. It's certainly a very wet track at the moment, and it's still very cold. So I think you'd be silly not to start on wet. And then, as you said, that sunrise I think is it going to be hidden behind clouds? Maybe that might be the only helpful thing that we get going here in the first 45 minutes.
Look, I'll take the claim for that one. People, you can send your thanks to me for the rain for that one.
So I would agree, definitely starting on wets there as we fly down the grid now, and we'll get a proper look at all these amazing liveries. Of course, there is the poleman, Brad Cook, with an absolutely stunning time in the shootout on Thursday night. There is the GTR, as you got to pronounce it.
Good effort.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Not quite. We've got 12 hours to work on that. We've got to keep working on that.
Yep.
GTR is a bit. Yeah, you keep working.
There's Kovacs Purple, of course, stalwart of the Bathurst 12-hour with Lunchy and Peach behind the wheel. Interested to see who's starting in that car, actually. Keep an eye on that. Ooh, Greg Murphy-inspired Ferrari I see there in the background.
Yes, do like that. It's a very nice Ferrari livery.
Will we see a lap of the gods here all week? So we did have a classification, of course, like the previous 2 weeks, which is basically what happens is all the drivers jump in a classification server. Conditions are all set to the same, and they go out and try and pump out their fastest laps. And some of the numbers that I actually have had a read of are quite frankly off the scale.
Yeah, frightening pace this year for sure. Just going back through Bathurst of previous years, and yeah, as you said, the pace from top to bottom. Absolutely incredible, and the fact that we had enough teams qualifying that we had to kick a few out was obviously disappointing for those guys, but it just made it ultra competitive right up to the end of that classification week. Everyone, especially on that last day, that classification server was just chock full of drivers trying to improve and find those final tenths to make sure they solidified their place on the grid here, and it just meant that, as you said, the times on the boards at the end, so close, so tight, and so fast.
And then you made it rain.
Yeah, of course. I mean, for example, I was just looking at some of the numbers here. So back in the day, a 201 would probably get you into pro 2 or 3 years ago, no problem at all. A 201 these days, that's AM. That is how far the game has shifted. There was a total laps, 5,469 total valid laps were completed.
Wow.
With a delta split of 3.1 seconds. And of course, the fastest lap did go to Bradley Cook with a 1:58.6, which is bleh. But guess what that all means now? Absolutely nothing. Because we got 12 hours around Bathurst. So 48 teams take part in this Boosted Mobile Bathurst 12-hour Boosted Media. I'll get that wrong at least 3 or 4 times. I do apologise early, Will. And that spray is actually, ooh, that's going to be very interesting heading up the mountain the first time.
Already some squirrely cars behind the safety car.
And Hobbsy has gone on mute. He is concentrating. Good to see.
Yeah, once the weather settings were released late this week, it was pretty well known that it was going to be at least wet at some point. And so a lot of the drivers, especially the ones who knew they were starting the race, have been doing a lot of testing in the nighttime, well, obviously the very early morning time in these exact conditions. And they said that the spray is quite honestly impossible to see a car going sort of only 5/10 in front of you. So it is going to be a very drive to survive type start, which it usually is in a Bathurst 12-hour anyway, even when it's dry. Most of the cars obviously know they've got 12 hours ahead of them, so they will just be, trying to get single file and trying to, set themselves up. But even more so, I think, in these conditions, you'll just see cars just giving each other plenty of space and doing their best to not fight on this first 2, 3, even 4 laps as they sort of eke out that 6 to 7/10 gap and get some space, and then hopefully the visibility improves, because it's according to the drivers, it is genuinely impossible to see in front of you.
More exciting for us.
Do we want to explain to the viewers the penalty system and donations and those important things?
No, I believe that was for the community race on Thursday night. Yeah. So that's all been done and dusted. And that did a really good job, actually, of raising a lot of funds on the night. I think we picked up close to $2,500 in the 1 hour that race evolved through. So yeah, it was obviously a really good night on Thursday night. Well worth a watch too. That broadcast was excellent. Well commentated by Mull here and Loopty as well. And it was just a great night for all. So but no, this is the serious stuff now. We're coming down through and into the chase on the formation lap, and as the safety car pulls away, I think Sean Mullock is going to run us off for the start of the Bathurst 12-hour. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, strap in.
Here we go, the best sim racing weekend all year. It is the Boosted Media Bathurst 12-hour for Mullock. He loves this place. 48 teams on the grid. Some of the quickest drivers in the Australian, Oceanic, Asian region about to unleash it. It's going to be Brad Cook that's going to lead him away from pole, with the man Connor Hind right next to him. Lukey Johnson, Lucas Keys, Hammond, Taufik, Ellis, Jacobs and Sonikas are your 10. All our usual players as they round Murray's, and they're going to hit across the control line, and we are about to go. Long hold always gets me at Bathurst, but we are racing as they head off now down towards Hell Quarter, and Brad Cook has absolutely unleashed that NSX, and he's gone. Oh, sideways there. That looks like that was the Rockets' evolved entry. A little bit sideways here on exit in the GTR, but everyone seems to have got through cleanly at Hell Quarter. Great start from all our drivers. They head up Mountain Straight for the first time. Unleash as they head down towards Griffin's Bend or Quarry Bend, depends who you ask. Oh, a little bit of side-by-side action. This is Lucas Keys and Connor Hind going at it. As they head up now towards the cutting, it is Brad Cook leading the way. Connor Hind in second. Lukey Johnson there hanging around in that GTR, but it looks like he has lost the position there. So it is the two Mustangs chasing the NSX as they head up towards under the tree for the first time. It is absolutely pitch black out there. The track is wet and we are got rain on the way. So it is incredibly dicey out there. And all our drivers are doing an incredible job just to keep it between the white lines as we jump on board now with Connor Hind as he goes through McPhillamy Park. Wild part of the circus is they plunge over Skyline for the first time, down through the S's. Really important to just keep a little bit of distance from the car in front as well. You don't want to mistake early on, especially in these conditions where you don't know what's behind you as well. So head down into Forest Elbow. Super clean lap so far. And now the Mustang gets to unleash its party trick and deploys that intercontinental ballistic missile. Mustang should see about 290 down Conrod Straight in fifth gear, mind you. They won't shift up the 6 because the Mustang just doesn't like it. It has got American gearing. And then you're going to break super late into the chase. It is already a move on for the lead. Is that Lucas Keys going for the lead? It is. Of course it is. Lucas now takes the lead from Brad Cook, and he is going to lead lap 1 of the Boosted Media Bathurst 12 hour.
What a start off the line from Brad Cook. He was on point in terms of the formation lap when they came under the bridge and they came around Murray's. Brad Cook was all over it. He was right on the mark, but it was Connor Hind who just wasn't quite ready for the start. He was trying to play catch up. He dropped a long way behind Brad Cook off that front row, and that sort of... It invited Keys, it invited the Nissan of, I believe, Johnson starting the race for those Rockets Evolve boys. And it was Hind and Johnson who came together in turn 1 there, which has invited Keys to sort of stick his nose up around in that first lap. And he, as you said, up into turn 2, was P2 by the time he got there. Cook had a nice lead at that point, and it just sort of looked like he was settling in. And Lucas, on the way down Conrod into the chase, saw the opportunity, and boy, oh boy, what a move. That is so brave at this time of the race, in these conditions, in pitch black conditions. That is why he's currently the split red champion, and goodness gracious, what a move. That is brave.
Incredibly. That the spray for the drivers is probably a lot worse than it's looking on the stream as well. This is treacherous.
Certainly is, and this is why these guys are the best going around. Lucas Keys, he's already got the eyes on too. He's trying to build that gap over Brad Cook early. Pretty important for the Keys reveal as well, because they are, I believe, only two-manning it. So it's him and Brady that'll be two-manning the race, which is a stellar effort already. That's a massive effort. And to be leading this field very early, and he has got the foot buried to the firewall because he is out by half a second already. Keep an eye on Lucas Keys, because this will be a Hollywood number to start.
Back through the field. Sorry, go ahead, Bender. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think you were talking up the pass before, JC. I mean, just seeing on the warm-up server, that was treacherous down there into the chase, so it was a great move by Lucas. Saw a few cars further down the field get involved in a couple of incidents. I think it was car 626 spun at the first corner, and then there was a couple more coming up through the cutting. So hopefully not too much damage out there, and there's a few cars in the pits now as we see a 206.5 for the first flying lap of the race for Lucas. That is quick. That's ridiculously quick.
So just having a quick look here on my timing screen at the moment, just sort of looks like the Underwood, Wenzel, Vu, they look like they've had a bit of a moment there. Oh yes, track is nearly had a track is jammed. Moment there coming up the hill. As we're looking here at Robert Wenzel in the one entry. Oh, it looks like he just got escorted. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, we thought it was all clean up front, but down in the supers, we like to call it, there has been a bit of damage there in the one entry. It looks like the 230 was involved as well, but hopefully not too much damage. Back to the pits and get these cars repaired. Long day ahead of them.
Yeah, Reed Park is particularly tricky to get through side by side in the best of conditions. So that there was probably always going to happen at some point with those guys arguing for track spot through there. And unfortunately, they have come together. Doesn't look like it's caused them too much damage, but obviously at the start of a 12-hour, any damage is bad damage. So yeah, back to the pits for a couple of drivers there. But other than that, looked like the rest of the field got through there pretty unscathed. All the pros still sitting up there from P1 to 11. Hendrickson back there in 18th. I think they're a late switch from Silver to Pro based on their driver pace. But yeah, it looks like most of the field's settled in pretty nicely. And there wasn't a safety car called. So other than that one incident at Reed Park, it looks like the field's done really well to get this race underway.
Definitely in the second lead now. Yeah, Lucas is absolutely on it here. He is 2.3 now.
Wow.
Lucas is flying. We have seen this before from the kid. Once he gets out in front and gets the bit between the teeth, he can absolutely drive away, no more to pay. But Connor Hind is just starting to wind the wick up here on Brad Cook. He probably sees Lucas driving away and he thinks, oh, I've got to get a move here. I've got to get something done, because Lucas, if we let him go, he's going to go off into the distance as he pops in a 206.327, if you don't mind. And that is pretty much on a full tank as well. That is a ridiculous pace early on.
It's quicker than I am in the dry.
Lucas does have that habit of making you feel really average about your sim racing.
was about to say, that lap time is only about a second and a half off what the AM guys were setting in the dry on the classification server. That's just for context.
And with a full tank.
Yeah, insane.
Yeah, that's crazy pace.
Yeah, and they were in the practice server just before we were watching, obviously, as we built up to, as the broadcast started, they were in the practice server and Lucas was doing sort of 207s. He was sort of half a second quicker than the rest of the field in the wet, but at the moment, that 206.3 is 9/10 faster than Brad Cook behind him on that last lap. So he's exceeding his own expectations at the moment. It makes me wonder whether if he might have a bit of a half tank of fuel going as he comes up with some blue flag traffic here who've just trying to find their way through Skyline safely. He's going to be held up a little bit here, but I mean, as you said before, Mullock, this is a two-man team, so they probably do want to get a really strong...
Sorry to interrupt there, Jason. That looked weird in the background.
What'd you spot?
Yep. It looked like someone was, not in the wall, but definitely scraped the wall there. But we'll just quickly as well, we just saw a great example. We do have a unique blue flag rule, of course, around Bathurst. Any other track, it's pretty much you see the leader, you've got to yield. But around Bathurst, because of the danger across the top of the hill, it looks like we've got the 81 there, yellow flag. Looks like that's coming into the cutting as well. Across the top of the mountain, you don't have to yield blue flags just for safety reasons. Then once you get on the Conrad, of course, you can let off the throttle and then hopefully blend and no issues caused. Sorry, JC. Go ahead, sir.
No, you're right. I basically finished my point. Just that Lucas is, as I said, just going so quickly at the moment. And I'm wondering if he's got a half tank of fuel. But that two-man team, Brady Adderton, the other driver in that team, and he's extremely fast in the Ford at this track as well. So, there's no one holding each. There's no anchor in that team. But the fatigue is probably going to be the player for them. The two behind them, Cook and Hind, the 695 and the 69 car, they both have four-man teams, so plenty of rest for the fast drivers, and both cars evenly distributed with really fast drivers as well. So they'll have an advantage later on in the race, which is obviously going to play out later. But I mean, Lucas Keys at the moment 2.3 seconds up, just bit between the teeth. He's off.
Bold strategy if he is running with a half tank of fuel to get out there in front, get away from the spray, and put down some quali laps.
It wouldn't surprise me there as well. That's a very good point you raised, because I was just looking at the lap times as well, and they actually have normalised. So that last lap there was 207.157. So they're both Cook now in the 207s. Which is good to see, but then Lucas Keys again, he can just find half the tenth. I'm just watching the Delta and it's just literally half tenth here, there. It's incredible how he does that, because we are on board here with Alan McIver, and he's had a huge moment there. That could have been a lot worse there for McIver, but he's kept that relatively off the wall. But we do know the McLaren, any front end damage on that McLaren, and becomes an absolute boat to drive.
Yeah, you can't park there, mate. It's got to keep moving.
We're going to see the Austin Powers here. Well done, Alan. Good effort. Love that.
Very experienced operator, Alan McIver. He's usually a GTR driver himself, and he's been a late entry into the 81 Broncos Motorsport entry. It's Michael Logan and Yash Joshi are new entries to OOR, and they've decided to come in and put some laps down, and they said, we'd like a third driver, and Alan said, I'll pitch in there for you. So he's decided to jump in the McLaren. I'm not sure how much he's done in the McLaren, as I said, a GTR driver, but starting the race for those guys, and just, come a cropper there around Reed Park, but as you said, got it spun around very nicely, and off he goes. There's another yellow flag there too through the dipper. It looks like the 6-2, I haven't got my glasses on, I think it's 620, probably facing backwards there in the dipper.
Looks like, that is the 620, correct?
Oh, no.
Speaking of Austin Powers.
That is the Power Sim Sport entry. It is Aston Wilson behind the wheel. So these conditions just catching a few drivers out early on. But hopefully, haven't seen any major incidents, which is good to see. I think, as you're saying, a few of the drivers are probably just a little bit circumspect. Just waiting for that sun to rise, and then they can get a bit of visibility, and then they can really start attacking this race.
So on Weather Watch here, for those playing along, you'll be happy to know rain is ending in 10 minutes, although at this time of the morning, that track is going to take quite a while to dry out. I imagine we'll still be on the wet tyres for at least, another 15, 20 minutes after the rain stops.
Tell you what, they're battling back here. We're on board with Brimblecombe in the BMW here, but I don't know if there's any blue flags involved here, but these guys are side by side fighting position through the cutting, and as we come up through the Reed Park, Stillman Park complex here, they're right up under each other's bumpers, so it's all happening back here in the midfield.
That is pretty wild at this time in the morning with those conditions. That is, hold on, is Douglas Keane in the Positive Delta Mustang, currently in 28th position. Driving in Pro-Am, of course. Of course, the number 12 Mustang there with Atkinson and Lanneman behind the wheel. There'll be a strong shout in Pro-Am as well. Keep an eye on them, I feel. I feel there'll be a bit of a class threat in the Pro-Am podium. Actually, I feel like that's going to be, once again, with these Bathurst 12 hours, the Pro-Am fight's always an absolute ripper. And we've got some really great teams there. I feel like there's probably 5 or 6 teams that are a legitimate shot to win Pro-Am. And Silver class as well, we've got some great battles throughout Silver, and of course the AM class, which is one of all of our personal favourites. We do love watching the AM boys go about it. As we come across down into Murray's, 5:21 in the morning. Lovely move there.
Very nice.
I don't think we've mentioned it, sorry, JC, but the man, the myth, the legend himself, Neale, is in the chat. Neale, hopefully you are doing well, mate. Hopefully you enjoyed the broadcast today. Lots of love for you. Great to have you here.
Just looking at that as well, 120 viewers is pretty awesome.
Massive thank you to all our viewers. Make sure you smash that like button as well. Share the stream. Get the word out there. And it is great. Good morning, Neale. Hope you are well on the best sim racing day of the year. And we're only 15 minutes into this race, and we've got rain clearing. It is a wet track at the moment. It is pitch black out there. It is treacherous. As we are looking at Douglas Keane in the Mustang on, a little squirrely out of the exit there at the cutting. Very easy to do, especially in the Mustang. You'll most likely have that TC round right up. And Ash, we've got Bender here. What is the Mustang like to drive in the wet, Bender?
I think it's quite nice.
Of course you say that.
Look, there's not many cars that I'd say are bad to drive in the wet. But no, obviously you had the Mustang as well at the Nord's 12 hour, and that had a bit of rain in it as well. And it's just really stable car, I found, with our setups, particularly under braking. So very, very friendly and cooperative to drive.
Yeah, I'd second that. The Ford, especially in full wet conditions such as these, is pretty strong. It sort of struggles for pace in the mixed conditions, and if it's going from wet to dry or dry to wet, it sort of falls off a little bit, but it is still comfortable. But in terms of, these full wet conditions, the Ford's, really strong, very stable through the corners, and then, of course, makes up a lot of its time on the straights where it obviously punches into fourth and just gets the job done. So, very strong in these conditions is the Ford, which is, I guess, why we're seeing Lucas Keys pull so far away at the moment from Cook, and why Hind is still right up the back of Cook. I thought the Honda might be a little bit stronger in the wet, but just doesn't seem to be the case here, as Cook's now 5 seconds back from Keys. But Hind is still right up behind him. So, both Fords looking real strong in that top three.
Well, Keys there just dropped a 2:05.9 race lap, if you don't mind, which is, the only driver in the 2:05s at the moment. So he is on a different level at the moment, different plane. This battle back here, this is where the real stuff is. You can be out in front and setting Hollywood numbers, but when you're stuck in this soup, absolute soup, that if we can jump on board there, Glenn, that would be amazing, because I'd love to see what the visibility is like.
0.
Pick any one of those cars and just jump in the driver's seat, and I reckon it'd be just chaos. Actually, maybe the headlights are doing some favours, I don't know, but it just actually looks a lot better than I thought it would.
I'm telling you right now, I'm more comfortable sitting here.
Oh, for sure. No, without a doubt. Oh, that looks nice.
That, not so much.
So for
This is where it gets wild.
For those who are new to these events, is this a controlled setup event, or is everybody responsible for their own setup, or how does that side of things work?
So all the drivers and teams are responsible for their own setup, so it is definitely no controlled setup. So that was a lot of the chat during a lot of the team discords that I'm in as well, was setups and do they go more of a wet setup opposed to a dry setup. There was a lot of conversation around that. A lot of wing conversations as well. So who wants more downforce, who wants less downforce. So there's definitely some compromises out there setup wise, I reckon.
Yeah, but even still, look at the deltas between the cars though. I mean, like it's still looking at, you know, half a second gap for a lot of the field there.
And I think that's testament to the LFM BOP as well, which we do run, of course, here at Bathurst. It's just really brought, oh, that was a bit of a look there from Curran. He had a sniff. This is pretty lively, actually, keeping an eye on this.
Like, it's only a matter of time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got that inevitability about it.
Yeah.
Well, Curran here is one of the only, I think there was 7 drivers who, I think that's correct, who posted a 58 on the classification server. Curran's one of them. So being down here in P27, he's way out of his element. He would be so much faster than the drivers he's around. And we watched him pull off a nice move a couple of laps ago, but he is looking to get as many moves done here as he can. And he'd be disappointed in these conditions as he goes up the inside here of Quarry Bend, and I think he's going to have to... No, he is going to make that one stick. He's done very nicely to get that done. I think on Pete Viney, as the timing board is yet to update. But as I said, Curran here in the Mercedes, he's a 58 driver, one of the very few drivers who did a 58 on the Classy server. So I don't know whether they had an accident early on or just looking for their other drivers here. Hendo is one of their other drivers. He's a very fast boy as well. So I don't think they would have been pulled down by the average of the other drivers. So I'm wondering if they were part of any of the incidents that occurred earlier or just had some sort of issues or maybe started in the pit lane. I'm not sure what happened, but they are well out of position here for Liam Curran's pace, that's for sure.
It's going to make it more interesting, though.
Lucas Keys continuing to smash in purple, Sean.
Wow, 2:05.7. That's a ridiculous lap.
The track condition is improving, so Cook's just done a 2:06.2. That's only half a second off Lucas Keys' last lap, and that's his best lap. Connor Hine with a 2:06.4, not far off that, and there are green times all the way down through the top 15 drivers mostly. So the track condition is really starting to improve, so we will start to see those laps come down.
It stopped raining, JC, that's why. So, as you said, times will improve.
Still looks pretty spicy going up the mountain, though.
Yeah, coming across the top would be still, extremely lively.
The onboard shots, you wouldn't think it stopped raining. There's that much spray. So this is where, if you're Lucas Keys, you're very happy to be out in front, get that nice clear air, clear vision.
It's a sort of real 2 distinct groups in the top 10 now that we are sort of seeing. So we've got the Keys Cook Hine battle that we're focusing on here at the moment on the screen. Then we've got Taufik in the Bison, Hammond, Johnson, Ellis, Jacobs, Hayes and Burton are your 10 at the moment with the 191 Kovacs purple. Oh, hang on, sorry about that. We've had a huge moment.
That's it.
Across the top
Cook.
into the dipper. That is Cook. And that looks like a blue flag as well. So what has happened there? That was a massive moment. So we did say that the blue flag rules are in place for Bathurst, and we've had an early incident there with our leading cars as well. Connor Hine was super lucky to get away with that.
Watch out for Connor here, though, because he's got to run. This would be as close as he's been to hook down the Conrod Straight.
Oh, he's going to try and pull the Miles manoeuvre early. Oh, he does. Easy as you like, but that Honda's carrying something. That Honda is 100% carrying something.
Glenn will be furiously going through the tapes trying to get the best angle of what happened there. As you said, there's a blue flag, I think a blue flag Mercedes who's pulling into the pit lane there who had the issues coming down towards Forest Elbow. And I didn't quite catch it. I was looking at the timing board while you were discussing the times and looked back and saw that, as you said, Cook and Hind were all over that blue. So I don't know. We're looking forward to seeing the replay of that one.
Yeah, what it has done is now it's given Lucas Keys an 11-second lead out front. So very happy days for the 714 car.
Gained 6 seconds from that.
Massive for Luke. I tell you what, he'd be ear to ear smiling Lucas Keys at the moment. This is what he does. When he is out in front, he is a metronome. He will just pump in lap after lap after lap. But what has that done to the Cook? Has that just shaken the confidence a little bit and just got him a little bit nervous? Now, Connor Hind has swapped positions. It's going to be interesting, of course, to see what Connor Hind can do. Can he actually open up this gap? But we are getting word through. It looks like there's a yellow flag there down at Murray's. We are getting word through. It looks like the blue flag did lose it themselves, and unfortunately, Cook and Hind had absolutely nowhere to go. It's a cruel mistress, this place. Here we go. Got ourselves a replay. We are on board here with a Brad Cook at the moment. So he's coming through McPhillamy, and then over the top of Skyline. As you can see, the visibility is 0. Now the blue flag, it's just clobbered the wall. Yeah, Brad had nowhere to go.
Oh, no. Oh, I think Hind got into the back of Cook there too with, obviously there's nothing to do with being impatient. He just ran out of space as well. So, yeah, that blue flag just trying to gather himself up as he came down into Skyline, took all sorts of the curb on the S curb there and then found himself in the wall, and here comes Connor down behind Cook. Just nowhere to go, just basically had to stop and couldn't. So both the Honda and the Ford coming with a little bit of damage there. I think Cook probably comes off a little bit worse, and I think that was displayed down the straight as Hind ended up taking him pretty comfortably as he got out of the slipstream there. But Cook, to his credit, still only 8/10 behind on track live, so it's obviously not carrying too much damage there. They are there rounding turn 1 at the start of lap 12. So with the rain stopped now, Cook in P3. Hind has moved up to P2, both with a little bit of damage. But as you said, Lucas Keys, big grin on his face. 12 seconds clear now, these guys.
Yeah, just having a look there, Cook. Yeah, the damage isn't too bad. Yeah, I would agree with that. Probably just maybe a 3 or 4 second repair in the pit. Nothing to really worry about there. But as I was saying, these 3 drivers, though, Keys, Hind and Cook, have really drove away from the rest of the sort of top 10 field. So they are in their own little race on their own at the moment. And of course got the 711, which is the Bison Ferrari. Great to see the Bison back. And that is currently running in 4th, and then Hammond in the 333, currently in 5th position. He did actually a magnificent job in the shootout, Mr. Hammond. I think it was his debut shootout as well, so he did an enormous lap, and that pace has definitely translated to race day. And Lukey Johnson in the Rockets Evolved entry, Ellis, Jacobs, Hayes and Burton are your 10, and we are 11 hours and 35 minutes to go in the Boosted Media OOR Bathurst 12-hour live from the mountain. It is Shaw Muller in the box with you, with the one and only JC, and of course David Bender McNulty, and our special guest is Will Ford from Boosted Media. Pretty eventful half hour, I reckon.
Well, speaking of eventful, I'm just watching the blue flags here make a bit of a wall. That Mercedes is the one that was just involved in the last incident that we were talking about. He was side by side with the McLaren there, who I believe those two are blue flagged and fighting for position. And as they were coming down Conrad Straight, they built a wall that Connor Hind had to try and find his way through, which he has done now. But that's just held them up even further. And Cook still having to navigate this McLaren is now probably a second and a half, nearly 2 seconds behind Hind, who's now 14 seconds behind Keys. So we were talking before about the bravery of that move from Lucas Keys down in a chase on I think it was lap 1, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. Now that we can talk about the importance of that move, because if he doesn't he's back here with these guys, he's back here fighting through all this crap. If he hadn't have made that move, what a different race this would have been. So not only the bravery, but the importance of that move from Lucas Keys. That's one of the best moves I've ever seen in Octane Online Racing. And I've been here for a while, but we've seen plenty that have really taken our breath away. But just the time, the place, the importance, and the conditions, everything coming together to make that move from Lucas Keys, absolutely 10 out of 10.
Yeah, and on the flip side, JC, now you've got Connor Hind, who's in the same Ford as Lucas Keys, is ahead of Brad Cook, but perhaps the conditions are moving back towards the Honda now, and you think, could Connor have built a gap if he'd cleared Cookie earlier in the race, whereas now, obviously they've had a little bit of an incident, a little bit of damage, perhaps a bit more favour towards the Honda.
We are on board here with Cook at the moment as we head down the hill, and we just watching on board as well, just seeing the visibility, the sun just starting to peek over the mountain. Best time of the day to drive, honestly. As Nathan Monks gets a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 6. Unlucky Toto.
Oh no, Toto. Naughty boy.
I'm sure all the boys in his team speak will make sure you won't forget that all day.
He obviously didn't bless the reins.
Oh, very good. That's the early work from you.
Oh no.
Hey, I'm up and about. I'm here all day. Thank you very much.
Oh boy.
Of course. So we are raising funds for the one and only Mullock as well. You see the QR code on screen there, so make sure you give that a good old scan, jump across to the GoFundMe and have a good read also of Neale's story. Truly is inspirational stuff. But we are just over half an hour into this race, and it's been very interesting. Luke's Key is out in front, absolutely dominating. Then Hind, Cook, Taufik and Hammond at the moment. And then in our silver class battle, it is Waru in the Lamborghini, Mags and that Blake Keckers in that bloody Aston. He's always here and hanging around. And they actually started quite far down the order as well. So Keckers doing Keckers things. And then over across in Pro-Am, it is Curran leading the way from Pete Viney. And also Ryan Tames in there in the 551 Sector 1 entry. And we've got Mad Mike Crick as well, who's, of course, we all saw that excellent video that Cricky did. Some of his finest work there. And he's now jumped behind the wheel of his beloved GTR. And he's doing very well down there in 24th position at the moment. Here is Liam Curran. Here's Mad Mike Crick. He'd be loving life at the moment. GTR, Bathurst, slightly wet conditions. I reckon he'd be having fun.
Didn't bless the reins.
We've been pretty serious up here for the first half an hour, as we should be, but that has absolutely broken the ice. I can't wait for this next 12 hours with you guys, because honestly, we've got so many stories to tell. We've got plenty of drivers up and down the field with their own bits and pieces, and it's just going to be such a fun day. So it's just nice to have had the ice broken there. Well done, Bender.
Of course, we've got some amazing giveaways as well. So a huge thank you to Boosted Media and Aztec Sim Sports firstly. And they're giving away a Aztec Invicta Formula steering wheel, and worth around $2,500. It is a seriously impressive bit of kit, and we do have Will here, so he could probably tell us a little bit more about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's pretty much as high end as they come in terms of sort of the OEM stuff anyway. So yeah, very, very nice wheel. And we will make sure that you, regardless of whatever wheelbase you have as well, you will be able to make use of it. So, you know, we'll include any sort of adapter that you need if you do require something. But yeah, very, very gracious of the Aztec team to get in touch with me and donate that one for the event. So, yeah, big shout out to them for making that happen.
Question: does it come in a one-handed variety?
I'm sure we could make that happen as well. I could cut one of the grips off if you needed me to.
Get one of those forklift balls, you know, the ones that...
Yeah.
Yes, now you talk. That's a great idea.
And of course, we've got a big thank you also to our fantastic supporters over there at simrigs.com. And they have given us two options, basically. So a SimMagic GT Neo wheel along with a SimMagilink, or a SimMagic Neo X Hub along with a SimMagic Magilink as well, with the SimMagic wheel to go with it. So two fantastic prizes there from SimRigs.
Between the two of those.
It is.
They're both very, very good products.
Yeah, I was sort of looking at that and thinking, which one would I choose? I actually don't know. Of course, big thank you does go to Derek and the team at simrigs.com for their continued support, especially with the Sprint Series as well. And if you are in Melbourne, you can go check out their sales house or warehouse down there in Melbourne as well. Got a few rigs set up and it looks absolutely magnificent. So pop in down there. And of course, you are an OOR Patreon here at OOR. You will get a 5% in-store discount as well there at simrigs.com.
I know we've just discussed the promotion or the giveaway. How do people enter?
Oh, well, that's very simple there, Bender. So you just go to the link in chat and you'll see a link in there. Just click on that link. That'll take you across to the entry, and that's all you need to do. Job done. Thanks for coming.
Awesome. And on that note, have you guys had a look at the current total recently?
Not recently, no, but we will have a quick look at that. But if you want to read it away, go for it.
Is the current total updating down there? Is it updating live? Do we know? Okay, that graphic down there is 10,805, but that's not updating live, so we'll get that updated. Will, tell me what it is actually.
I was reading off the graphic as well. So I mean, 10,800 is already pretty incredible.
It was sort of sitting around about the 5,000 mark on Wednesday evening, so we've basically doubled that in the space of 48 hours or whatever. So it's just been such a good effort by the community to get around. Of course, the Thursday night event that we did, and then onwards from that, it's been sensational, absolutely sensational. What a joy it is to be part of a community such as ours, and built by the great Neale Alexander. Let's give back to him, I suggest.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show how much of an impact he's had on the community, doesn't it, with a total like that? That's very impressive.
Incredible.
It's not the first time we've done this too, which is the beauty of it. I mean, we had obviously Michael Babb's cancer treatment. We did the same sort of thing, him a couple of years ago. With the Paul Ricard race, and then the great man Sean Mullock sitting with us in the box now also had one done for him when he was watching the Bombers game and had a heart attack, and that didn't go all that well, so we did one for him too. So this is not the first time, and probably won't be the last time, honestly, because we're just such a good group of people that keep going and above and beyond ourselves to give to those who give back. So I'm so proud of everyone here and everyone out there in chat, and I'm a little teary.
I know you said it won't be the last time, JC. I really do hope that everyone out there has good health and we don't have to keep doing these events. But of course, when we do need to rally around people, the OOR community is more than happy to back each other, wrap our arms around you and help you out.
Wow, Bender's going hard with the music references early, isn't he? As we are looking at Taufik on screen at the moment in the Bison.
It's got the Ferrari of Hammond there for company. I don't know whether Hammond's just closed this gap over the last couple of laps, but it is getting very spicy between the two Ferraris here as we draw our eyes back to the action and wipe our tears a little.
Yep, that was good subject avoidance for me. We've got motor race to get on with. There's Taufik. Big fan of Taufik's, of course. Really lovely guy over there, the GSR esports group. Just lucky enough to speak to Naeem quite a bit during the week as well, and just real chill bunch of racers who are seriously quick operators. And as you can see, they've got a bit of a sense of humour as well. That livery, will probably have a better look at it during the daytime, but it is magnificent. And the attire, the Bison is actually wearing a bit of attire for this round as well. So I'm sure we'll be all across that. But this actual on-track action is fantastic at the moment. Hammond is really starting to wind the wick up here and really starting to put the pressure on as well. Now, the track has gone to damp as well. We'll keep an eye on that because that'll tell us that crossover point when we are going to see drivers come in for slicks. Now, what is also interesting is when it does go to across to that crossover point, will that be on stint times or is that going to absolutely throw everything out? Of course, the maximum stint time of 65 minutes as Wilkinson there will get a drive-through for dangerous driving on lap 10. Yeah, intriguing. Crossover point, I think that's going to be where it's at because that is definitely going to, I feel, throw stints out.
I'm just noticing that the spray seems to have, for the most part, disappeared as well.
Yeah, and speaking of stints, we were talking before about how we thought maybe Lucas Keys was on a half tank of fuel, but that's not the case. We're now 40-something, nearly 40 minutes into this stint, and he's still circulating. We will keep an eye on him to see if he does box early, and if he has gone with a half tank, this is a terrible time to pit, because as I said, we're not at that point yet where you'd want to go on to slicks. So But I mean, yeah, if he manages to go for the next 20 minutes, the Ford capable of 60 minutes with a little bit of fuel saving in the dry, but in these wet conditions, more than capable of making the full 60 minutes. Actually, it's 65 minutes, the maximum stint driver time. So if he goes the full 65 minutes and he's managed to pull out 16 seconds, regardless of the luck that Hind and Cook have had, that is incredible pace from Lucas Keys in this first stint.
I think if anyone's pitting right now, you have to go on the slicks. You can't be putting wets back on. You'd be pitting in 5-10 minutes again. It's just not worth it. Unless, of course, you stick it in the wall, then, of course, you're costing yourself damage. But assuming it's a clear run, as we see a yellow flag, I think it's car 47, top of the hill, perhaps near the dipper. Yeah, slicks will be the call, I reckon.
Yeah,
I disagree with that one, Bender. At this time of day, at 5:45, sun not yet up, track temp still 12. It is still damp. It is still going to be wet tyre running out there, I reckon, for at least the next half an hour. ACC, obviously, sometimes... Oh, no! Oh, big drama down here and the other side of the dipper. We were watching Tufig and Hammond, who look like they've got through there unscathed and are going to continue their battle, but they are some blue flag drivers who have had all sorts of whoopsie-poopsies there through the dipper and down into the Forest Elbow. It's just all gone wrong there.
It has kicked off. It's normally a hot spot here at Bathurst, so just seeing why. So I'm sure we'll get a replay across that as quickly as possible. Yeah, that. Oh, there we go. So,
oh, no.
Oh, that's someone else on the wall there. It's all kicked off. That's Callahan. Concrete Racing. Well, yep, he's found that.
Oh, no. That's ominous. That's setting yourself up for a
yeah, it is, isn't it?
Surely. Yeah, fair enough too. Yeah, better off with all that damage, just get out of everyone's way and cop the 3-minute penalty and go back to pits and get yourselves back out there in one piece, because, yeah, that's a good way to end someone else's race too, just sitting across the track like that. Unlucky for Callahan and the Concrete boys.
Here is Chris Curley in the lots of sevens entry. Now, we know the quality of the man behind the wheel here, Keckers. Super quick operator, absolutely adores his Aston as well. There was rumours he wasn't going to drive in this event, but then a drive came up in an Aston, and of course Keckers said, yep, I'll be there. And he is now up to 10th, fighting here with Burton to go to 9th. This has actually been some ripping opening stint here from Chris Curley. He has flown through this field and now is inside the top 10. Masterful drive.
Yeah, we were talking about the pace of Lucas Keys and how incredibly impressive his first stint has been, but that there from Cooley, now up into P8, has also gone through the Speedy Mine entry of Jacobs there. It's one thing to be out in clear air in these conditions and doing that kind of pace, but Cooley has been doing similar sort of things, fighting his way through traffic, so that is an incredible effort from Chris in the... I think we're going to go with lots of sevens. I think it's a good call because I'm not going to be repeating all those sevens. Yeah, from P30 up to P8 inside the first stint, fighting through traffic in these conditions. That is absolutely mega from Chris Cooley.
Standard Chris Cooley things, really. It is what he does, and I'm, yeah, really intrigued to see how far he can actually drag this car up the field. Running in silver class at the moment, so it looks like they did get a promotion as well. They were classed there. They were class silver, and they are now up into the lead of silver class and looking very comfortable. Of course, they will come back to the field a little bit. It's no disrespect to the other drivers in the team, but we all know that Keck is a top pro. But yeah, one to keep an eye on for the silver class victory for sure. Here is Orion Tame. Now, okay, this car does have a little special place in my heart. This is the Sector 1 Endurance there with Orion Tame, aka Goaty, behind the wheel, and they are doing an awesome job. Of course, Sector 1 are saying a special part of my life. They do all Gran Turismo racing, so if you are sort of want to dabble your feet into sim racing, it is one of the best places to go and get your starts, where I got my start in commentary. And absolutely love the place, and Goaty doing a great job, and they are leading Pro-Am at the moment, and they've got Curran pretty close behind in the 174 4 entry, and then Mad Mike Crick there as well. And of course, in between all that is the one and only Matt Niparis, or aka the Enduro Specialist. They basically dust him off, roll him out for every Enduro, plug him in, and he goes very quickly, very quickly.
Yeah, look at the livery on that 126 Ford Mustang. That is an incredible Mitre 10 livery. Sorry to cut you off there, Sean. That is great work for the team there designing that one.
Spinats, Zeri and Bab in the bin. Chicken Racing 126 there for you, David. I'm sure it would have been, I wonder if Lunchy did that for them. I don't know, maybe Tarks. There's a couple of very good livery designers in that crew as well, so it could have been any one of those talented individuals.
Oh, it's just something I've got zero talent for. Oh, that is a great save there.
As Sean Brubacoma got a 10-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 11. That's in the Pit Viper entry.
That was, very wild for Tame going around McPhillamy there. He was trying to back it in, managed to keep it going on the straight and narrow, but it was very dicey there for a bit. Good save.
This is where now, if you're in that Aston, you just go on sad face because that look at it. The Mustang just says bye. But the Aston, as we know, is a very, very good race car. As we got a replay, I believe, coming up. There we go, Lukey Johnson in the 111 Rockets Evolved entry. GTR. Oh, what is that? Wow.
Was that a blue flag? Was he trying to navigate past a blue flag there, who's obviously had their own issue, and he's been tagged on the way through, done the 360 no scope, and then found his way down the escape road through the S's. That is a mega save from Luke Johnson. I'd love to see that one again.
Yeah, that was incredible.
The epitome of car control right here. Oh. Yeah, so just came across. Look at the spin. Oh, off the ball. Oh.
Yes, sir.
Oh, clip that, everyone. That is straight on the fridge.
Luck or skill?
That is 100% skill from Luke Johnson. He's very, very handy in that Nissan. And the Nissan's pretty good at catching most saves. That's obviously a degree of difficulty for 10 of that one. He's got the bumps and the decline and everything happening there. But, that is skill, not luck from Luke Johnson. I'll give you the tip. He's very handy behind the wheel of that GTR.
Here we go. Jumping on board here. This will give us a real idea of how close this actually was to complete not a carnage. So nowhere to go. Spins around. Look at that, just holding the wheel. Oh,
yeah, okay,
that's don't mind.
That was definitely
beautiful.
Perfect car control right from the top shelf, that one.
He only lost about half a second.
That's actually the new esports line, just letting everyone know. Back on board with Liam Curran in this fantastic battle for Pro-Am at the moment. We did mention earlier, or I did mention earlier on, that Pro-Am is going to be a rip snorter race, and it is proven that already. We've got Gibbo leading this pack in the Pixel Racer 171 Mustang, from Spinanzi in the Bin Chicken Mustang, Tame in the Sector 1 Aston, and then Curran in the Merc, who is backing off a little bit. That looked a little strange. He's just got not a very good drive out of the elbow, and he's letting these three up front absolutely go at each other, and he's getting a little bit spicy there. Is that Spinanzi goes up the inside? It looks like Gibbo's had a bit of an issue and gone a little too deep there at the chase, and that's now allowing Curran to get a bit of a run on here, but he thinks better of it. Long day, plenty of race to play out. Oh, as I say that, it gets
nice.
And then Ryan Tame, he's flying now. He's moved up 2 spots at a space of 3 corners.
This is on, yeah. This is really hot stuff. These four all battling for position. Gibbo was at the front of this pack on the way down Conrod. And as you said, Spinat's a nice move up the inside of Chase, just forced Gibbo a little bit wide. Tame found his way through, and then Tame got Spinats as well down into the final corner. So a lot of trading of positions happening here between these guys. And as you said, Liam Curran just sort of sitting off the back here, waiting to see potentially whether anything sort of goes awry for any of these drivers, and he's just going to pick up the pieces. But whilst there was some trading of positions, they all managed to keep it going on the straight and narrow. So Curran just having to play the patience game here for a little bit longer.
He's waiting back there with a giant net, isn't he? He's just waiting to pick up.
Just having a quick look at the weather as well. Rain in 30.
Oh. He is in VR.
Yeah.
Luke Johnson is? Yes, correct. Luke Johnson does drive in VR. And he was streaming his perspective on Thursday, and it looks even wilder when you actually see what he's looking at. It's just a big, fat, full face full of goggles. And oh my goodness, what's happening here? This is a blue flag driver right in front of us here that Gibbo's had to find his way around through Skyline. That's not the greatest place to be overtaking a blue flag, but wasn't left with much option. And now Curran here is still stuck. He's in the wall. Hopefully he's not wall riding down here. He's not going to clean up the back of Liam, is he? No, Liam gets through unscathed. But it is all happening here.
The sun's coming up fast now.
Yeah, so visibility is getting better there, and that just gives drivers that little bit extra of sort of confidence to push that little bit harder. But track conditions are so treacherous still out there. So if you do push too hard, there is a good chance you are going to meet Mr. Barrier. So you head down into the chase now. Fantastic part of the circuit. Is so fast, and you're going to take maximum commitment. Liam Curran doing a great job. Currently in 21st overall and running second in Pro-Am. Whoa, Niporus, that looks super deep on the brake from Niporus. Standard Matt Niporus things, really. And he's chasing water. He is chasing water.
Yes, those conditions must be really driving up. That's not the first time we've seen a car go and look for a puddle. But Bender, as we were discussing before, still a damp track now, but with rain coming in 30 and the stint time is about to end.
Yeah, what are they going to do?
Surely you'd have to stay on the wets. And I mean, obviously you're going to be burning up those wets for the first sort of, 10, maybe 15 minutes of the next stint. But with that rain coming, Jesus, it's tight out there, and I don't know what I'd be doing now.
Yeah, it's very tough, and particularly with, I guess, the tyre changes over the recent years in ACC, it is very punishing if you go out and light up the tyres early in a stint. You can definitely grain them and get some hard degradation that just kills the tyres for the rest of the stint. So it is very tricky. I'd still be leaning towards the slicks for now, or Liam Curran just brushing the wall there up at McPhillamy, but it's a good run. Has to back off against Gibbo there. I think, you're just going to have to make another stop as much as you don't want to. The great legend Murray Walker, be on the right tyres at the right time, and I think right now it is time for the slicks.
Only looking that way.
Wow. There we go. So the Rainmeister himself would be on slicks, and we just heard JC before say he'd be on wets. So
I can't argue with the Rainmeister.
Yeah, I know, it's hard, isn't it?
Look, tell you what, the worst conditions to be driving on in ACC are a grained set of wet tyres in the second cycle of rain. So if they go out there and they grain their tyres in the next stint when it's dry before that next set of rain comes, then they go through the rain for the first time, and then it dries out again, and then it starts raining again. That second cycle of rain, when your tyres are grained and you've put them through 2 cycles, it is the worst experience. It's like being on slick tyres on ice. It is properly disgusting. So if that rain that we can see in 30 doesn't hang around and it dries out in the middle of the next stint, and then the rain comes back, you will see all sorts of carnage as we come towards the end of the next hour.
And we're here for it. That's all we want to see.
I'm glad I broke my arm. I'm glad I got hit by a car.
So, not to get too lost in the weeds, what actually happened, JC? I think I've missed a bit of information. Are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just pretending. I put a cast on because I didn't want to drive in these conditions. I'm all good.
Right.
No. So I was on my way to gym on an electric scooter, and
oh no.
I went head on with a car who ran a red, and so a triple flip and a pike didn't quite stick the landing, and I'm lucky to get away without any spine or head injuries, and I'm just a broken arm and a lot of missing skin.
4.5 for difficulty, but execution wasn't quite there, I guess.
Hopefully, did not stick the landing at all.
Hoping for a quick recovery, mate. That's not
Thanks,
good.
mate. No, appreciate it.
Oh, just back on track action. Just quickly, sorry to interrupt. There's Curran got really close to the back of Nippers there, and Nippers is actually looking really speedy the last lap we've been watching here. But as we've talked about many times before, this is what Matt Nippers does. He's one of the best enduro drivers I've seen in OOR. The ability just to jump in, plug and play is very impressive to watch as Curran has a big look, and then Gibbo goes a little while then. Oh, it looks like there on the exit, Nippers gets a little taily in the Mustang.
Gonna go for it.
Oh, be brave. Oh, Curran, no, he's gonna have a look.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that's a great move.
Great move.
Beautiful move.
Beautiful.
Good heads up driving there from Nippers as well. Saw him coming, just open the wheel up a little bit.
Oh, he's wide.
Oh, no. Oh, yes.
That's Mike Crick there too, by the way, in the Nissan, who's now going to be lining up. I think it's Curran in. Cricky's going to get him done. So Cricky tucking into the slipstream of Nippers on their way up. And then look at the GTR, get the pull. He's on the outside now. This is not, he's not going to make this stick. Then the outside line of turn 2 is never, ever the play. And in fact, that has invited Curran back up the inside. That inside camber of turn 2 is always the way to go. So Cricky almost had to close the door a little bit earlier than he did.
Oh, he's backed out of it.
And in failing to do so, has lost the position that he gained on the straight. But that's some good heads-up driving from all three of them.
That was very respectful driving from all three there. That was great.
And just seen in chat that car 695 Brad Cook is on slick tyres, and it is faster than the wets.
Oh, spicy.
So we can see a couple more cars. JP and McDowell as well there in the pits. So let's see if more guys.
In the pits though. Hang on. We were saying 695 is on slicks now. So that was a while ago. Fezza is Liam Hamilton. He is a driver of that car. So he's right in amongst that team. And he was saying before that that's already happened. So why is he back in the pit lane now, I wonder?
Yeah, this doesn't look good.
Oh, no.
Not good at all.
Oh, no. Chris Crashes, I believe, is Chris Taylor. He's another driver of that Honda. So both Liam and Chris reporting live from the pit lane in chat. So I don't know whether Liam just jumped the gun on us and said 695 is about to be on slicks. Hopefully that's the case. But we did see Cook out of the pit lane in P15, so it looked like they'd already pitted.
Yeah, that's what I'd thought as well.
Crash, forgetting.
No.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Guys, I'm going to have to do a runner for a little while. I've got to go take my kids for their Saturday sports stuff, but thank you very much for having me on. I'll do my absolute best to jump on again a little bit later on today.
Thank you very much there, Will.
Thanks, Will. Catch you later, mate.
Pleasure to have you.
No worries, guys.
We were live on this battle before. This is Curran behind Nippers, behind Gibbo. Gibbo just looking like he's struggling for a little bit of pace in that Pixel Races forward up the front of this pack. Nippers and Curran both looking really interested behind him, and they've swapped positions a couple of times over the last lap, so this is definitely the place to be pointing your eyes at this stage of the race.
And on that note, I will bid you adieu and leave you in the very capable hands of our safety car driver, the one and only Mitch Hobbs.
Yay, woohoo, we're here. Thank you, Sean. Well-deserved break. Good first hour there, mate. We'll look forward to see you probably back in an hour or so once I am for my first stint here. But it's been a pretty eventful race, lads, needless to say, having watched it live on track. What are your thoughts been so far?
Oh, it's been great hard racing, lots of brave overtakes, a few incidents catching people out with the conditions early on, but yeah, look, settle in. We are here for 11 more hours of great battles like this. We've got 3-car battle here, almost leaders of the Pro-Am, so stay tuned. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I don't think you could have asked for a more action-packed first hour of the Octane Online Racing Bathurst 12 hour. We've seen a few crashes due to the conditions, but we've also seen some really strong overtakes. Here's your replay of what happened to Brad Cook. So this is the slick tyres, I believe. Liam, as I said, told us he was on slicks, and I don't know if we've already missed the action here, but he's just, he's really driving slow. I think he's slapped the wall hard there at some point, and it looks like this is going to be a return to garage. So they've come out on the slick tyres, they've run the risk, and thought, with the rain disappearing and not coming back for another half an hour, maybe we can try and pull back some of that lead that Lucas Keys has gained on us, and they've come out here on the slicks. But here's Cookie coming up, and then it doesn't look like he hit the wall there. And then he's been overtaken between between Reid Park and Silman Park. So the slick's obviously not working out for the 695 Honda. And rather than try and crawl back to pits, they've actually just gone and pulled it back over in the sand and gone for the return to garage. So the risk has not brought a reward for the Honda boys, unfortunately.
That looked very strange to me. It looked like definitely hit a wall at high speed and the steering was damaged.
I think he's hit the curb on the outside, and okay, just some pedal issues there. Unfortunate for Brad. They'd had a cracking first hour, and then for it to all be undone by a hardware problem, that's unfortunate for them. But of course, still, 11 hours to go. They can certainly pull a result back out of the.
Yeah, so how much have you seen from your vantage point down the pit lane, Hobbsy? Did you get to see much?
Whilst I've been sat in the pit lane, I've sort of just been helping out the stewards, monitoring the live sort of race, because a lot of the stewards, as people who wouldn't possibly know, the stewards, they spend a lot of their time obviously in the replays reviewing the incidents, so they don't get to see a lot of the live stuff, and sometimes it's always good for them to watch battles and just keep drivers safe. So that's sort of what I've been doing, coordinating with a couple of teams as well. They've just been having a few issues, so just been talking to them as well. So there's a lot going on, and the stewards have been flat out since the start of the race, but there's been some very good racing and some incidents on the side with that as well.
They're very much the unsung heroes, the stewards. You might not always be happy when they issue a penalty to your team, but we certainly couldn't go racing without them.
Yeah, agreed. Unsung, definitely the word to use too. Like, we as commentators, this is a nice move here from Curran up the inside of Nippers as this battle continues to rage on. Gibbo actually just getting a nice little breather here as these two continue to battle on. So a nice move up into turn one, Curran back up into P18. But yeah, we'll talk about the stewards and how unsung they are. We get to sit up here and be famous commentators, and everyone knows us because we get on the waves every week. And I think the stewards, as you said, definitely unsung. A lot of people don't even know who is a steward and who goes about their business. So yeah, we obviously take our hats off to those guys, and I think we need to probably just get their names out there a little bit more, because especially in that first hour, it would have been incredibly busy in the box, and they're not racing and they're not getting to view it live. They're just simply volunteering their services, and so yeah, very, very unsung.
We were chatting a bit before, Hobbsy, about tyres and the conditions. When that rain popped up in 30 minutes, JC said he'd be staying on the wets, and I said, no, I think it's time for slicks. What would you be on right now?
Well, interesting you say that, Bender, because I think this is what has caught a few drivers out. A lot of them have been focused on the weather. Yes, that's what you need to do, but I don't think a lot of them have actually been focused on the temperature on track, because obviously if it's going to be warmer, it's going to dry up faster. So it's been, 11 degrees ambient and sort of 11, 12 on track since the start of the race, and now we're only up to 12 degrees both ambient and track, and that's why, it's been stopped raining now for what, 20, 25 minutes, maybe even half an hour, and the track is still damp. I would have expected it in hotter conditions to be greasy. So I would personally be sticking on the wets. A new fresh set of wets probably in this situation is going to be faster than dries, unless you keep it on the dry line, then it might have the edge. But I don't know if it's worth the risk at the moment. If it goes greasy now, it's going to start raining probably in 12 minutes or something like that once the 10-minute one ticks over. So for the minute, I'd be sticking on the dries, the wets, but I'd be keeping, there you go. So it's actually, as I said that, just ticked over greasy. So this is where the interesting strategy call comes in, is do you wait and see where the rain is going to come in, if it's going to, where the 10-minute pop-up of the medium rain, light rain comes in, or do you maybe stick it out a bit further? I would be trying to push the wets as far as you can, but if you're going to start really losing time before the rain comes, yeah, you got to switch.
They haven't really got much choice here either. We've just crossed over the hour mark and these stint max timers are about to end. So everyone who has started the race is going to have to come into the pit lane in the next 3 minutes or face a penalty. So with the, you've got 1 or 2 more laps to make that decision. And as you said, Hobbsy, I think, with that rain coming, we've seen that it's going to be hitting that 10-minute mark, I reckon. And the other thing too to note is that a lot of these drivers have sort of third-party apps, which they're allowed to have. They certainly don't alter files. It's not cheating, but there's apps out there such as ACC Drive, which give a much better and more accurate forecast in terms of exactly when the rain is going to come. So a lot of the drivers out there will know what time of the race the rain will come in, so they'll have better information. I think they'll use that. As you said, the temperature at the moment still being only 12 degrees, and that rain not far away at all. I think you'd be mad to go on the dries at this point.
Well, interesting that you say that, because now that it's greasy, it's a weird cutover point between the dries and the wets in these sort of racing conditions. I know we've seen it in the past, especially the Massano during the Italian job that we had. It's a really tough situation to call because it's the light rain hasn't appeared on the 10-minute marker yet, but a guaranteed medium probably within 15-20 minutes maximum. So it's one of those that you've got to make that bold call. And what you could do, and this could be an alternative strategy, is you come in, pop a set of dries on and do maybe half fuel, not even, maybe like 50 litres, because most cars will have probably 120 litres, something like that, and try and make the time up there. That could certainly be an alternative strategy that might work, because you'll be able to push the dries into the rain a little bit, not too far, especially if the track stays greasy, but even if it goes green, they'll be able to push it a little bit further into that rain stint.
Well, here we go, race leader Lucas Keys in the pit lane as many other cars filing in now. As you guys both mentioned, we've got 1 minute 20 seconds for probably half the field still to pit and change tyres because of the 65-minute stint timer. So we'll find out now what tyres these guys are putting on, as Connor Hind is in the lane as well. This could be perhaps a little bit of a race-defining moment for these guys. Don't really have the opportunity where if you pit a lap earlier or so to follow the guy in front of you and see what they've done. They would just be going in blind, making a decision and hoping that it's the right one.
I think the weather bender might have just made the decision for them because the light rain just appeared in 10. So this will certainly make things interesting, as we've also got an interesting man joining us in the combox. It's Brad Gosling. Brad, how you going?
Hey, good fellas, good. Well, tell you what an epic, I am a sweatbox right now. So I've just come out of the driver's seat in the Aston V12. What a crazy first hour. Somehow managed to keep the car straight. We do have a little bit of paint that might not have been our own on the side of the car, but outside of that, first hour of the race was absolutely crazy. Who said anything about rain and dark? Like, that's just stupid.
Holy best combination in the game, mate.
Flippin' Motown. Oh, let me tell you, I'm glad we were starting very far at the back of the grid, which it's great when you get to watch everyone else crash in front of you because you're going a little bit slower. Obviously not great that they have had to crash, but some great battles out there at the moment, fellas. And tell you what, wet tyres were absolutely cooking by the end of that one. I think we're up to about 35, 36 degrees on the rears and not far from the fronts as well. They were hotter and wetter than the Marshmallow Man himself. But on an insider for us, we have decided to go looking at the weather gods, going, well, we'll just try and just decrease a little bit of pressure, gone for the wets, knowing that there's rain coming and it's only going to increase as well. It's like, well, knowing that you're about, pretty well just under a minute or thereabouts in the pits anyways, it's like, do we make that? Oh, sorry, as we got awesome move up the inside there from Lucas Keys. He is a man on a mission, that guy, let me tell you. Absolute man on a mission. As he's staying out, trying to find any extra little bit of moisture that he can.
Just looking for the wet patches. Yeah, he's gone on the wet tyres and is double stinting, as is Connor Hine too. So the two Fords currently up the front of the field. Connor obviously still trying to reel in the gap that was made in that first stint by Lucas Keys after that dominant performance on the wets from Lucas. They are both, as you see, looking for any sort of moisture they can get just to get them through to this next set of rain clouds on their way in under 10 minutes. But yeah, good to have your perspective of what to do with the strategy, because we were just talking about it before you got in as to what is the best strategy, the way to go about it with the temps still cold. So really good to have your perspective there, Brad, as someone's mowing the lawns. A couple of drivers mowing the lawns out the outside of Chase there.
Carpenter, I think. Yeah, it is.
Brad, you mentioned your team were in the V12 Aston.
That's it, mate.
Firm believer that is the best sounding car in the game. Drove that one around here a few years ago now in the 12 hour. What a great experience that was. How have you found it so far?
Oh, well, I must say it was probably you then that inspired me to want to drive this car, because it was one of the 12 hours a couple of years ago, and there was one or two of the V12s out there, and it's just like, oh, what have I got to do to get behind the wheel of one of those things? So when it did come out and they were saying, oh, we're looking at bringing in some of the old cars, I got straight out to the boys and said, I don't care if I've got to drive this thing on my own, I am taking that car if I've got to do it for 12 hours myself. Absolutely beautiful car, really compliant. Yeah, you know, obviously it doesn't quite have the speed and the potential of I won't say it doesn't have the outright speed, as we're finding that we're actually clearing the Mustangs down Conrod Straight coming out of Forest Elbow, which is a thing that's never been heard of before, really. What's going to outstrip a Mustang outside of possibly a Lexus? But really quite a compliant car, especially when it was greasy and wet early on. It's very progressive. You're very much aware of when it's going, you know what, I'm getting pretty close to the limit here. Just letting you know, you better change what you're going to do, because I am about to, oh, there we go, as Zach goes full hammer and tongs there. It is quite compliant, a car, and it does let you know. And a couple of times towards the end of the stint where it was getting quite hot on the rears there, even at that point there, you can really start to feel the car going, you know what, I've had enough. I'm just giving you the polite, you know, as Aston Martins do, quite the nice little gentleman's car between that and a Jag. Very much lets you know that it's not having a fun time. So, yeah, I'm absolutely loving this car and enjoying it. Kept it clean. We're up a few spots from where we started P47, kept the nose clean up to P35 at the moment. So basically just searching like the boys out the front at the moment, just searching for any little bit of moisture on the track.
No, that's great. I personally loved it. It was a great drive. You know, it's one of those cars you can drive for fun and enjoy it. Like you said, it's really compliant, easy to drive. Not going to have the outright pace as some of the, I guess, more up-to-date BOP GT3 cars, but you know, these events are all about having your own fun. Obviously, there can be one team that wins. There's always going to be someone that's faster than me. I'm just a Saturday afternoon, Bush League hack these days. So it's all about finding your own fun, and it's certainly a great fun car to drive.
It is. It's a great fun car to drive, and the one thing that I reckon I look forward to when you do start coming up and going over the top of the mountain is when you really get the chance to hear the echo against the concrete barriers. It's always, I reckon every lap I get some form of a little smile on my face and just go, oh, that's just so nice. That's just so nice. So, yeah, letting a few of the big fast guys go past, and yeah, we're pretty much in our own race at the moment. Obviously, a lot of the AM guys are split up in front and behind from where we are. So we're fortunate that we're able to, like as you're saying there, it's pretty much just going out, running our race, having a good time, and battling whoever we can battle when we get the opportunity.
Just having a look at the time of day here too. 6:20 is generally when the sun rises, so I think the clouds have managed to hold off the sun glare that we usually get at this time of day, which is one positive for the drivers out there. A couple of things to note there. Sam Misson in the Nissan. This man did a personal best in the shootout, if you don't mind. Currently P7, that Rockets Evolved entry. He's jumped in the car after Luke Johnson's first stint, so he's just done a purple. That Nissan is flying. But Chris Cooley here on stream, we were talking about him before, how he started from P30. And now that those pit stops are complete, we've got a better representation of exactly where he is. He is P4 on track and double stinting along with Lucas Keys and Connor Hines. So we've been glowing in the praise of Lucas Keys and a couple of other drivers, but Chris Cooley, for me, driver of that first stint, coming from P30 to be P4 in those conditions, that's just incredible. So really good work from a lot of drivers out there, but this man, top of the pile for me. I will be back in 5.
No worries at all, JC. Oh, mate, and I would definitely agree that seeing Chris come up from where he was is even just looking at the timing tree as we've got it off the side, and it's just like, mate, he's up again. He's up again. He's up again. To battle out, keep everything clean and clear as well as he did was absolute, stint of the day, mate, from Chris there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, got something different for you boys. We're going to be doing some interviews with a couple of the driver representatives for the teams throughout today, and we've already got one in the queue ready for us from car 150. We're going to have Saxon Hayes joining us in just a moment. We can ask him some questions about how their race has been going and what their plan is for the rest of the race. That's going to be very exciting. But it's been Misson's gone purple now. He's not mucking around, and interestingly, we should see rain any moment. And we've got medium coming in 10 and then dry in 30. I reckon it's going to be about a 20 to 25 minute shower from what I've seen, which will that's just going to throw the strategies even more in the up in the air, which will be certainly interesting to see what sort of plays for the drivers.
I have to say, if the rain is like this for the whole race, where it goes, brief patch of dry, brief patch of wet, brief patch of dry, I'm going to be so happy. It's going to be complete chaos, and I am 1,000% here for it.
Keeping your pants bent. There it is.
Oh, here we go.
There it goes.
Heavens have opened.
Name on a dry. That's an interesting call. He's gone for my alternative strategy of pushing the dries further into the wet and then pitting onto the wet skin, which, given that you saw a lot of the drivers sort of toing and froing between the dry and wet line because the wets would have been heating up, it's not a terrible idea, because a new fresh set of wets could pose faster pace for Name later into the stint, whereas the guys that have kept on, and Misson's done the same thing, if those that stuck on the wets put a new set of wets on 10-15 minutes ago, they're going to be probably grained in some way, which might slow them down later on in the stint. So it might balance out a little. Obviously they're doing one less pit stop, but it could balance out later in the race.
It might not even necessarily have to be a pit stop. It could just be if you've grained up your wet tyres in that 15 or so minute window, and you just put in a wall somewhere, there's your 10-15 seconds that just adds up over the life of a race, where making that extra stop pays off and keeping it clean.
That's 100% right. So talking about the graining side of things and overheating your tyres, this is 100% live from the V12. The 30 seconds leading up to when that rain hit, just to let you boys know, you could definitely roast a chicken on those tyres. They were sitting at around about 120 degrees, 125 degrees on the back of those. So coming down now, obviously now that it's starting to rain, but yeah, that's it's definitely one of those things that, as you say there, Blender, we've got to you got to take that into consideration. Do you do a few of these guys that may have gone out, like Name, gone out on the slicks? Is it worth the extra pit when you know that you've got good, clean, solid, wet tyres when this rain comes? Of course, we all know what the mountain's like when it rains.
Yes, it's certainly an interesting one. Just seeing Murphy, hoping for his sake that that's a glitch, but judging by the way he came into turn 2, it's not. He's on a set of...
Oh, 3 wide, doesn't work.
Wow, don't do that. 3 into 2 on a, thinning out track. That does not maths. That's not enough volume on the track there. So that was... okay. Oh my, what a save. That is... yeah, I don't know what to say to that. That's
He's going to be back in the pits.
He's... Yeah.
Oh,
my God.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, did not see that one.
Okay.
Did I see the future?
Yeah, you know what? Unfortunately for Chris there was nothing he could have done. He's going to go back. He's going to have to turn. He can't turn. Yeah. Oh, dear.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Yep. That's... Ooh, I don't know what he's going to think of that one, but yeah, that's a lot of damage. And another Chris Cooley now up in P3 at the moment, just getting past a blue flag and down to the final corner. But yeah, that's the rough one for Murphy. He's going to have a rough one there, probably 2-3 minutes of damage, I would almost say, at least 2. So that's going to be a rough one for him. But yeah, we'll wish him a good run.
That was definitely a hard hit. There. There was nowhere to go, and we already saw how beaten up the front end of that Macca was as it was, let alone the cracked windscreen and everything else. That's very unfortunate racing incident there.
Yeah, it's more than a bit of gaffer tape and a panel beater job, that one.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
it's one of those things where the ACC yellow flags would not have warned him in time. They probably weren't even up until he had the crash at least. So it's just unfortunate that the car in front lost the rear end from what I saw, just coming around to possibly hit the wall and have spun. And that's a car that's decided it doesn't know where the braking point is at the end of turn 1. It's gone straight off the track there.
Exit stage right.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Exit stage right. But yeah, this rain is coming down. We've gone back to a wet track within 5 minutes of the rain pounding down. It went light rain for a whole about 2 seconds and then straight onto the medium, and then medium increasing again in probably about 5 to 8 minutes or so, and then dry in, I reckon, about 20 minutes. So that'll certainly be an interesting one for the drivers to combat throughout this race. I hope for them that they do get at least a partly dry stint, not have the weather consistently be changing on them, but it will be interesting to see how that one rolls for them throughout the day.
Replay coming up. We've also got here we go.
So, so he just lost it on the exit, and then just a quick tap with the Mustang. And a rear end from another Mustang. He's just been Mustanged. That's going to be rough.
Yep, he's definitely been sallied out there.
Yeah, he's been Mustang
and you can see how much he's struggling there. There would be no aero on that car. Suspension damage would be just through the roof. And
it's actually a car hit another car.
Oh, that Mustang too's hit him. Didn't see him either.
Nah.
Wow.
Wow. That's a bit of a yikes.
Yeah.
Don't like that very much.
Yeah.
Back to the pits. Start again. It's got a bit of a way to climb. That's okay. Oh. Yep. Name on the wets. English as drives through penalty for Yashi Joshi there in car 81. And speaking of other cars, we have Saxon Hayes in the commentary box with us. One of the drivers racing today in the 150 Skill Issue Racing, currently with Josh Stewart in the car. Saxon, welcome to the box. How's the race been so far for the lad?
Yeah, I would say the start was probably one of the scariest things I've ever done sim racing, being wet and dark, but was able to kind of settle. Unfortunately, stuffed up the pit for the boys, but Stuart's absolutely doing a recovery drive at the moment.
Stuffed up the pit stop in what way, mate?
Went past the box, turned the engine off, didn't get picked up.
Yep.
Took me about 4 seconds with my morning brain to figure it out, and then fixed it up.
That's right, could be worse.
Yeah, a bit of a rough one for you. But what's sort of the strategy you're thinking for the lads throughout the day with this possibly ever-changing weather?
Yeah, the talk coming into it with the stint of dry, we elected to kind of stick it out on the wet as best we could, and looks like it's kind of paying off now. It's, I don't know, it's with the changing weather, just rolling with the punches, really.
You said the rain in the dark was scary. Was that something you'd practice? Were you always down to start the race, or was that a bit of a late change-up?
Yeah, no, I was always down to start the race. I'd never really signed it up thinking it was like last one we had, with it being in the daytime. So, yeah, it's a whole new kettle of fish when you're in the wet, let alone in the dark. Mist is coming up through. I stick in the cabin, so I just see a white wall whenever I got into a car ahead of me, which kind of added to it when, you know, the mist starts doing the same colours as the wall that I'm trying to avoid. But yeah, just did the old life over danger, and just tried to stick away from as much of it I could. And yeah, thankfully was able to avoid all collisions and get, you know, the boys a car that's not damaged or hindering them at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. That's the main thing. First few stints of the race, you just want to get yourself in a position that you can then start thinking about a result later on in the race. As we can see there, rain intensity decreasing in about 10 minutes. So this heavy rain shower already perhaps looking towards the back end of it. I think ACC, obviously I'm a bit biased here, but nighttime and wet weather, this game does it the best of any sim racing game out there. It's just an incredible visual and feeling experience.
I definitely agree with you there, Bender, mate. It was, as much as it was, I'd agree with Saxon there, it was one of the scariest things I think you could ever do. And I know he was pretty much the meat inside the sandwich where he was placed quite a way up in the field there. It was by far one of the scariest things, but the graphics, the way that the cars feel, like hats off to the guys at ACC. And that's the wrong way. That's not the way you face there. And
but he's turned it around, so that is not great there for that Mustang. Just one final question before we let you go back to your team, Saxon. With regards to, because I haven't covered this actually and spoken to the lads yet, we'll probably continue the conversation afterwards. Did you guys set up your car in the hope of rain and sort of just, you know, have that hybrid setup for the dry and wet, or is it more sort of tailored one way over the other?
Yeah, actually kind of like leading up to it, we kind of had like an all-rounder setup, which was kind of more like a dry race, but it could also handle the wet. But as we kind of got to the back end point, it actually was probably, we made the change last night, was just the time difference that we lost between, because essentially we've just notched up an extra wing and ride height is the different point. But over the mountain and everything was something close to about half a second difference. So with it being so variable, it was kind of like if it hits rain, we kind of become like a dead fish up the mountain. So we kind of elected to go for that wet, like more wet focus setup, and it also kind of makes it a bit more safe for us for survivability as well to get through the 12.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll let you go, Saxon. Thank you for joining us in the box here for those lovely driver insights, and wishing you and your team a strong afternoon.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Saxon. All the best for the rest of the race, mate.
Yep, all the best, mate.
Well, the weather's ever changing. We've got a replay coming up. I can see from where I'm sitting in the pit lane as a safety car, it is very, very wet in the pit lane. Let's have a quick look. This is the...
It'll be that Mustang going the wrong way.
Yeah, it will be. Oh, Bang! Oh, he did the right thing, though. He held his brakes, didn't want to impede anyone, and had to... Yeah, he had to hit the wall further, but that was unfortunate for him. That's the only way he was going to get the car turned around in a safe manner. I wouldn't want him to turn the traction control off. So, no, that's well held there from Callahan to get the car around. Obviously, not great to see him in the wall, but no, that's a good effort from him. He's back running, able to at least keep it driving enough to drive back to the pits, which will save him those extra few minutes of having to sit around waiting to get per se towed back to the pits. So yeah, no, that's unfortunate for them, but still plenty more time to go. Was, as you said, Bender, medium rain decreasing in 10 dry. I'd say probably almost in 15 minutes or so now. Once it brings up the 10 minutes, we'll have a bit more of an idea of when that is. Wet track at the moment, 5 degrees, try again, 5 kilometres an hour the wind is at the moment, heading up, tailwind up Mountain Straight, with just 12 degrees on track and ambient. So again, still early in the morning, 6:30, as Sasajeth gets a 10-second penalty for dangerous driving on lap 35. Take a bit for the track to dry up, Bender, but that's probably right up your alley.
Yes, no, I'm next in the car in 30 or so minutes, so definitely looking forward to getting in, seeing what the conditions are like. Hopefully it starts raining again. Just want to give a quick shout out to a few people actually. Paul Cranich, first of all, he is one of the masterminds behind the lovely little graphics at the bottom of our broadcast screen that you can see there. He has figured out how to work his magic and get the current donation total to almost live update. So thank you very much, Paul. We definitely appreciate that one. And as we can see, we have just passed the $11,000 mark for the great man himself, Neale Alexander. Please keep the donations coming in, everyone. It is for a great cause. We all, I can say this confidently, would not be here without Neale's efforts over many, many years. As you can see, is that 116 in the elbow, yellow flag. So they've gotten moving again, so perhaps just a little incident on their own there. Nothing too major.
Yeah, as you say, Mullock has held up the community, Bender, for a number of years now. I know, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I've had 2 stints in OOR. One was very short in late 2019 for 3 months or so, but this has been, I've been in OOR now for, coming up this year will be 5 years, and Mull has been a very obviously prominent figure, being the owner of the community for basically all that time up until the recent sort of 12 months where he's had that unfortunate CF battle, and he's still around. We actually got a message from him the other day for the staff members, and he's going to be watching throughout today. So if you're out there, Mullock, this is for you, of course. Oh, that crashes and don't worry about that part. But all the donations are going to you, mate, of course. So head down to that GoFundMe. The QR code's there. There's a little bit.ly link as well. If you can't scan that QR code, as you said, Bender, it's great to see we're just over the 11,000 mark at the moment. And he's a great man, Mullock. Everyone knows him, and he's he always gets to try and know the drivers, and he knows the staff very well. And Glenn and Matt and Paul and all the staff there are certainly doing him proud. I can tell you that for certain.
I think we might just be able to get the quick plug-in for the Aztec Sim Sports and Boosted Media giveaway in the chat as well. If you want to sign up and be part of that, it is free to join. All you have to do is click on the link in chat and you can enter to win a couple of amazing prizes. Some of the best sim gear out there, as we've got a car parked on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Does not look good.
I think that's 396 if I recognise it.
Definitely not where you want to be.
No, not at all. I think it is 396 as that car's got past. He's Tim Gobe in the one Lexus that we've got on track today. He's currently on the back straight. Conrad, there is 396 after going again, just to stop just before McPhillamy. And they're back underway. Doesn't look like there's a little bit of damage on the car. Hopefully that doesn't inflict them too much. The McLaren can hold a little bit of the front end damage for certain, unlike some of the other cars. So I think they'll continue on where they can. And yeah, there you go. Light rain in 10, as I was just about to talk about the weather, and they're pit strategy, so that might influence upon when they pit, depending on, of course, when if the track does dry up at all, given it's still 20 to 7 in the morning. It's been a cracking one so far. Still 10 and a half hours to go here today, but looking forward to seeing what the rest of that time brings. I mean, we've had some pretty good action, lads, throughout the hour and a half that we've been here, and I'm looking forward to seeing some more battles and what comes towards the end of the race.
Yeah, that's it. And I was actually talking about the weather and even that last part of the first session being, that 12 degrees. I think that plays a lot into it too there, Hobbsy. Even if it does... there was another car that decided to not turn right. Left.
Don't recommend that.
Don't recommend that at all. Just looking in the background there, and clearly missed the brake marker for Hill Corner. But it is a bit of the tricky one where you got to try and find that balance where you go, okay, it's 12 degrees. Okay, in another 30 minutes it might stop raining. Is that going to be how much now as the day starts to come along? It's different, that first hour, 2 hours where it is still early, as you say, it's 6:40 on track at the moment. It does keep that quite dry on the track, and that's really going to be quite interesting. Oh, no.
Sorry. Wow. What's that Nissan doing?
That's definitely not the way you want to be facing there either, as he's nicely letting everybody past, seeing him on the track map turning around.
Yeah.
And now facing the right way, letting a couple of cars past.
Yeah, it's
well done.
Scarney. That's a rough one for Scarney. He's to get on the move again. We've actually got lads just in a moment joining us in the box, is another driver from Skill Issue Racing, the 153 car this time. Nathan Monks is going to join us in just a moment. We can get his insight on how their race has been going. Looking forward to speaking to some of the drivers throughout the day and seeing all the different commentators in the box throughout the day. We'll have some special guests, of course, as Will said earlier. He will hopefully be back in the box throughout the day. We'll hopefully see some other special guests jump in the box, like, David McNulty. He's pretty special too.
Hobbsy, this is why we love you, mate. Yes, just hearing that we'll have friends from Permobil who've done or very kindly sponsored a few events in the past. They'll be back later on, perhaps at a more friendly time for them over in the UK.
I don't think they want to commentate over this weather and carnage, and Scarney's coming into the pits now, so he might have a bit of damage that needs to be repaired for him. So car does look a little bit banged up, but might be causing a bit more of an interference on his driving than it looks from the spectator side. But we'll see what plays for him. So dry in 10, lads. It's just come up dry in 10, so we should start seeing the rain get lighter momentarily, heading towards that. Just had some yellow flags there before a car was around just out of the cutting, so hopefully that will bring them back on. It's Brimblecombe coming over. Oh my God, don't hit the... Holy mother God. Oh, there's a forward in the wall. Okay, that was...
Both of them.
So there was a... Wow. Yeah, that... Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay, righto.
A sideways action there.
Yeah, a bit of sideways action. So Brimblecombe went a little bit too hot down towards Salmon Park, but he's got a bit of damage though, so that probably doesn't help him. That hit of the wall, just a little bit of tap, nothing major there, but I reckon that damage was probably a bit major before he hit the wall. So he's just trying to do what he can. He does also have a penalty from a collision, I believe, from what I saw, a lap 35 try with the 15-second penalty. My English is terrible. So we'll see how that plays out for him. Speaking of fellow drivers, we have Nathan Monks in the box, who's just joined us from the 153 Skill Issue Racing. Welcome in, Nate. How's the race been for you guys? We just spoke to Saxon before, and interested to hear what you guys have been up to throughout this race with Tim in the Lexus at the moment.
Look, it's not been optimal, as by you calling me skill issue racing. We're actually got Texas. I needed to apologise to Nippers for a muck-up, so that's never good. But apart from that, it's been thrilling. I'm surprised we survived lap 1, honestly.
There was definitely a few that didn't quite make it through lap 1, mate. So it's great to hear that that there is a few that came out unscathed. So was it you that was behind the wheel there for that opening stint, mate?
Yes, behind the wheel and behind walls. So my incident with Nippers was the little kink before the cutting. I decided to get the car a bit wider to set up an entry, and then what do you know, the bloody wall keeps cutting back in, and then dead.
Yes, very unfortunate, mate. Especially considering the most chaotic start for one of the most dangerous tracks on in the OOR arena for the enduros. Plus being pitch black and raining, it was a whole nother level of scary, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, no, I was calm before the start, surprisingly, and then as we went past turn 1, I suddenly realised my heart was beating as fast as the bloody Lexus, 7,300 RPM, and I thought I was going to start revving myself. It was bloody terrible, but yeah, somehow managed to hold on to it without seeing anything with spray. It was a time.
Yeah, that's it. So how hot topic of conversation again, mate, has been tyres. How do you guys go as far as working through extending out your stint to that kind of the 60-odd minute stint timer, knowing that the rain had kind of gone, especially over the gap where you do have the break between the rain where a lot of the pit times people were coming in. How did you guys kind of play that one out in-house, mate? Were you going, do we run the risk? Do you go for slicks for a little bit? How was there a little bit of chatter about that, or was it pretty much, we can see the rain coming and we'll just go ginger?
No, well, we had turned our curse of the incident into a blessing because we had to pit for repairs. So that ended up meaning we were offset by the drivers by about 30 minutes. So we just ran till an empty tank, which ended up being probably a lap and a half before the rain. So it was no question wet. It was just a matter of pressures, which we're on the low side, but they'll be coming back to us now with the light rain.
That's fantastic considering what it is the blessing out of the curse there, mate. That's for sure, being able to get that to the good timing of the rain coming through here, and hopefully the pressures and all that are able to hold out for you as we are looking at the next kind of 10 minutes of the rain kind of starting to ease. I think that's going to be, it's only 12-13 degrees now. It's going to be an interesting next little 20 minutes to kind of see how that's going to play out for the next little session, mate.
I'll be sitting there laughing at Gobby complaining about how hot the tyres are getting. Welcome to my world, bud. Thankfully, the Lexus is not the Ford. It actually can use tyres. Who would have thought? It can't use the middle sector, but, oh, geez, down the straight you don't need anything except an engine.
That's it.
No,
and before we let you go, Nathan, have you got a preference, bonnet cam or cockpit cam?
Oh, no.
I can't drive in bonnet cam. If it was TV cam like F1, I'd be all over it, but no, get me in that cockpit.
Well, you could have said chase cam, which is Hobbs's favourite, so we'll let you go on that one.
Thanks, fellas.
Thanks for joining us, Nathan. Best of luck for the rest of the race, mate.
Good luck, commentary.
Thank you. And screw you, Bender. There you go. You know how much I despise chase cam. I actually, even if I'm not really related to this, I did turn on a quick ACC stream on Twitch yesterday for 20 seconds, and they were driving in chase cam and in enduro, and I wanted to have a cry.
They were driving in chase cam?
Yes, the person who was driving in that enduro stint was driving in chase cam in the wet at Monza.
That's impressive.
Well, he did bin it.
I I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's impressive.
I agree. I mean, it's impressive. Impressive is one way I'd describe how the drivers have handled this race so far with the ever-changing weather and what's been happening with them. So just light rain at the moment. Should hopefully see it hold up in the next couple of minutes. Track and airmen have both gone up to a singular extra 1 degree up to 13. Wind has stayed the same at 5 k's an hour up the tailwind up Mountain Straight. So the weather's not going to go away quickly. So it'll stay probably overcast for a little while. But it's certainly been a very entertaining one, both from an incident point of view and a battling point of view, as we see McClaws has actually jumped in the pits. Whether that's a possible crash that they've had to repair damage, I'm not quite sure. That answers the question.
There we go.
I was just wondering if you're going to chuck a 32 on the end there, Hobbsy. The old Lubmobile, 32.
No, I could have, but I didn't. I held back.
It's like we know for all enduros, but far out as Lucas Keys leaves nothing on the table there. Millimetres in it as he's coming up through the cutting over the top of Reed, Solomon, and then into Skyline.
Oh, no! You jinxed it, Brad, you fool! Holy shit, that was... Wow. Can we get the damage on that car? That is... Wow, it's all going to be rear damage.
Yes.
Yeah. So the front looks fine. It's
hasn't had the infamous bonnet pop yet, so
no. He's got the little. It looks like the rear diffuser pop though. So fortunately for him, he's done the nice little pirouette there a couple of times round and faced the right way. So yeah, I think fortunately he's the front end looks still all right, but this will be interesting to see what his kind of top speeds and how he's going to come down through the chase. And with a bit of that rear diffuser and aero would definitely be playing into it now.
Oh yeah, that's now. I'm in 2 chats at the moment. I'm obviously in here in the comms box, and I'm in the team speak with the stewards. Now I have that muted. Now I can imagine if I was unmuted, I would hear screaming. That's what I'm thinking on here at the moment, because that. I'm not going to tell you what I think's coming, but I've got a feeling that car that was spun's going to get a slapping.
Yes.
This is why you need safe rejoins, people. Safe rejoins.
Yeah. Hold the brakes. Don't want to predict anything. Yeah, of course. But replay.
Ooh. Yeah, they were backing onto the track. We did see that live, so it's not great. And it did catch Lucas. Admittedly, the curb did catch Lucas out a little bit, but unfortunately, the Merc's just in the wrong spot at the wrong time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And it's reversed onto the track. So don't ever do that unless you're definitely in the clear. So let's just have a look what did happen to the Tech Archer. And let's just... Oh, what happened, Connor? Okay, so he's just lost it in the wet, which is fine. He didn't hold his brakes. That's...
Yeah.
Hold your brakes. I cannot say it any louder or clearer. Hold your brakes.
Yes, as the unfortunate 620 AMG is definitely in the battles today.
Is that the same car that had a little run-in with Connor Hind and...
Yes, it is. Yep.
Okay, yep, there we go. So it's 620 getting in the headlines for all the wrong reasons at the early stages.
Yep, and the stewards will be not liking that one. That's going to be a rough one to take for them. But Lucas Keys not too phased. That rear damage certainly won't be helping him on the straights, and he'll have to repair that in the pits for the next driver that's going to get in that car, which will be Brady Adderton. I believe they're just a team of 2 today. So be just switching up between him and Brady. Hopefully Lucas doesn't triple stint, because that would be insane.
A few comments in chat saying, that's a paddling. Absolutely, that's a paddling.
That's it. Off to the principal's office to you. there might be a little behind the scenes conversation had there, quite possibly with those team guys. Obviously the hard part too comes is with a few of the AM drivers. It's they got to. I'll definitely put the hand up. It's been there, done that, and it's not until you kind of realise the extent of what it is that you're doing when you're not doing things right. Things like making sure you really are holding your brakes, and there's a lot of little things that I think a lot of the AM drivers just are not necessarily aware of, with a lot of both car control and race form as well. So as we're looking here with Lucas Keys, if just in behind there's a little battle. I'm watching with you guys. If you go back 2 spots on the road, there is Zach Jensen, who is in our V12 Aston, who is getting a whole new lot of sign writing on the back of that car from the Brad Palmer Porsche itself, as they're just starting to come down through the dip as well. P24, 25, I think it is, or 25, 26. There's that's Brad, obviously being silver driver. It is 4 position, but Zach is getting it all crossed up there. That would have been, I think he might have just been trying to get a little bit excited and giving that spot away. That is not how you want to come out of Forest Elbow there, Zach. And,
no, when the Porsche's beating you down the straight, then it's dark times.
Yeah. That is a problem, but the Porsche, thankfully, is actually a pretty good car. It's not the top car in the wet, but it's certainly not far off it. So they'll be having a good time there. They'll be getting some good grip. The car's very good in the mid-corner section. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out for them. It is, of course, no longer raining, but the track is still very much wet. And I can tell you from the pit lane alone, it's not very dry at all. It's going to take a little bit to dry up, and it's just coming up, of course, to 7 a.m. in game. The sun is certainly on its way up, but just behind the clouds. So hopefully, if the clouds do disappear, it might help the track dry up a bit for the drivers to maybe actually get a bit of dry stint driving in.
Well, look, I can guarantee it's going to be dry when I get in the car soon. It's just Murphy's Law. But this might be going back a little bit before your time, Hobbsy. One of the first Bathurst events we did here, I think it was a 6-hour event. And this is way, way back. The Porsche at that time, I think, topped out at about 267 down Conrod.
Oh no! Yeah, that's what's Gobe done?
Yeah, it was just awful. Back when the Honda was just a rocket ship.
Yes, I remember that. I think I joined Bender, if it helps your memory. It was just as the 6-hour Monza was taking place in 2020, about May, June. So there was that year. I think that's the year you're talking about, but I wasn't in that.
Yeah, we might have had some in 29, maybe had one in 2019.
Brimblecombe, stop go 10 for unsafe rejoin. That is a double yikes. And Gobby as he's better known, comes into the pits with that's a bit of damage on his Lexus. Let's have a look. Let's just see what happens.
Unfortunate.
Over the top.
Another one.
That's what that penalty for 4-2-1 is for.
Oh no!
Oh, he almost took out the 695. Okay, all right.
Go
that
backwards.
penalty makes
Get
sense.
off the track.
Yeah, get off the track immediately. Oh, that's still in a dangerous spot. Oh, he needs to get properly off the track there. Oh, that's some rough driving there from Brimblecombe, and it's unfortunately at Gobby's expense. And they both rejoin, and that's Brimbles is.
He's wall riding because the steering is.
Oh no!
Oh jeez.
There wasn't a lot that Gobby could have done there. He was just trying to get going again, and that Mustang just was in an unfortunate position there trying to get past. So Gobby's come off better there, even though he's T-bone slammed RKO 316 Stone Cold Steve Austin Brimblecombe.
He's come off the high rope, that's for sure.
Oh, big time. Frog splash. Here comes Jeff Hardy. So, yeah, he's going to be in there for a little while. Lucas Keys in the pits now. I wonder if that's an early pit to swap drivers, maybe get a new set of wet tyres on and repair that damage that he's probably got in the rear from that incident with the 620 car earlier. Stewards will be deliberating that one because that was a big incident. And you can see there's a bit of actually damage in the windscreen there, so maybe he got a bit of front end damage later because of that rear end damage. That's certainly one to keep an eye out for.
How long ago was that now? About 5 laps, do you think?
About 5 laps, I reckon. Something like maybe even less, could have been 4, I don't know. It's kind of hard to keep track of time when you're commentating on so many things. I've got
exactly
absolutely no idea. There you go, the car's just dropped, so Keys or whoever, Adderton, should be on the move in a minute, unless it pulled us. No, he's... Oh, I think he was trying to pit, but didn't... Don't know what's happened there.
Yeah, not sure.
Bit of a moment. Probably lost a little bit of time there.
Well, between that and the next $1 million question, as we are all loving the weather here, it is nothing for the next half an hour. Yes, it's cloudy, but there's no rain predicted over this next half an hour. And we've got looking at the next set of pits coming in anywhere from kind of now, realistically, over this next kind of 15 minutes. How much is it going to dry out? Is it going to rain in 35 minutes once these guys get out there on their slick tyres?
Yeah, well, I think that's the $1 million question, really. This is what happened earlier. This is what happened at the the end of that first sort of hour, is that it stopped raining for half an hour. Oh, sorry, about half an hour in, said it wasn't going to rain, and then it started raining again, and it became wet again. So I wonder if it's going to be one of those cycles, or whether it is coming, we've just ticked over 7 o'clock, so whether coming forward through the day we actually get less rain than we did, obviously, the early hours in the morning in game. That would certainly be one to keep an eye out for us. Yeah, there it is. That's that penalty. That's Connor Arch. That's the 620 on Lucas Keys. That's a slapping. That's a stop-go 30. That I'm not surprised, because that was pretty bad, but I wasn't expecting that, admittedly.
Another yellow up and filling me part, you guys, just coming up.
A couple of cars. That's not good.
Still stop, and in a couple of different spots too. Either side of Skyline. We're going to see this shortly here. Hopefully there by this stage there's enough cars going past. 396 is still currently parked up at the moment.
Yep. It's not there, and that's unfortunate, because they had a similar thing there before. Oh, that's a really bad spot to be. I'd get a move. Oh, they've
there we go.
Good decision. That's a wise decision there, playing the sportsmanship game. I know that they would have wanted to get back around, and a lot of drivers do, but they've done the right thing. Return to garage, and we'll see how it goes for them.
Overlapping
cars. Jeremy Walter gets a drive-through for a collision on lap 41, so the stewards really starting to get through those incidents and get some penalties out, and they are not messing around, the stewards. That's
number 47 just before Forest Elbows, just yellow as well, so hopefully again out of the way. Just looks like they've turned around now, looking at the
and there's light rain in 30. Okay, Ben.
There we go.
Here we go. Look, this has got shades. Sorry, bro, you go.
No, I was going to say, is this turning into the repeat of Monza here, or what, guys?
Yeah,
it could be. I was going to say it's got shades of the Paul Ricard Enduro that I think was 8 hours, where it was heavy rain, and then it went to light rain, and people thought it was going to dry up, but no, heavy rain again, gotcha, and then it's kept doing that same cycle for the whole race. Oh, it was brilliant.
That's Bender's favourite conditions. He's almost can't even think of the words to describe that one. But
if it was that every week, sign me up.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we're just coming up to 5 minutes to the top of the hour, where we're going to have interesting enough, lads, a complete commentators change. All three of us are going to disappear from the box and let 3 newbies for the day take over for the next hour, where they will interview a driver waiting in the wings to be interviewed from one of the teams. We'll just do a quick update on the race at the moment. So Connor Hind, provisionally at the moment, is in the lead of this race. Cooley's behind him, then Hammond. Ellis is there as well with Rashuti in the Nissan, with Misson in a Nissan behind as well. And Naeem is there with Struick, Slade and Pickford in the top 10. Then you've got Spence, Adderton, but they did pit, so they might be an alternative strategy with, medium rain in 30 minutes. So it's not messing around with the weather change up here. And Curran as well, Brooke, Jerry, Jacobs, Weatherburn, Chalmers, Petherbridge and Dog Ryan. That is in P20 there with Chris Frizzer, Atkinson and Jensen in the top 23. We can see there on the ACC leaderboard. So it's been a cracking 2 hours here in the race, and it's time for us here to have a commentary change. So I'm going to love you and leave you, lads, Bender and Brad. It's been fun, and I will be back later throughout the day.
Yep. Thanks, Hobbsy. Thanks, Brad. Thanks, everyone. I will just leave you with this little nugget, as we had a request from the man himself, some facts.
Bender fact.
We got some Bender facts. So, of course, we know it was Valentine's Day yesterday. Everyone, I'm sure, is aware of who Saint Valentine is. But other than just being, the saint of love and chocolate that you might like, it's also the saint for epilepsy, fainting, the plague and beekeepers. So got a busy list of jobs there, St. Valentine.
There's one in there that's not relevant. I think that's the plague, Bender, but that's okay. The rest are definitely still relevant. But, that's okay.
Well, he's been around a long time, St. Valentine, so he's got a big job list these days.
He does, yeah. But no, that's all good. We will leave you with the 3 new commentators in the box. We've got Blake Griffiths, Cameron Thistlethwaite and Jaden Rondinella joining you for the next hour.
Thanks, guys. Catch you soon.
Later.
Good day, everyone. Thank you, guys. Well done. Great stint.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bender. And good old Hobbsy, he's got a lot of shifts today, and we'll have him shortly on later. Thank you very much, Bender, for the fact as well. Thank you very much. That's now in my brain. I've forgotten some relative's birthday now because of that, but I'm sure, I'm always lucky to get a Bender fact on comms. Nice to have Bender back. You generally really see him around for the Enduros, but we love to have him. How are you guys today, Luke D, Jaden Rondinella and Blake Griffiths?
Good afternoon. I'm doing very well. It's been a somewhat interesting race today with the weather changes constantly doing something new. So it's been very exciting seeing people try different strategies. It seems like the slicks did not work out earlier. But yeah, I'm enjoying my day.
Yeah, it's been really good, watching the start of this. This has been very tricky, to say the least. As Luti's just touching on, all the weather changes. I feel like if I was in this race, I'd set it up and I'd be masterminding, okay, we're going to do this at this time, and all of it would have gone straight in the bin immediately. And I think we had Nathan Monks in talking earlier about starting the race in the nighttime and the rain, and how spooky that is. So yeah, it's been really tricky so far, I think, and we've seen that through we've seen quite a few incidents so far. Definitely not blaming anyone. I think it's been very, very tricky. So
absolutely. And just a shout out again, thank you to everyone who's donated for a wonderful cause for our Mullock. $11,274 so far is incredible. We're only 2 hours in. We're not even 2 hours yet. We've got 20 seconds of the 2 hours into this race. But thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone who's put this together as well. A lot of work behind the scenes from all involved. It's just, it honestly is just such a great thing. Brings warms my heart to see everyone kind of come out for Mullock as well. It's, yeah. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
For sure, there's so many people involved and so many people pitching in whatever way they can. And, we've got sponsors like Aztec and Boosted Media helping out, throwing incentives to donate, and as you said, it's very, very heartwarming. I'm very, very proud of everyone here. I've only been a part of this community for probably only coming up to a year now, but it's the place that I call home as well. There's just so many wonderful people here. I know Sean Ghosty wanted us to share a story about Mullock, but as I said, I've only been here for about a year, so I actually haven't interacted with Mullock very much myself, but I did want to say I do think there's something to be said about so many people coming together to help him out. Like, he must be an absolute legend, and someone I'd want to have a beer with, I think. What about you, Jaden?
Oh yeah, well, yeah. Look, it's pretty similar. I've only been here for just about almost a year now, and again, don't have much experiences with Mullock myself. But I think we've all seen the car park video. I think we all know that he's a great man, created this great community. So I think that is probably enough said for that part. But yeah, no, it's yeah.
So we're just gonna get a team representative in to do a little bit of an interview as we have before. We're going to have Yash Joshi from Broncos Motorsport jumping in just a moment as we have a drive-through for Chris Freezer for causing a collision.
Yeah, there's been a few incidents out there. People, generally having their own accidents, but the kind of the rejoins haven't been too great. We've seen people do the right thing, but yeah, unfortunately, there's been a few penalties handed out for less than spectacular, racing out there in terms of just following etiquette, shall we say. But we are joined now by Yash Joshi. How are you, mate?
Hey, man. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Loud and clear. How has your race been? What's the news from your car?
Well, we've had a little bit of a troubleful race so far, to be honest. We started P48, made our way up in the first few laps, had a couple spins, but then the weather's been playing a lot of, on us, basically, and we've been making bad choices with the tires, unfortunately. So, yeah, that's put us back a bit at the moment.
Whereabouts are you guys sitting right now?
We're still P40, so not too bad. P6 in class at the moment. Well, we're P39, as I just checked that. But yeah, still a long way to go. 10 hours, so anything can happen.
How are you guys navigating the weather changes? Have you been changing your tires up or staying with the wets?
Well, so that's the tricky part, right? Because whenever we think like we should change to the wets or the dries, the weather just changes. Or when we change the tires, it dries out suddenly. Like during my stint just now, we were thinking of going to the dries, but it started raining. So yeah, it's quite challenging, but I guess it's the same for every driver as well on the grid. So yeah, something to look forward to.
Do you guys have a lot of enduros under your belt, or is this a relatively new thing for you guys?
Well, this is actually our first enduro together. Well, I used to play in the console before, so I've done enduros on console, but this is my first one on the PC. So yeah, it's been pretty good, pretty fun so far, and looking forward to the next 10 hours.
Yeah, there's still a lot of race to go, so there's plenty of time to make good tire choices and plenty of time to make bad tire choices. So the race will ebb and flow. But well done so far, mate. Up 8 positions. There's nothing to be embarrassed about.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a learning curve for all of us as well. We've racing 3 of us for the first time together and first time on the enduro as well. So it's a learning experience for all of us.
How are you finding the McLaren so far? How's the setup? Is it kind of suited to these conditions? Maybe a little bit slippy?
Yeah, it's quite tricky, honestly. Like, I'm usually not a big fan of the McLaren because I prefer a car which I can drill brake with, honestly. But so sometimes struggle a bit in that, and then of course the top speed is a little bit limited compared to the Fords, and so that's something which puts us back a little. But apart from that, it feels pretty good up the mountain and down the mountain. So I think that's the most important part, to keep out of the walls. It feels pretty safe.
Speaking of wall, I think the Lambo behind you guys just found it at Reed Park, unfortunately. Another one to add to the paint on the wall. But yeah, the McLaren, I think the McLaren is a bit of a tricky car to gel with. Like I don't. Whoa, no way! Michael catches it all smoothly, lefty right.
That was a good save.
This is what happens when you go in a combox. You're putting your own car at risk if you enter these waters. But yes, as I said, McLaren, I don't think that was the case in that one, but maybe he just didn't have the steering kind of straightened out. But the McLaren has quite spiky, sort of turbos as well, so it can get a little bit loose. But yeah, I find that's what some drivers mostly struggle with. But I don't think it's too bad on the top end unless you're running all the wing in the world. But it just doesn't get there as quickly as the forwards, like you were saying.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what limits us, down to Conrad Straight, basically, mainly. But that's okay. We deal with it. As long as we can keep out of the walls, that's the most important part, because anything can happen in 10 hours.
Absolutely. A 10th here, trying to find a 10th here and there will gain you nothing if you end up putting it in the wall. Absolutely. So, yeah, as I said, we got 10 hours to go. We're a 6 into this race. It's really far from done. I was going to say the rain seems to have eased off, but if you look at the weather projection right now, it's coming straight back. So it's a typical, New South Wales day for me personally. I can say for sure.
Yeah, and that's the tricky part now, right? Because it's track starting to dry up. I suspect the times are going up a bit, and we don't know if we should stay on these tires because tires are going to get quite hot by the end of the stint. But I mean, if the rain's coming in 30, we'll probably just stick with the wets and then, just swap drivers at the end of the hour mark, I guess.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to try and at least eke it out until the rain shower comes. I think if you take dries now, the track is. I don't think it'll be any good for dries in the next 10 minutes. It might dry out, but the temps are still quite low, so it's not really drying it out. Granted, there's a lot of cars on track, but as you see, Shane McClaws gets a 15-second penalty for collision on lap 53. It's another one to add to the list.
No. But thank you very much for jumping in the box with us, Yash. Good luck with the rest of the race, mate. Still plenty to go.
And thank you so much. Cheers, guys. You guys are doing a great job in the comms. Enjoying the broadcast stream, totally.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just a shout out to, sorry to go over that as well, shout out to Mike Clark and I believe Giga Racing as well for $100 each from those. It brings up to $11,474. Thank you so much. $100, a lot of money these days.
That's a lot amount of money. Also, another shout I think we also need to put out is all the racers who are in there. I think we still have 47 racers out on the track currently. So I think that's only one DQ or one that's finished. So everyone's still holding on strong, especially for conditions like this. It's going exceptionally well. And that lap 1 was very clean today.
Yeah, considering the conditions. Sorry, really, go on.
Oh, well, I was going to say we touched on it in our interview with Yash, but it's such a long race. It's the race of attrition. Like you're saying, if you're scrambling for tenths here and there and make a mistake, like you're costing yourself a lot more. And that's why I think, like, personally, I would not be quitting this race until there was only like a handful of hours to go, if that. Like, you can still make up so much space. And like, as we're seeing, there's a lot of attrition happening. And like, this weather has been so variable. We are once again getting teased with a dry track, and then that's being taken away. Are we even going to see slicks at this rate?
Because something that I noticed from the first lot of rain that then dried out and came back into rain is so many cars ended up going with the slicks, and a lot of them lost position because of it. Oh, that is not good for that Pixel Racers Mustang.
We've also got someone at the cutting, this number 700 car, or just before the cut. Sorry, that's not the cutting. Apologies. That was
say Mustang.
The Mustang was number 171, Boxall.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And we have our current leader, Connor Hind, coming into the pits. It looks like we had a few in the pits. Are we approaching our stint end?
Yep.
Right, so 65-minute limit for the stint timers today. I don't believe that means you have to change driver, but you have to come in. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm being told that that's correct.
I don't know what. Something compelled me to say yes then.
There is more cars dying over near Forest Elbow. 375 currently just before it.
Oh, yes. Yellow flag. Hopefully everyone else behind him is seeing those yellow flags. Oh, I hope he's not had a backwards moment, and it's the worst place to be.
There's a lot of cars approaching as well.
Oh, boy. That's a bad spot. Like, there's a good spot on this circuit.
I think it was potentially Zach Jensen. It's KA Motorsport 3A75 with Brad Gosling, Brickley, and Zach Jensen. They've been there for quite a while. Looks like they're doing a good job and just waiting until they find a gap in the traffic, which not too many gaps. But see, yeah, most of it. Oh no!
Oh, no.
Oh, at least it's facing the right way now.
I'd like to see a bit more about that, because if they hadn't even moved yet, that car probably should have been a bit slower. But I'm not going to point fingers just yet.
Yeah, I can't tell if that car was moving just last minute, and it just I think they clipped with the rear wings, because unfortunately the rear wings do have collision, and it was just enough to spring them around, and looks like they haven't had too much damage, so I suspect it's maybe they've had a bit of a lazy spin as they come into braking for the Forest Elbow for the V12.
Yeah, not very good for that Aston Martin. But we do have a nice battle going on between first and second place. Only, I think, a few tenths between them, currently battling through the mountain. This weather is, of course, going to make it very unpredictable for him. Here we have a replay of the Aston coming down the mountain with that collision. Oh, he slid.
He was completely offline really early there. I'm not sure what happened.
Oh. He looks like he's tried to reverse down before all the cars came.
Oh, this is where you need to just rev it in neutral and then pull first gear to slow it around.
Oh, this is painful.
I probably would have gone backwards, to be honest. I suspect he's got to go forwards and nose the wall, hence why he was doing the Austin Powers when we cut to him.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, that was those guys weren't expecting it. You know, there was a car on the left and then suddenly there's now a car on the right. I'm not sure if the potentially any warning signs from the potential teammates for the other cars, but it's just going to come around now. The Honda gets past, the Mustang gets past.
No, there was a bit of reversing.
I think that's another one that's going to get a penalty because, like you said, I think the car did move at the last minute and just collided with the other car. Hopefully they got away with that one as well.
Really not a great situation to be in there.
No, and look at the track map as well. There's cars and literally every single part of the track. You could, I understand when the
I'm sorry, Blake. 111's lost the lead. They were going really slowly at Griffin's Quarry Bend. I'm sorry, Blake, but
no, you're right. You're
Naim is taking the lead from Sam Messon in the GTR. Oh, it's 41 finds the wall. It's at Reed Park. Oh dear, that car's been everywhere.
These two have been battling for a very long time now. I think over an hour they've been battling, almost side by side through some of these corners, and it looks like it is coming to a full head here with Naim finally getting in front of that Nissan there.
That Ferrari in front of the GTR is actually a lap car, so Naim's the Ferrari up ahead as well. They've both got quite similar Valvoline-esque liveries. Sorry, a Kmart for the car up ahead. So yeah, that's a blue flag, but you can see the Kmart Ferrari, I believe, is our actual leader just up ahead. And ooh, Misson not too happy with the Ferrari that he just got past and gives a bit of a chop. It's not something we like to see, regardless of right or wrong. Car 620 disqualified for penalty accumulation.
Oh my. That's the Power Sim Sport team in that Mercedes we had seen in a few different incidents. That's big.
That's it. Your day's done. The rollers come down on the garage. You're out. Oh my goodness. It's something I don't like to see, but I've never seen that before. There's plenty of reasons. We did see that car collide with the leader, Lucas Keys, earlier on, about half an hour ago, with reversing back onto the track, and unfortunately Lucas had to pit for repairs as a result. And yeah, that's I don't know what to say. Wow.
That's the big slipper, the big stick, if you will, coming up. Also, just the team that we just interviewed copped a 15-second penalty in amongst all that chaos. Logan.
Oh dear. You can see them just ahead on track. Oh, and they've just Hell up, I'm sorry, that is actually the Kmart Ferrari. It's not our leader. That is Naim in the leader. The sort of, I don't know, kind of fur color car, black, orange, brown. I'm not too certain, but the GTR is going to catch it a lot. Tiger stripes, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I didn't want to say furry because I've said it now.
It is furry, it's the bison car.
It is true, and I know who's paying that already because of what's on the back of the car.
You know, it's like either like an artist's signature or like a thieves calling card. That's what that pink triangle is.
There's and Chaz, like, yeah, no light decision. There's 100% a lot of reasoning why that car was disqualified. If that's not just someone it's like looking at one incident. That's a lot. And Naim's been really unlucky with the traffic, and now they're going to be kept up a lot down the straight as well. Not the best Forest elbow, but the GTR's all over the back of him. I'm not too sure if there was a little bit of a touch there because it seemed a lot closer further up the straight.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that GTR still behind him after that Ferrari's taken the grass there. Would have thought he would have been able to capitalize on that. Sorry to interrupt, Cam.
No worries. But yeah, and Misson's pretty fired up right now.
Yeah, this has been a long battle, and it will come down to who does better in the pit stops as well. They're going to keep going strong around the track. I'm not sure how long they've been out on these tyres or how much time they have left on their stint. But looks like the Nissan's going to go for the pass here.
The GTR is really good in these mixed conditions. He's already pulling alongside. It's going to be the outside for Quarry Bet, not something that you normally see, but he is going to edge ahead with enough boost from the GTR, and Naim carefully lets him by as well. Sensible driving from the Ferrari. Didn't want to fight that if he had already fallen back too far, and Misson takes the lead for Rockets Evolved back from Naim in the Ferrari. So yeah, that's sensible driving from both of them. It's the GTR definitely got a lot better exit out of a hell corner, and you can see it just pull up all the way down the straight.
Yeah, that car is crazy on the straights.
We got G-string cam
for that.
G-string cam.
That is not mine.
I meant camera, but I don't know.
Yeah, that was not my color at all. It's reached
I'm so sorry, I should have known.
Yes, and sorry, just to go out as well. Thank you very much to Luke Johnson as well for a donor as $50 to the Mullock Fund. We do appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Again, I'm going to say it a lot. You're going to get sick of hearing me, but you're going to hear it. Thank you very much.
No, it's absolutely awesome. It's a lot of time and money that goes into events like this, but everyone donating for Mullock it's incredibly kind of everybody, so keep it up. I hope you guys do enjoy the show of these awesome 47 cars on the track racing around very hard, and it's looking good. But what we do have joining us in the booth is Dylan McDowell.
Nope.
Paging Dylan.
You might have to hit that push to talk.
There we go, sorry.
You're all good, mate. You're all good.
Yes, good afternoon. How are you all going?
Yeah.
Very well. We're high and dry up here in the com box.
Yeah, we're kicking back, not having to deal with any of this malarkey as we come down with rain in the next 10 minutes. How is your guys' race going in the number 500 Auto Chaos Porsche?
Yeah, it's been the A Porsche, has its perks. We're going to be top Porsche for the race. It was going right until probably 25 minutes in. I put myself in the fence. I outbraked myself. Carried on for the next half an hour. Boxed, took a minute damage. Ran for a bit longer until the other rainstorm pretty much hit us. Box, I've given over to Palmer, and he's done a fantastic job at the moment to put us in P19, coming back P35, I think. And yeah, he's in full control of the car at the moment. And the strategy at the moment is working out for us, just staying clear of trouble.
Yeah, I think it's a very wise strategy. What's been the tyre strategy so far for you guys? Have you taken a bit of a gamble on any slicks so far, or just kept it on the wets?
Yeah, well, I did the first box. I went to dries and quickly understood it was probably not the best option. They were super cold, couldn't get no temperature. I put temperature into them, and they were just purple all the way. And yeah, I was just pretty much holding on for dear life until the rainstorm came again. Yeah, but so far it's coming back to us, which we're absolutely impressed. We have had a bit of an accident from a car spin through McPhillamy in Brad's last stint. We thought we were about to get through, but he got clipped just on the exits. So still, we're 17 and we're happy.
Yeah.
Facing many challenges here, like apart from just the wet, is it are you struggling with any parts or?
Straight line at the moment is probably where we die the most. But at the top, we actually gain back the amount of time. It's just up and down the mountain is where we're dying the most.
As we're just looking on both of our first and second positions currently in the pits, this could be big for road position. But yeah, I heard the Porsche is a pretty smooth operator in the wet conditions. Are you finding that to be true, or still struggling a little bit?
Yeah, we're probably going to be boxing wets. It's probably the best, safest option because they're going to be nice and warm still. If you're going to probably go on dryers, it's going to be a bit of a struggle. I think that you're doing around the same times moments.
So that's 9 on dries as well. It's interesting to note. I was going to ask that, sorry, I'm missing also on dries as well. I was going to say, because the weather widget, we did see rain was coming, but it's not going to be, it's only going to be a short spell. Well, it's going to be a limited time spell. It might be about 5 or 10 minutes of medium intensity rain. But yeah, that's going to be very interesting. And subsequently, yeah, they picked dries to try and brave the wet. But hopefully, you know, once it dries out afterwards, but it's going to be a risky few laps for sure when it does come down.
Yeah, we've just put ourselves in the box, so I think we're going to be going to wets. Yeah, it's a gamble. Honestly, this track is so slippery, as we've seen. So many cars have accidentally been going off. It's just a huge gamble.
Yeah, like personally, I think I could not blame anyone for taking either set of tires. Like pretty much every time we've seen people box, like it's been a tough call, and so far it has looked like wets have been the choice for a while. Seeing the leaders both take slicks, I'm intrigued. We'll see how it plays out. My favorite phrase in the comms box, but yeah. Anyone got any closing questions for Dylan?
Just good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
That Porsche, not great on the straights. It's good luck. You're doing well out there.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ed. Yeah, we'll bring home Porsche fans.
Yeah, and good luck to everyone else from MRT. You got, I believe, we've got 4 cars in the race for Austin McNeil's squadron, and yeah, it's good to see the colours again. Great job on the liveries as well, I think, by Ben Hignett. But you guys are looking great out there, just ahead of your yellow car and the Mustang just behind as well.
Yes.
So, no, go ahead.
Yeah, no, the liveries are from Full Cream. They're fantastic. We absolutely love them.
Oh, there's the rain back.
Just an update. One of the front teams, the 111 team, did go to wets, by the way. It's just the hard things.
I was curious about that because that Aston Martin that's not fighting him for position has been on his tail the whole time as well. It looks like they're really kind of struggling to get up to speed. That said, though, it is a change of driver. It's no longer missing in the car. It's Brian Kong in the car. Not to say that Brian Kong is not quick, but I think Misson was just absolutely on another level in the car. Just look at the shootout lap from Sam Misson. Like, Christ, that he can pedal this GTR. 23 yellowed at the Forest Elbow. Sorry, Loopty.
I was just going to say that it gives the Nissan a little bit more life within the racing scene. Seeing people who can get it up to those high speeds. Because you still don't see it too often anymore. I think we've only got 2 Nissans in this whole race.
Yep, just the 2, and it's definitely become a lot. It's had a new breath of life with once we started taking LFM BRP, and I'm surprised we didn't see more for this race. But to be honest, it's like, you know, I think it's not too sure, like, as a car for an enduro. It's a generally good car over a race stint. But you know, I think you need to get 3 people all committed to it. You know, it's that's the tricky part with the GTR.
Well, thank you for being in here, McDowell. I hope your race goes well in the Porsche. Good luck.
Thanks, mate. Thank you for doing this today, guys. And yes, we have Porsche fans, hopefully. Take care.
Cheers, Dylan.
Cheers, Dylan.
Any drivers that took slicks in the last pit stop that they took might be kicking themselves with, in 10 minutes, the rain is increasing. We've got a nice little plus symbol next to the rain, so it is not looking good for anybody who took slicks in the last pit stop. It looks like wets might have been the option to go with, but it is again going to go back to a somewhat no rain track in 30, so options are still out there. I'm starting to see a pattern with the weather.
Yeah, and because of the low temps as well, it's like we didn't have rain for quite a while until it just came back now. It didn't leave wet status, track status at all. So it's really not drying out. And to be honest, like, while I would have probably gone dry, I would kind of regret it right now, especially with the intensity. And it's quite, we saw the rain when it was in the 30 mark. It was there for quite a long time, which is indicative of it being a rather longer spell, to say the least. So yeah, while rain is not going to be raining later on, right now it's going to be a bit too much, I think, for anyone on slicks.
I think if you want to keep it out of the wall, you're staying on wets for a little while. Like, it's still only 13 degrees both track and ambient, and it's 7:30 in the morning in game. Like, it's just not going to heat up that quick.
I'm surprised at how much Naim and Kong have lost in the pits. Like, I don't know if they came in early. They came in, no, to be fair, yeah, they would have come in way earlier than they needed to, considering everyone kind of boxed around the 9 hours and 50-minute mark. So, yeah, interesting to see. Obviously, now we've got the 2 Mustangs. Ben Hignett right now is currently leading, car on screen for Arena Open Sports. Going well so far, but yeah, a little bit weird. I'm not sure if Kong and Naim were both on a sort of conscious stream, a different sort of strategy. But they've a little bit off kilter from the rest of the cars so far. And I think everyone else is trying to brave it out on the current wets and trying to get to the end of this rain spell before they come in to do their fuel stop.
Yeah, and look, these cars are definitely putting in work. I'm surprised with how well the Mustang is doing in this weather. I know it's a powerful car at this track, but not the greatest in the wet weather standardly, but these drivers definitely know how to use it well. And look at... Is that, yeah, so there's not much time, only 27 seconds between first and second at the moment. With the weather like this, that is really not a lot of time with 9 hours and 30 minutes left. Still pushing strong. There is cars on almost every part of this track as well, so it's no break for anybody. Blue flags are going strong. It's definitely been an interesting day of racing here at Bathurst.
Yeah, absolutely. So rain intensity comes down. It's dropped to 13 degrees from 14, and yeah, it's quite unrealistic right now because, granted, it'll be 7 a.m. It's quite warm here in New South Wales. I'm quite ready for summer to be over, but it's got our nice warm Februaries, and I'm sure many of us are probably feeling it much worse. I heard Victoria had quite a heat wave, and Queensland things, to be honest, it's either it's scorching or flooded up there.
Yeah, it's never great having the hot weather, especially down here where we're not used to it in Victoria. But Yeah, no, it's the drivers on this track in this cold weather, keeping those tyre temps up will be the goal. I imagine everybody will be changing those wet tyres every time because you're not going to get those temps up quite enough if you try to stay on the same ones. But yeah, no, Hignett again pushing that Mustang around very well. These two Ferraris in 4th and 5th. There's currently 3 Ferraris in the top 10.
Big slide from Babby behind him as well, but yeah, like 3 Ferraris up there. Bit of damage there to see on the front of Whitmore. I hope that's just not a client side, server side, or whatever it is affected. But it is it's all on for P3 right now. 3, 4, and 5 all in the line, headed up by the Aston Martin of John Charitos, not a driver I'm familiar with, I have to say, but going very well. We're all very familiar with his teammate and how rapid he can be, Mr. Chris Cooley. But going well so far, and good car for the wet Aston Martin, but the Ferraris are pretty good as well, I'd say.
I might be wrong with this, but I believe Charitos is a academy driver at the moment. Might have to check that. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, well, double check that, but I believe it is just those 2 in that car, and hence the silver status. It's a bit weird to see Cooley in a silver car, but I think the other driver in the car kind of evens out the rating, so it's good for them, being right towards the pointing end. Oh, that's very wide from Whitmore, a little bit of scrape along the wall, and it's going to have Babby all over the back of him right now, but really can't do much right here. It's all line astern, but another wall tap again from the sort of a yellow, red, and black from Ferrari, and coming out into Skyline, adding some more scars to the 333 as Babby needs to kind of, he's maybe a little bit more composed right now, but needs to play it safe, and followed up by the Lexus of Tim Gobe as well, a lap down in P22.
Back onto that 777 car. He is a academy driver at the moment, and there is 4 people in that car. It's Jai Fisher, it is Chris Cooley, Chris Albert, and Charitos.
That is very impressive. Trial by fire right now. Welcome to the Bathurst 12 hour. Have some lovely rain. But yes, holding it down now in P3 while he's got the 2 Ferraris to kind of contend. And oh no, as Babby goes into the back of him, and the 109 finds the gearbox of the 33, and they both find the gravel. They both keep going. Oh, Whitmore finds the throttle and catches it a little bit, but unfortunately both of them are going to lose a ton of time. And I dare say Babby's going to find the steward's box even sooner than that.
These braking markers are going to have to be moved, especially as the rain does increase and the track gets wetter. People, I think, sometimes forget, as well as when you've not been behind a car for a minute, you're not used to that braking just that little bit earlier than you normally would. So people have to regain that focus as we do head into. We're getting very close to already being at 9 hours left of the race.
Yep, getting nearly caught the end of our first quarter, but yeah, unfortunately that's put Whitmore behind Kong and Naeem as well, down to P7. And dare say he had enough damage on that Ferrari, some rear damage to affect the diffuser and the rear wing. It's going to be really not very fun come the top of the mountain. You see now Babby now is making it about 150 boards long pass. He gets on the brake, he brakes actually at the right point, but then gets off the brakes because he feels like he braked too early, and then just clatters right into the back of the Whitmore's Ferrari. That is yeah, that's pretty damn unspectacular racing from the 109 car, and sure they're going to find themselves with a penalty for that one. 153 right now, currently yellowed just before Skyline. And the scary part is Tim Goob as he does the 3-pointer, and thankfully Whitmore has got the wits about him to find and know to see the car coming and goes to the right and avoids it, but unfortunately the Lexus there going to be in another Austin Power situation. 200 also stopped. The heavy rain is playing havoc right now. The flags are out, and hopefully Hobbsy isn't have to be deployed in the safety car.
153 of Goob still sitting at the top of the S's, trying to get out of the way, just getting on the move now. That Lexus not having the greatest time there, but back on the road. Hopefully not too much damage for them, otherwise there will be a pit in order.
Yeah, I think the bonnet's up a little bit, and yet again, unfortunately for the Toyota. Toyota, whatever, who cares? It's probably last time we're going to see it probably at this rate anyway. Not getting the love that the GTR didn't get the revival with the bop, because there's not enough, I think, for that car. Unfortunately so. I think I'm now and should get away. It doesn't look like there's too much damage that he'll have to pit. And I wonder if there was something else to that player, whether he just lost it by himself. But yeah, the heavy rain, everyone's having to kind of, take it a little bit easy, dial it back a little bit. The track, I'm not seeing too many puddles. The rain intensity has maybe peaked at this point, but surely going to die down as we're on board now. Thank you very much to Glenn. He's going to be on the cams all day, providing the footage and the replays, and just being a legend in general, frankly. Comes now through McPhillamy. He's a little bit wider than Mark, and just gets it on the two wheels as the car was sort of primed up and on the white curb. That's unfortunate. And
I did not see a speck of grip in that replay. That looked awful.
That 333 car is in the pits. I don't know if they completed their stint time or had damage from that little incident a bit earlier on, but they are in the pits right now. That is, look at that Lexus sitting there. Not the greatest position you want to be in, especially on that spot. That could be very dangerous for any cars coming in, but it looks like it's been navigated well by everybody.
Yeah,
that's very well done.
Yeah. Probably was a little bit like touch and go with when Whitmore was coming past, but you see, oh no, I think that's the is that your car, the McLaren? I think I just saw the 150. Oh no.
No.
Oh, it was inevitable. When you jump in the comms box, the car goes round and round, but the 150 McLaren is at McPhillamy right now.
It's back on. I was very much avoiding talking about my own car there because I didn't want anything happening, but he's had a little spin. I don't know if there's damage. I really hope not.
I think the front bumper's a bit askew. He was sort of on the exit. I think he's probably lost it coming out of Solomon Park, and he's going to have a Ford Mustang all over the back of the Oz Team Racing car. Not for position, but that's a real shame for Saxon. Up into P8 right now. We'll see if he can keep going, but this heavier rain, people have been trying to extend their stints on these slicks. They're not exactly in the fresh condition right now as well, so it might be just enough to catch people out. Not too much fuel in the car. Hopefully gets both of these cars stopped. And we're gonna replay now. Jump now to Saxon, so he's coming now through Saxon at Solomon Park, and he's a little bit wider than Mark. Oh no, he doesn't even find the wall. He just gets it spun up on the curb. Oh, that's a lot. That's got to be a lot of front end damage, and several loops as well.
He's hit that curb. The curb sent him flying. That's not good. He's going into the pits currently, very slowly. They're gonna do a driver change back to Josh Struick now for the wets. This is not where we wanted to end up, but hopefully Struick can get that sorted and fix up some positions. He's been holding a good pace all day. So very hopeful for the skill issue car, but no.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay.
You can take a minute, take a breather. You can, you can jump into the little angry box and the soundproof little stage and get it all out. Really unfortunately doing very well, but I said 9 hours, 20 minutes to go, and I think there'll be a few more yellow flags still to go. So you can wish misery on everyone else to get your positions back. And speaking of which, 47 is currently yellowed as well at the top of the hill. See Glory Babby with an Aston Martin not for position all over the back of him. That's I think that's Hendrickson, one of our I want to say our NAE drivers. I'm not sure Legion 2K is doing any comms with us. Oh, we see the Mustang of David Barker does a good spin around, but there's cars coming around and they're having to take a severe avoiding action. That's the leader as well, I think, coming through. And blimey, I'm not sure what could be done, but my goodness.
That might be a paddling. That's some dangerous rejoining.
Yeah, there's a large gap now that he's kind of at the front of. They could have waited for, but I'll leave that to the race directors and stewards. I'm sure they're sweating bricks right now.
yeah, their work's cut out for them today. Do we have a little GoFundMe for their alcohol for the evening? Oh, we got another one, 421, yellow flagged up at McPhillamy.
There's a lot of BMW again. I think he's found someone. Someone else is going slowed up ahead of him as well. I think there's been a secondary collision on there. Yeah. Oh my goodness, the rain as the slow pan down and a return to garage as well for the Sprunk Extreme Pit Viper Omega of Vili from Piano. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
That car has certainly had a day.
Yes.
Yeah.
23 is slowed up ahead as well. I feel like I get a feeling someone hit him as well.
I think for sure.
Oh, the cricket. That's a sad sight of another RTG for the. Gotta recap this. Yeah, just put the camera at the pits right now. To be honest, just leave it on a static shot. We need trap cams, if anything. To be honest. Yep, 421. That car, like Luby said, understatement of the year, has had a day, and we're not even 3 hours in. Thank you to everyone that is still in the chat. Thank you everyone who's giving up their Saturday, whether you're racing, partaking in any way. It's lovely to have you all here as well. And again, thank you to everyone who's put in funds for me. Oh, it's Brady editing. It's nice and sideways out of the cutting. The only way to do the cutting, to be honest. But also shout out, as I say, we got like sim rigs as second. As a technique towards sim sports as well, but also shout out to our title sponsor Boosted Media and to Will Ford. He is obviously a pretty big sim race. I'd hate the term influencer, but he's a big sim racing channel, big part of the sim racing ecosphere on the content creation side. But he's not a big corporation. He's really kind of put his own money where it's. We see the BMW just glances, kind of ping pongs down the plane. He's going to find the metal grate too as well. Shout out to the metal grate, and it just keeps going. It's just this 1, 2, 3, and he's going to be. Oh, he's in the prime firing line. He's staying here. He's not moving. Everyone's waiting, and Cricky just finds him. He doesn't slow up enough, and unfortunately, he can't do anything once he's committed. And the AMG as well has taken a hit, and unsurprisingly, it's an RTG for both this car and the GTR as well. I'm not sure which AMG that was, but oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
People just not getting slowed down enough in time for that yellow flag there, and it's very dangerous coming through that mountain and trying to slow down, because especially in this weather you're going to slip out if you try to slow down too quickly, and it can never end well up here.
I've been in that exact place, having in an Audi, and you end up, exact place where you just face it. You can see the accident coming towards you, and you can't do anything. You just have to wait, and hopefully people slow up enough. It's horrible thing.
Luty, you and I did, I think it was Split Blue last season at Bathurst. It was one of the most insane, crash-heavy Bathurst races I've seen. We were, speechless, and there was something right at McPhillamy like that, where it was just carnage. It was 10 cars. And just because you're coming... Yeah, it was early on, and it's just because you can't... Because it's a crest, you can't see it, so if you're not being responsible and slowing down, you're coming at full pelt, and there's not much you can do because it's one line. So you really, really need to take heed caution, heed the yellow flags, and slow down. Which I wonder if that Merc is maybe going to get a slap on the wrist, but we didn't actually see on board as to what they did. We got someone playing in sandpit.
For the another dry weather. So for people not to be slowing down there, we've had actually better involvement today than in the dry splits for Bathurst in that in that season that we were talking about.
Yeah, that was messy. That was bad.
I think in that race, I've dodged most of it, though, I have to say.
Yeah.
But yes, if anyone wants to see how there's a slowdown for years, I think there's been multiple incidents in supercars. I think Paul Wheels crashed a long time ago for very unfortunate. People just not slowing down for yellows. And to be fair, like once you commit to that corner, if you don't slow down, once you commit to that corner, you can't get out of it. It's either you hit the brakes and hit the car that's stopped, or try to turn left but understeer and hit the car anyway. You have to slow down before the corner and hopefully have that awareness. But yeah, as I said, like all wheels crash. Oh, glory bro, penalty. 126 stopped as well.
Oh. 126 just after Skyline, it looks like.
Sitting in the dipper on the outside, that's not very safe there.
In Chicken Racing, it's Babby, Zeri, and Spinazzi. Sorry, Michael Babb, not Babby P4.
That Bab, yep.
Oop.
Sitting behind the camera. There he is.
Oh, not a good spot.
Yep, keep going. Oh, quickly.
Really better get it around.
Go. There we go.
Looks like the car looks okay. Maybe just a bit of a lazy slide, as you said.
Yeah, not the craziest though. There was a mild panic moment for the people over watching, trying to host this race. The Kuno servers went down for a little.
Well, that never happens.
What? Never?
No. They're working on AC Evo now. They're not going to work on this game.
It's like actually rude of them to do that.
That's actually been the one benefit of the AC Evo coming out. It means they don't shut down the servers generally just before we're about to start sprints like they used to do every week. But yes, anyway, thank you, Kudos, if anyone's watching. We love the game.
Not got enough damage because he's staying out on the track.
Yeah, I wonder if he just kind of the sort of. Well, never mind. Something in my ear tells me that I'm not gonna predict this one.
Here is the replay. Let's have a look.
Oh no, there's a lot of cars. There's a Kovacs car behind it. I think that's an AMG that hit the. Oh, he nudges the AMG. Oh. That was the AMG from damage from earlier with the BMW.
That's also one of our leading cars, the Bison car, in the sort of in the dregs of that.
Oh my goodness, a lovely livery.
Oh, here we go. Here's another angle of the incident. So there's a little touch from Michael Babb there on the back of the MG, getting a loose. It's clipped the wall. Oh!
Oh, just ping pong.
Yep.
Just pinball.
Side of teleporting.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that... I could be wrong. I don't know if that AMG was actually the one. Maybe there's multiple of those AMGs in the race, but I'm pretty sure that's the one that had the collision with the BMW. But it looked like he was going... Well, he was going too slow for Michael Babb's taste, clearly. And just, yeah, unfortunately, just it's a bit of a silly kind of just slow speed accident. Not really sure really is at fault. Oh, it was a bit of front damage on Michael Babb's car, I can see. That wasn't there before when we were watching it. That's something else has happened.
I know on Nords there's a spectator glitch, but I think that's because of the distance to the car. Does that even happen at Bathurst?
This game's faultless. What do you mean?
The servers literally just went down.
No.
So Payno getting a stop go 30 for that dangerous driving early that we saw that involved Cricky up at McPhillamy. Was that McPhillamy or Suleiman?
Yes.
No. Yes? It was
Solomon Park, yes.
Yeah.
I always get them mixed up as well.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I'm guessing maybe there was something more to that, because he looked like he kind of just had his own... He didn't... I don't think he was at fault for when Cricky hit him, because he was kind of just having to stay there, having his own accident.
No, but well...
There may have been something more to that we didn't see, but we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, we've got another car. Is that 88? Up at McPhillamy, yellowed. This has been treacherous.
I think we just got our first blue flag penalty as well of the race.
Tonkin also had a blue flag penalty, but yeah there's another one as well. Unfortunately, that's P11, the Jacobs 88 AMG, who's had a bit of a moment, but it looks like they've gotten going again. It looks like the rain has stopped, but look at the weather widget again. It's like it's just copy pasta. It's like rain again 30.
So the 676 car, a penalty for causing a collision. Did we see that one, gentlemen?
currently
think there's a lot that we haven't seen.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing an Aston Martin in a collision, but
So Convicts and Colonials of Bartlett, Carpenter, and Tim Brook, but yes, unfortunately a penalty for those guys. P10 as well, so that's P10 having a penalty. Oh, was that Ferrari's
position? That was the position.
And I was going to say that's not making that corner as well. The one at Ferrari that flew up the inside of Naeem.
What? Who's? So Fabby's made it past Naeem, but they have a 15-second penalty to serve, so it's a bit moot right now. But that Ferrari's carrying a bit of front-end damage.
Yeah, it looks like they make their braking zone coming into the chase, and they just unfortunately flew off into the grass shortly behind as well.
One of our drivers in the YouTube chat saying the server's going down to stop them from getting in the car. That is a bit of a spanner in the works for sure.
Not very good. Do remember there is the ACC connector, so please use it if you cannot jump in. It is useful. You'll find the link for it in the next event details in the thing. I believe also, yeah, so there's been an announcement made about it in the Discord, so check that in the endurance announcements chat.
Naeem having a bit of a kiss of the wall, bit more than a kiss, that was pashing. But I can understand though, if you weren't using ACC connector and then it was your time to swap just as it sort of happened, you might not have been ready and therefore couldn't get in the car. But yeah, make sure you're all across that now for sure.
This is... Yeah, either way, this is why I petition for it. It doesn't matter if it's sim racing, shooters, any kind of multiplayer games. Developers, this is why you should have direct IP join options for your things. Don't rely on server-hosted server lists. Have contingencies. Don't rely on us to make them for you. Anyway.
But going well for Gnome, currently in 6th position from where they were, which I believe was 2nd. That Nissan, which is Kong, I believe, driving it now, a couple positions up, which is all right, but they will be probably pushing to try getting past and fighting that Nissan again as soon as possible. Now, is the Gnome car, have they had a driver change yet? I've seen Gnome in the car for the last probably 2 hours.
Isn't that Taufik's car as well?
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, I think Taufik started the race.
It's just those two. So it's going to be 6 hours apiece, or at least we're only going to see those 2 names for 7-Eleven car for GSI Esports Elite. But yeah, I'm guessing Taufik did one of the earlier stints, but he's already caught back up to the back of Babby again. And how many of these two play nice, please? You saw Naeem overshoot the end of the chase last lap, and they both got a few scars on them as well. As we're kind of getting to that point where there's a bit of a dry line starting to form more visually, and rather than anything times the grip, pressures will be going up, and fuel loads will be coming down a bit, so there's a little bit more opportunity for slip. People might be bringing the TC down a little bit. And I say the GTR does really excel. Like, I know it's like very quick in the web, but I find it really excels in the sort of half-baked conditions where it's a little bit greasy, because it can just get the power down, and it's so much better than some other cars. See 551 on the exit of a Quarry Bend is currently yellowed, and hopefully waiting for all the cars to come through. There's a gap just after 714. Not too sure who is in 551 right now. Sector 1 car. So Sean Mullock will be clevering his eyes.
This is... It looks like we have a few dangerous corners. Another little slow car over in the turn 2 moving though, so that's fine.
That Nissan looks like it's having a fun little Sunday drive while these two are absolutely boxing it out up the straight. Oh, there could be a move on here, but getting it done around the outside of Quarry Bend is no easy feat. He's going to have a look, but that camber is just not your friend, and that's going to be wetter than the inside, and yeah, there's nothing to be done there, but just letting Babby know, hey man, I'm here, you slip up, I'm going to capitalize.
I was going to ask how easy Babby was going to make it with the 15-second penalty, but it looks like he's going to fight full-on non-stop for this position. Obviously, a position does matter even with that 15-second penalty, because staying in front there could mean the difference between a few positions a bit later on.
Probably sorry, go on.
Oh, I mean, you're holding them up. They're not getting further away from you. Like, you're keeping them within reach when you have served that penalty. But yeah, go ahead, Cam.
I was going to say, we're about 20 minutes away from what would be the end of the current stint. Maximum probably looking at 8 hours and 45 minutes is when most cars are going to be in. And, you know, there we go. We literally deja vu with the weather again. What do you take with more rain on the horizon? It might dry out a little bit. We've got a bit more sun up in the sky right now, a bit more UV to dry the track out, but the temp is still only 15 for track and ambient. So it's really not drying out right now. It's definitely not the current day weather for sure. So we see Brady Addison in the box and Ben Higdon doing another sort of wall trading paint again, but completely in control of the two Mustangs right at the top of the field for now, until Addison obviously drops back because he's doing a stop. That's really put that car off kilter as well. I think the damage that Lucas Keys suffered with the lapped AMG rejoining, I did see on his stream he suffered quite a lot of rear damage, and it was enough to affect his pace, and I think he had to come in to do an early stop, which has put them off sequence. See Michael Babb 126, 10-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 75. I dare say that's what we saw in the replay with the AMG. Kind of unfortunate incident, but nevertheless at fault.
I think something else that also very much needs to be looked at the moment is this timing board is not going to be useful for a while, because a lot of these cars, especially up in this top 10, are starting to be off of the pit strategy and the pit timing that we were going off at the start because of incidents and all of that. So this board can change a lot over the next 30 minutes as people do begin to pit and everything like that. So you will see, as we did see there, Lucas Keys dropped to 6th position, but you still got to remember that Hignett and all that do need to pit in the next 30.
So also it makes that choice interesting because, as Cam alluded to, they're off sequence now, and we're looking at rain in 30 minutes, but we don't know if that's going to go on for longer than that. And they might have some of that third-party software that tells you a little bit more about it, but like it does make their choice more interesting, whereas the number 69 car can just run this tires to the end of that stint and see what the weather's going to do. As we're looking at a move here. So 3 for position. Name looking around the outside of Mullock's maneuver. Looks like he's... So Keys coming up, but it looks like Name's gotten in front of Babby. No?
Yeah. He didn't fight that one too hard once Nine was alongside going into the chase. It was yeah.
But
he subsequently let one up. There's another Mustang. Ferrari of the same livery up ahead. Just don't get confused.
Yeah, like team cars. But that Mustang, that is looking dangerous right now. I'd be quivering in my wet tires if I was Babby right now.
Yeah, you shouldn't fight it too hard since this car has just done its stop. It's full fuel, fresh tires, and it's got Lucas Keys at the helm. We know how quick he is, so you shouldn't fight this one too hard either.
And interesting for the battle as well is as they're coming up to the mountain, they've got a lot of blue flags ahead of them coming through here, so they will be slowed down, and it could cause issues coming out of Forest Elbow on who has the better exit there.
So 47 cars on track. Like, it's a lot around the circuit. It's a long track, but it's I think, you know, they're all kind of fighting over the same spots. As a C. As the Nime, I think, had to avoid the other Octane Racing Ferrari, who finds a wall at the metal grate as well. But thankfully, his teammate and Lucas Keys in the Mustang finds the wall again, but they get through unharmed. Oh dear. It's not the best way to get out of a run. And
Lucas Keys just all under the wing here. Just if this was a wider track, easier track, I think you'd have this done, but you're pretty much single file all the way up and down the mountain unless you're really, really brave. We'll see what kind of exit they get. He's taking a slightly wider line. No blue flags to speak of just yet. That Ferrari does have some front end damage, but we'll have to see.
That was a good exit. You don't want to be too close. You don't want to close in on the car as he has the draft, pulls alongside, and I dare say Babby's got to back out of this just like he did with Naim as well. Knows that fight is lost and not worth fighting, especially with his penalty as well. So he comes right now. So that's unleashed Lucas Keys. I think Naim's gone up the road a little bit, but yeah. Just got to play this one safe. It's interesting to see how far Hignett goes. As I dare say, I want to say 8:45 is going to be when we're going to see most of those guys who are, you know, done their stints to the maximum since the start. Is probably going to see that's when they're in the box.
It's Cheeky Car in the sandbox at Hell's Corner.
Always fun. And here we have a quick update as we are just past 1 p.m. in real life time, 8 a.m. in game time. Currently we have in first Benjamin Hignett taking the lead, followed by Chariots in that Aston Martin pushing strong. B. Kong in the Nissan, followed by Naim in the Ferrari and Lucas Keys in the Ford. That's 5th place. Babby is currently in 6th with a 15-second penalty, holding on strong. I cannot read that name because my eyes are not great. I think it's Ben Vincent. Oh, jeez. In 7th. In 8th, we have... I'm just going to say, where are you? Because that's what it looks like.
Shame fodder now.
Where are you?
Where are you?
Where are you?
Kumar in 9th and in 10th is Brock at the moment. That's our current top 10 for the race as we do pull off. I am going to be leaving the bridge for a little while and leaving you off with Hobbsy. How you doing, Hobbsy? Have fun.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Good luck, Loopy. There's lots of blue flags. I'm very sorry to Rich on your introduction, but we've got blue flags almost just blocking in the Ford Mustang. They're not obliged to get out of the way on the mountain, but oh my goodness, I just lost Lucas a heap, a whole truckload of time.
Yep, look, no, not ideal, but Lucas will get past in a moment. There's the blue flags. Obviously, the blue flags aren't obliged to give the position up. Yeah, damaged AMG. Yeah, they don't have to give the position up over the top because it's not safe enough to do so unless they have an incident or something. Then they can pull off to the side. But Keys is on a charge at the moment. Hits the curb, wants to get past this blue flag and does so easily. They make it easy for him to get out of the way. But yeah,
and Vintner is all over the back of Babby as well. I'm sorry, Mitch. I'm already talking over you. You really just joined the box.
No, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to, you know, get talked over. Isn't that what I'm here for?
No. I'm going to talk over you right now. We've got rain increasing in 30 minutes as well, so a big downpour happening. We've got a yellow flag just ahead. Oi! So
off the side, it was fine.
Yeah,
no threat at all.
No.
The threat from the GTR on the Ferrari, it might be another one that Babby is not going to fight too hard, given his penalty as well. Shout out to this GTR. We only said there was 2 GTRs, but we forgot about this one. We have 3. That is Ben Vittner in the Sofa Kings Low number 90.
Do you think Lucas Keys must have taken less? I don't think there's any, seeing his pace. So yeah, nothing too wrong there. Going to be on the right tyre for the rest, but
slow cars up ahead. More blue flags, more content.
Content.
How are you,
Mitch? What a camera.
Going well. Had some luncheon.
No, lunch is cooking. I've just been helping out the stewards a little bit, sitting around in the safety car in case it ever needs to come out at some point. But
how many tables have been flipped in the steward's room?
No, I don't think that. No one's been particularly, vocally upset or anything. It's just,
just disappointed dad vibes.
Yeah, just the the odds. Why has that been done or what's happened there? So, and overall they're not too bad. They're just getting a big influx of incidents. It sort of quiets down, then they get 4, and then it quiets down, then they get another 4 or 5. So, no, they're going along nicely, and they're just getting the penalties out, making sure they're very much reviewing them as much as they can, getting as many eyes on it to ensure that they're making the right decision. So, yeah, the penalties aren't given lightly. Someone's gone off at the end of what has happened there. Somebody went off at the end of Conrod.
I looked away for 2 seconds to type something in the chat. I mean, to be fair, something is happening about every 10 seconds.
Yes.
959, but it's the Rotuma spin cars.
Ah, yes, Chris Brooker. What's happened there? Just looked like he went straight off in at the edge of the braking zone almost. There was a car. I don't know if it was Chris or somebody else, but interesting.
We've got someone travelling slow out of the end of the chase. They're up to speed now. I have enjoyed when we watch someone come into the pits, we get this like vaguely ominous shot of the safety car.
Yeah. I've placed it just in the right spot.
Yeah. So, riding along with the 69 Mustang, currently comfortably in the lead. It's a lot of race to go still, though.
Yeah, unlike real life Bathurst 12 Hour, where the safety car generally needs to refuel because it's out there so often. We thankfully don't need it too much in the virtual game, but it's nice to have Hobbsy. You must get numb bum in that thing, sitting in that race seat the whole race.
Oh, it is happening, admittedly, but someone's got to do it in case there could be a safety car any moment. So sitting here waiting for something to happen. We don't want an incident, but if it does, I'll be here and start it up and away we'll go.
Yeah. The sun has quickly been absolutely dissipated completely, and some few people, I think everyone's just put their lights on right now because the cloud cover has just immediately shut away what sun we did have. And see, shout out to John Charitos. I do apologise if I butcher your name, but Academy driver, partnered with Chris Curley. Granted, a little bit under threat right now, but he's done a good job. He's not put a foot wrong at all. There's been many drivers who have, and.
Now that's it.
Test him now. Yeah, he's well, this is the ultimate test now. We fought Bathurst 12 out. Put me on the mic as well. That's the real ultimate curse. As Lucas Keys is all over the back of 9 round with a good exit out of the last corners. Having a nose up to having a look into Hell corner. He gets it done. Breaks late. 9 sees him coming. Doesn't fight it too hard as well. He knows that car is just boxed. It's got fresh tires. It's got a fresh driver. It's got one of the quickest drivers in our bloody league, for God's sakes, and he is on a charge right now in the Mustang.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're actually watching all these cars of position. We've got 2, 3, 4, and 5 in a line, so that's pretty spicy, all with less than a second between them.
There we go, a few more drivers in the comms box for interviews. There we go, there's the curse. The Charitos has gone wide at the exit of the cutting, and Lucas Keys says thank you very much, flies on through on those fresh wets. It's going to have so much more grip. Granted, he's going to have a full tank of fuel, but it's going to, having the fresh wets as opposed to 55-minute old tires. These guys are going to be boxing very soon because it's got to be coming up to the end of the stint. We'll see him in the next 5 or 6 minutes. But shout out to Brian Kong right there, that kind of in a bit of recovery drive, getting up to the back now of these two. Oh, Jean's gone very wide. That's not the entry you want for the Dipper. But Naim is all over the back rim, but can't do much right now. If you just park it on the racing line, you can't do anything. Oh, that's really wide now. All the composure's gone. Shallow entry into Forest Elbow, but gets it a good exit as a result as well still. So good driving from him so far. Someone take over, please, before I end this man's career.
You can't in this man's career, so he's lost that one position at the moment.
Comes the GTR.
Losing, say the GTR probably pull him down. Oh, no, that's the right thing there from Brian, just to pull him behind. Didn't want to go for the overtake too late into the straight.
He was definitely far along enough for sensible driving from him.
I think we've seen as well in his academy races. I'm pretty sure he's blitzed. Ooh, that was spicy. He's I think he's probably ready for the nod up to sprints if he wishes.
These guys. Nice to have 2 GTRs up there. I'm very sad we got no Bentleys here. Apparently Bentley's OP at Bathurst, but not OP enough for anyone to take it.
Are you racing today, Cam?
No. I kind of, I got a little bit cold feet, I will say, last minute, but I don't know. I've not had good luck in Enduros. I'm happy enough being a sprint specialist. But yeah, Bathurst Enduros I should get back on the Enduro grind. But no, I'm not racing. I don't think any of us are right now. No, you're not in this race, are you?
No. No. This is the extent of my involvement. But
and Mitch Hobbs doesn't race anymore either.
No.
Only shows up for esports events right now. Typical.
Yeah, something. No, I'll come back to sprints next season. It's all right. Don't panic.
I think we got a little bit of light rain happening now.
We do, yes, and it's been one of those days for weather in the race. It's light rain, medium rain in 10, medium decreasing in 30, and then probably light rain in 30, and then dry again, and then it'll go wet again. It's just going to be that cycle, I think, for most of the day, or at least up until 20:08 game. Probably, I would say, heading towards the afternoon. It's probably when it's might look to clear up a bit.
Getting there so far. I keep whittering on about it, but yeah, we're going to see all these guys. A lot of cars in the box very, very shortly. I hope I don't be made a bug. There we go. He's coming in. Justified. I was right for once, and hopefully gets nice and stopped.
Would you like to enter?
Yes, please. A stick or two.
Oh, well, I don't know if I've got a gold star for you there, Cam, but,
Oh.
I'm sorry, Cam, it's not in the budget.
Not in the budget, yeah.
The budget star's not on alcohol.
It's not reflective of our sponsors, that's just us.
No, yeah, this is our personal budget.
All the sponsors' money went to the stewards' alcohol fund.
I get paid 15 cents an hour for my sprints comms, and I put all that towards the alcohol budget. So
you guys are getting paid.
I was going to say, hang on a minute, huh? Hang on a minute.
As Cam's prediction is correct, at the end of it's the third stint, I would believe we've got people coming in to the pits.
420 there, capsized motorsport of
Shane Waro.
Sorry, I've heard someone say fodder now, and I don't know how you get that. I was in the same team with him in OES for ages. I never asked actually how he pronounces it. I've shared a bloody car with him as well. I'm terrible teammate.
That's disappointing.
You were in the same team technically as well, so you can take some blame too.
No.
You didn't share a car, but whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to the sad remnants of the OES club.
See, I told you, light rain in 30. What the?
Yeah, clearly you're wrong. It says rain plus.
Yeah, I said in 30, Cam.
Yeah, I don't count. What number?
Oh, you don't count? Yeah, can you count that high?
Is that after the B in the alphabet?
Yeah, something like that.
There's Benjamin Hignett just, we get it, you're quick, you're good. Just sliding out of Solomon Park.
Yeah, we jump on board with this car and it looks so racy every single time. Like it's if ACC had the wing mirrors popping off, they'd never have a wing mirror on the right.
No, they would not. They're getting very close. A lot of the cars have been certainly pushing limits in the wet. I think they've realised now that they've started to get comfortable and getting that rhythm that they can actually push those braking points a little bit further. They can push the accelerator a little bit further to push the car a bit further out wide. So, they're certainly not holding back now that they've got a little bit of an understanding of what the weather's going to do and how wet the track is. Hasn't actually managed to dry out enough yet for a green track, so maybe that's a later job. But, looking forward to seeing what the rest of the day brings.
It's I hope everyone's got their ponchos out because get settled in. We're going to be raining for a while.
I had my poncho at last year's 12 hour. Does that count?
No, because you're getting wet now. As you see Ben Hignett coming into the pits right on that end of stint timer.
Yep.
Mugface.
Yeah, Smugface. So they've got an interesting little insight I can actually give you is they've already English. They've used up half of Brad Cook's driving time in that car. So that's why that's the wrong car. Sorry, I'm confused.
That's not a Honda.
I've had it confused. That's not a Honda, yes. Well, I can tell you the Honda, they've used up half of Brad Cook's timing. This car, they should be popping in, I dare say, Bub now might come in now, or maybe they might pop kind of Heim back in.
Whereabouts is that Honda? They were running, obviously we saw them have a pretty big moment, but I haven't actually seen much of them since then.
They're down in the high 20s, I think, or 30s in the position, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay.
Just a bit of a rough one for them. They tried something, had a bit of a hardware failure, and didn't. There they are. There you go. 25. Liam Hamilton in the car at the moment.
Not over. It's never over.
No, it's not over. They've still got
Hobbsy's on a recovery drive too.
I'm on the commentary recovery drive.
Shout out to Kovacs Purple as well. 191. I saw the Lunchy crash. It's so unfortunate in that one. Kovacs Purple having a clean race illegal.
Yeah, it's not allowed apparently. Here's JP in said Kovacs Purple 191 car. Just making their way past one of the Oz Team racing cars in the Ferrari.
That's Ren 614 and P42.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going through. Got to tick them off one by one, and not a million miles away from the Lambo up ahead for position. So yeah, I think top 10 potentially. 8 hours to go. Cursed.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah, you've probably cursed them now, but yeah, 8 3/4 to go. Still plenty.
I did promise anyone who's from Thai background or lives in Taiwan, I promised I was going to curse them. So John Gormley, Tim Goob, John Pierre Sneakers, Hamster, Mark Bushell, you're all getting cursed.
He's got a list. He's got those names on bullets.
There's a lot of us now. All of us. This is not racial, but it's like I call us TIE fighters. Our fellow TIE fighter brethren squadron of. But anyway, God, I've killed my career, haven't I?
Yeah, I was going to say we're R.I.P. Cam Thistlethwaite.
Yeah,
cancelled.
See you later.
Cam Thistlethwaite.
And that was Cam Thistlethwaite, everybody. See ya.
Hashtag thanks, Mike. Hashtag Cam cancelled.
I just played a TIE fighter screech. That kind of.
No, you can't do that.
It's all
you do not have the
good
capacity
fun.
for that big man.
No. That's good from you. That's good. Yeah, I like that. A brief respite for our poor cameraman right now. Nothing's going on.
Yep.
Neil Haynes. Not the beans.
No, not the beans. Don't get confused. Currently leading.
Give it the beans, but not the beans.
Exactly.
Did anyone actually say Neil Hines leading the AM class right now, or did Glenn just tell us that?
We do actually have something we can talk about. We've got the driver representative for 532, one of the Oz Team cars. Coincident, I was just talking about them. Aidan Squire's going to join us in the box momentarily. We can ask them. They've had a bit of an up and down day, unfortunately. They were up in the top 20 and now they're down. Where is Logan? P36 at the moment. So they're having a bit of a rough day. So
Just before he comes in, but thank you for the dono to Raphael Chua as well. It's and I think another dono's just come in as well. Absolute legends.
People are the best.
People are the best.
Yes. And while we've
People, good.
To people, we love people.
Yes, we love people. And speaking of people, we've got 532 up on the screen, and we've got...
Put down your Prime Minister speech.
We've got Aiden Squires joining us in the box. Aiden, you guys have had a pretty up and down day. You were up in the top 20 earlier, and now you're on the recovery drive. What's ahead for you guys?
Yeah, look, Logan's just been putting in some good laps in the wet. He's been just getting the hammer down and getting going again, because unfortunately we just kind of got the perfect storm of a mix between Kunos things and hardware issues. So yeah, we were top 10. I think we were 9th or 8th, and then we had a wheel disconnect. Jezza came to come back into the pits. We got me in the car after I, because it's WA for me. It's 8 a.m. I'm chucking on my shoes, getting my wheel ready, all that. And then I get in the car and the game crashes. So
good, yeah.
Yeah, just fun stuff. So I've been on pit crew duty this whole race, and I will be for the rest because my entry's unfortunately a bit broken. But yeah, we're slogging it through. We've moved up a few positions. Logan's, like I said, driving like an absolute legend out there. So yeah, hopefully we can keep it up and get back into. Hopefully we can get back to maybe top 30, but we'll have to see, because our strategy's a bit out of the ballpark right now.
Unreal Engine 4 takes no prisoners. It does not take... It plays no favourites. It treats everyone terribly. But Logan's an absolute machine. I will say, sort of one of our newer drivers has kind of come onto the scene, and having been in the same splits of him for the last few... he is a definitely pro, not silver, on pace, that's for sure.
Yeah, look, we did get put in the pro category. We were 11th in the standings, and we've got 2 silver drivers, me and Logan. Although, like you said, he might be able to use a promotion.
Don't even make that excuse.
He could make a promotion, so we're okay with that. And in a race like this, anything can happen, as we've seen. Like you might be running lower down in the class, but if you just string together some stints, you can pull back a few positions, and you never know what's next. So we're keeping at it. They're going to have to juggle the stint timer a bit, because it's 6 hours each, and because it's a 12-hour race, obviously it's going to be pretty close. Luckily I was in the car for a bit when my game crashed, but yeah, they're going to have to pull some magic out with that, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, very sorry to hear that you're not going to be able to race for the rest of it. That's heartbreaking, to be honest. I'm sure you did a lot of prep and a lot of work to get ready for this one, but get to watch your teammates do their very, very best.
Yeah, look, I mean, as well on a track like this, it is useful to have someone always just sitting back watching, cars going off at the next few corners. And obviously in this weather, the visibility is, well, to put it bluntly, pretty much nothing. So it does help to have someone on the lookout. But yeah, I am a bit bummed. I did do quite a bit of practice. I mean, as we all did, I hope. So yeah, it is a bit of a bummer, but these things happen, and there's always next time. So
yeah, there'll be more. There'll be a lot more enduros for Octane, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. One final one for you, Aiden. Being that you're going to be essentially the strategist for the rest of the day, are you going to look to potentially take, depending on what the weather allows for, some alternative strategies, whether it does dry up for a bit longer, a bit later, and you need to jump onto the tries? Would you look at something like that, or are you going to just try and sort of push through with what strategy you planned for the race?
Yeah, I mean, considering we're already kind of off the main sort of strategy from our issues, we are obviously always looking at opportunities. It does look like the weather is going to stay fairly consistent with rain, dry, but if we do notice a change and there's an opportunity, you can be sure we'll jump in on that. Like, we'll try our best, is what I'll say.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us, Aiden, and good luck being the strategist for the rest of the day, and hopefully the lads can pull it through to the end.
Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for all your work in the combox. Thanks to the stewards behind closed doors. You guys are all doing a fantastic job. And Glenn, can't forget to forget him. But yeah, everyone, good luck to everyone racing, and have a good day.
No worries. Cheers, Aiden.
Thanks,
very
Aiden.
much for jumping in, giving it insight. Yeah, he's right. It's been the weather has been consistently inconsistent.
Yes, yeah.
Got another blue flag penalty coming through.
Yeah. Yeah, there's. I could give you some of the insights from the stewards box. There have actually been a few of these that have come up. Obviously, you're not going to get penalised if you blue flag over the top because there's no real safe place for you to let the faster car pass. But you need to obviously do it within a timely manner, and down Conrod Straight is always the best time to do it. So yeah, a couple of drivers just unfortunately not quite letting them go past within a timely manner, and that's where those penalties will come in. But yes, of course, we do thank the stewards and of course Glenn. Now, of course, none of you can probably hear Glenn because he's just whispering dulcet tones to us in the background here on the stream. He's doing all the camera work and he's probably going to sing us lullabies later. So looking forward to that.
I was going to say, I really like Glenn's beatboxing hour, where he just the whole time. It's really, really good.
Man's got some bars, yeah.
Yeah,
he does actually, yeah. And then there's those like 20 minutes of increased anger in typing, just furious typing. We hear a bit of that too.
There's also the scary 5 minutes of straight screaming. That's worrying. It usually happens with about an hour to go in the 12-hour enduro.
Yeah.
So good luck to whoever's in the box then.
When did you blokes become comedians?
Glenn wants to know.
I was never funny, Glenn.
I don't think
I've
we were ever
unmuted
funny.
myself.
Oh, Glenn, you can hear Glenn now. Hi, Glenn.
He does. Yeah, we're not mad. We're not.
He can defend himself.
You've lost your marbles, and we're only what 3.5 hours in.
Well, that's 3.5 mason jars for you, isn't it?
just emptied one.
But honestly, Glenn, poor guy has to sit here and just be in comms the whole time, on broadcast the whole time. Shout out every enduro you do this, whether it's 24, 12, 6 hours. You deserve every praise you get, mate. It's thank you so much for what you do to deal with us, particularly me and Hobbsy as well. Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Jesus. No.
Yeah, you won't be able to claim compensation for those damaged earlobes that you're gonna have later on from all our crap.
I don't think Glenn's seen who's in for the final 2 hours. I don't think he's going to look forward when he sees the comp schedule for that.
Oh yeah. Oh well.
Oh god, I just looked.
It's all right.
You just looked? Yeah.
I'll get to sleep tomorrow.
Yeah, if the last 2 hours are on us following one car on the broadcast, you'll know what happened.
You'll know what's happened. Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Glenn. Well, it's been very eventful first 3.5 hours here. Still 8.5 to go, drying up on the track, or not on the track, drying up in the weather within the next 30 minutes, probably around 20 minutes or so now. So it's just going to be a bit of a repeat of that weather. 14 degrees ambient and 14 degrees on track, so that's definitely not going to promote the track drying up when the rain stops, which might ruin some of the drivers' strategies if they had planned for some dry stints, which I suspect will probably come a bit later in the afternoon when it heats up a bit.
Yeah, it's really not heating up at all. I'll say, like it touched up to like 15 Celsius, but it's come back down to 14 since the sun's gone away. So I don't think we've seen, even through the dry, when the rain has stopped, it has never left the wet track condition on the system. Ever at all.
We did get damp and greasy. We had greasy for about 3 laps before it started raining.
3 laps? A whole 3 laps?
No, a whole 3 laps, yeah. And then it went straight to damp again, and then to wet, and then we've been on basically wet ever since. That was about 2 hours ago.
I think, last year, I think I remember the 12-hour we did, stone dry, desert-like conditions, not a drop. And then now we've cranked up we've left the tap on, and this is have fun for all those out there. We're enjoying it in the comm box.
Lucas Keys has closed up that gap to now Joshua Holmes in the 69 Mustang. It's less than 10 seconds now.
Oh, DT for Stephen Time, one of them. Do we see that come up? Is that true?
I did because I'm in game. It's speeding in the pit lane.
Okay, I was going to say surely not track limits. I know sometimes you get one for hitting the wall here, but like, Josh Holmes. Oh, they've unleashed old Jolmesy, and he's going to really pedal this beast now. Good old Jolmes.
Has that ever been said before, Jolmes? Is that a nickname for Josh Holmes?
I say it all the time.
Yeah. We
Really?
call him Jamwise.
It's literally his team's
I've heard Jamwise. I've not heard Jolmes. It just sounded like something that Cam's made up right this second.
No, people will call him Jolm.
I don't know if I'm convinced.
I mean, talking about people we shouldn't let on the mic, Jones is one of them. Man's got a cheeseburger.
Well, then why am I
for a brain?
Damn.
We love you. You're in the car. You can't type back. But sorry. Yeah. Shout out to all our donors as well. I think another one from Harsha Hosa. Getting us so close to 12k, you bunch of utter legends.
Stephen Ty serving that drive-through. Now Lucas Keys has dropped another second. Well, sorry, picked up a second to P1 Josh Holmes. Could be on for something here pretty soon. Oh, that is a lot of traffic.
I think Misson's just come out the box, having just served a drive-through, so they're only just up the road from that. Wow, that's a leader. So that's put Stephen Ty nearly, about 100 meters away from being a lap down. That's I'd be getting on it. I don't want to go. You really just don't want to go a lap down at all.
That is crazy that there's like an upper echelon of this race that is literally only like the top 4, 5, 6 cars, 7 cars, sorry, that are about to be on the lead lap, and everyone else is further down. It's been very, very atrocious so far.
I would like to see if it does. We actually get to dry running. What? Oh my God, Stephen Ty! I couldn't even see a gap between the wall and his car then. But blimey, I'd like to see, like, once it dries out, I wonder like what cars will actually come out on top in terms of pace, because we've obviously seen I think it's been fairly equal on pace. I don't think any of them have been. Obviously we've got two. Yes, we have two Mustangs at the front, therefore Mustang OP. But I don't think like necessarily they've been like way faster on terms of pace than the others. I think mainly it's been the drivers for those Mustangs as well, I have to say.
For sure. I think they've done a good job of keeping out of too much trouble as well. I mean, we saw Lucas Keys have that moment with the spun around car, but apart from that, it's been pretty clean. I do think to win an enduro, you do need a little bit of luck as well. It's not all skill.
And just a note on that, like to bring it up with Lucas Keys, that car, as I said, is off sequence, and I think I recall they boxed at the 9 hours and 15-minute mark, I want to say. So they'll be boxing quite a bit earlier than these two. Dare say, I want to say maybe at the 8:10 mark we'll see that car come in. But it'd be interesting. That's obviously something they're going to have to deal with for the rest of the race. Granted, if the conditions permit them to go out to the hour to maximize the 65-minute stints. To be honest, the weather hasn't really forced, while it's been up and down, it hasn't really forced anyone to go off strategy. There's been a few people that may have like taken drives. I think we thought some people did take drives, but I think it was just the error of the thing. Yeah, Naeem. I'm pretty sure Naeem and this car, 111 did.
The 111 did, yeah. So
because they were up towards the top in P2 and 3 at the time.
They were, and then I think they're about P4, P5. But yeah, as you said, Cam, that 714 car Keys, they are a little bit off the normal sort of timeline strategy. They pitted about 9 hours 10 left-ish, I think, and then which would lead them to about 8:05. So they'll pit in about 20 minutes or so, and they're probably catching up because of the lower fuel, which then therefore means they've got lower tire, less tire wear because the car's not as heavy. So, and obviously it's just keys to the wheel too. But been interesting to see sort of how that has gone for them. There was a little bit of an error. I think earlier, one small error, and then there was obviously that incident that the 714 was involved in due to a car not holding their brakes and coming back onto the racing line of McPhillamy and tapping them around, which I don't recommend at all.
No, we did see a kind of period of a lot of penalties for unsafe rejoins. There were, unfortunately, too many to count, I will say, and as the rain did intensify. But we did see, I have to say, we saw a lot of people do the right thing as well. There was a lot of people waiting, and it's not always clear cut. It being a right time to go, not the right time to go, not being spun in the first place. I think is the best thing. But that's not how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep banging on about this. Lucas Keys, it's 2.4 now. This is coming down rapidly.
Yeah.
Well, you just have to avoid that Mustang that went off in the background. So, right there, those two. Thank you very much. So that's going to take him past the hour mark, hopefully, just about.
Just about, yeah.
27 minutes from our lovely Glenn left on his stint timer.
Yeah, through the pit, like as we were saying, off sequence, even if he gets in front of Josh Holmes, he's probably going to end up behind him again. But there's a long game to be played here. Obviously, the more time you make up, the better.
That is discredit to Holmes as well, but Lucas has just been utterly on at this stint.
Yeah. Obviously, the most basic tenet of racing is go fast, and Lucas Keys is showing us that.
Yeah, he's
nice to see Taufik back in the... Sorry, go on.
No, I was just looking at the way that Lucas is just fully committing through McPhillamy. He was just on the curb there, which I wouldn't always risk in the wet, but he is just on it, and he will be catching Josh very quickly, and he will make it as quickly as he can pass so that he can get that time back in front that they had earlier on in the race, and then he can put Brady back in the car and they can continue on forward. There we go. So Dry's come up in 30, and that should probably switch over soon to the 10 mark, and we'll see if that actually holds for longer than 5 minutes.
Naeem, the teammate of P3 right now, the 711 car, asking if they can donate to slow down these two in front. No, but I can understand your sentiment right now. I think 711 car is only just going through turn 2, Quarry Bend, and these two are about to end the lap right now. So that's an enormous gap for these two. Like, it puts them in such a different league. Granted, one of the cars is a little bit off sequence, but it's I don't think we can. I don't think I can defend the. I can't. It's just Mustang OP. We just have to accept it. Supremacy.
I think, did you just flip-flop your position from about 30 minutes ago where you said it was the drivers?
Look, if they were Bentleys, I'd put up more of a fight, or GTRs, but I'm not a Mustang driver, so, Mustang OP. Oh, that's wide from Jones. It's going to be up the inside for Lucas Keys. He's going to have enough momentum to clear him. I think he has done, and Jones tucks in back now for the cutting, sensibly done. Just got a little bit wide through Griffin's Bend, and Lucas Keys takes the lead.
So Lucas Key is going to try and stretch his legs, get as much of that time back as he can before he has to pit in about 20 minutes or so. I will say again, we need to see what this next iteration of the weather widget's going to be, but Lucas Keys being out of sync might have to make a slightly tough choice on the tyres, because we might actually see dry racing come up eventually, and he might have to split hairs with that one.
Dry racing?
Dry racing is just the thing. You know that they have these tires that don't have any grooves in them. It's pretty wild.
Does this game not have a rain? I thought it was rain only.
I just got reprimanded by Glenn in the booth. I'm not racing. I don't care. If it stays wet, that's fine by me. That's content, baby. But for these guys, it might be fun if it's dry.
I want 60-degree track temps like the Bathurst 12-hour I attended in 2020. next year. Punches, law, realism. It was actually 60 degrees track temps. It was insane what they dealt with back then. The glorious pre-COVID times. But anyway, yeah, I was going to say, I forgot what I was going to say. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you, Convicts and Colonials. I was going to say, thank you very much for the $100 donation. We're $26 away from 12K for the Neale Fund. You guys are incredible.
We love people.
People love.
People love Neale. That should be said too.
Absolutely.
We just had a yellow flag that's moving up along on the top of the mountain. Another 47. Very brief one too, 47, because the 42 was the first one. 47 now having a bit of trouble up there.
That is concrete racing. First to Gallagher and Baker. Oh, backwards. Yes, familiar sight of from this year's 12 out, and definitely quite a lot of front damage for that Mustang. It's weighing, cars coming. There's not really any gaps as well. There's got another yellow flag a bit further down for the 695. I'd reverse it, J-turn it. Reverse yeah. J-turn. Yeah, good boy.
You've got the space. It's the only safe place to be turned around. I don't know if I would have gone that way.
Oh, he's got a scare one. Stop. Yeah, it's okay if he doesn't go too far, but he's just going to give everyone a big scare. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. I feel a little bit traumatized after what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
There we go. Nice and patient, gets it done. Get that one back to the pits. We'll see the guy, People's elbow that bonnet down, and we'll be good to go.
Yeah, just you know, do a Nissan Hornets, Norton Hornets, job on that. Just wham it down with a few usses.
I don't know about just ride the tarmac, mate. Grass is a bit sketchy.
So there's one thing that everyone has a crash and they do like nearly, they're trying to get it back to the pits and they think they're going slow, but it's like, no, you're doing about 180 Ks with like a car with 90 degrees of steering just to do a straight line. Like, slow it down. You're gonna save more time than when you fly off and have to RTG. So yeah, oh my god, that's more than 90 degrees just to go straight line. Is it gonna go left? Oh, it is turning. Is it gonna do right? Can't even see over the bonnet line, and like I can't move my head up just to see over.
They've got plenty of space on the track though, so all good.
Must be what it's like to drive a Ford F-150. Don't see all the people that you run over.
I was gonna say, yeah, all those children you can't see as you run them over.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But think about the children.
Yeah, and my name's Braden. I drive an F-150. I'm surprised he has any steering at all with that. I know that the spectator means you don't get the full animation of the wheel of rotation, but he has found the box. It's a good job from Mr. Frühstück.
Johnny back on board with Jolms in the 69 Mustang. Navigating in the mountain, looks like a little bit of blue flag traffic ahead. Nothing too crazy though.
Yeah, 3.5 seconds now. Lucas Keys is taken out of Johns. He's said, like, Johns is not a slow operator. No, absolutely not. Granted, he's got more fuel in the car right now than Lucas Keys, but Lucas is absolutely thriving in his conditions right now and is building that gap. He's got the lead. He's not obliged to get out of the way. He's got everyone, blue flagged ahead of him. It's time to build that margin now. We don't really have like the safety car periods, which is undo all the big gaps that the leaders can create, in real life. We don't have like, safety cars and wave buyers and all that stuff, which bunches the field up. So you can really, get the hammer down and build time. If you have a moment up ahead, those 20 seconds that you build up, will pay dividends.
Cautiously want to just note that the next weather widget update is still just cloudy.
Yeah, but this happened last time.
With a chance of meatballs.
I know. Just cautiously.
Is there a chance of meatballs too?
For you, Cam, anything.
I've not watched the movie, I just know the title.
Nice.
But yes, potentially in all the storing at the wheel. I'm a bit disappointed in Lucas Key. He doesn't have a Mimi race team race, unless it's a joke. I'm not getting it. It's just racing.
Yeah, it's just racing.
Just don't look at the
It's
actual livery.
It's postmodern. You wouldn't get it.
Postmodern. Yeah, I do not understand. It's probably a Zoomer thing, knowing Lucas.
Oi.
Oi,
Are
what?
you pretty young, Cam?
I was once.
Were we all?
Young immaturity.
Chance of meatball flag. I agree, Paul. There is a chance of meatball flag.
It's alright. It's okay, Glenn. I'm out of the com box soon.
Yeah, me too.
Glenn's dying, and yeah, no one can. There will be a complete change of comms in about 15 minutes. All three of us will be disappearing.
Permanently.
Good thing, I don't know. But, no, I'm coming back later. So
we're gonna try and open a door and it's locked.
Yeah.
Glenn's got to get a trap door under our chairs installed so he can just drop us.
He's going to initiate a button. Go on, see ya.
We'll spice up the con doc a bit. Need spicing up. We haven't been, I think we haven't been controversial enough.
Wonderful.
Anyway, why not?
We can talk about pineapple on pizza and how that it's wrong.
Oh, boy.
Don't make me agree with you.
Oh, we're on G-string cam again.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Not my colour, as I said before.
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty... Actually, no, I can't remember if it is a Tim Gobe job or does these, or if it actually is Toto. All I know is Toto wears one too. In the sprint series.
I was going to say,
I should say.
I heard the team uniform is just the G-string, and that's it.
Ah.
Yeah, but he wears it on his head.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're definitely not getting invited back to the box.
Yep.
But well, speaking of sponsors, let's thank them, Cam.
Yes, thank you very much.
Esports, Sim Rigs, Derek. We do with Derek. Derek's a lovely bloke. Booster Media, of course. We had Will in the comm box earlier, and he's hoping to jump back in later today for some further commentary. We're almost at 12 grand for good Sir Neale. Use the QR code down there in the bottom right, or the bit.ly link there to OOR Neale. Head over to the GoFundMe and donate if you have the money to do so. And yeah, it's coming up to 8 hours left now. Keys in the lead, of course, with Holmes and Taufik not too far behind. Charitos, King and Webley and Ty and Babby and Wills and Hammond in the top 10. So a little bit of a change around in the order of the top 10, but most of the drivers are in a similar top 10 area that they were. And Matt Powell has suggested donation incentive.
No, don't read.
Team. Dress
don't bring
up in honor of this car. No. No. Hang on, I've had a further think about it. No, still no.
Yeah.
What about six? What do we need? Sorry. Oh,
Who did that? Who did that? Paul Cranich, was that you?
$1 for Hobbsy to admit the
it was Ben Higgins.
Bloody break it in. I'm going to yell at Ben after this.
Yeah, nearly 12k. That's about $3 US.
Don't talk about the stock exchange and the currency exchange. That's not.
Yeah, you're doing it right now.
No, I'm just talking about that. That's really frustrating me. The OCD.
Oh yes, I forgot. It's been a long time since Hobbsy's political hour.
Political hour yet, and I haven't had a political hour, and I'd rather keep it that way.
Terrible. Just terrible. We're nearly over. We're nearly 10 minutes left of us, chat. Don't worry. And we're going to say Lucas Keys is leading up right now. 8 seconds to Jonesy Boy in the fellow Mustang of 69. And Taufik as well. The gap's too big to register at this rate. It's getting on for... I want to say like something ridiculous, like 100 seconds, because the leads have gone through the chase and he's only coming up the mountain now. But anyway, yeah, Taufik in P3, Charitos is 777 in P4, King in the GTR heading up P5. A good fight for silver class so far, with Webley following up the free man of the silver drivers in the Lamborghini. Stephen Ty still with the fastest lap, I'll say, with a 111. Rockets Evolved, and trying to stay on the lead lap. Glory Babby in P8, Wills in P9, and Hammond in P10. 4 Ferraris in the top 10.
Sure is. It's a very good race car, the Ferrari in general, not just specifically around Bathurst. So not surprised to see you listen to my Ferrari propaganda.
Yeah, sorry, I just looked at the weather. Would you?
I shouldn't have said anything.
Well, we got a whole 16 degrees of track
That
right
went
now.
medium. It was. I saw light, and then I looked at it, and it went medium, and now.
It's like LMU all over again.
Yeah.
Oh, Glenn's gonna hate me for that one.
Oh my gosh! But
I will say, ACC spray a lot better than LMU spray. Oh, a lot more visible.
The spray in ACC is quite fantastic.
LMU is actually blinding. Shout out to Peter Borden, who's racing in the Le Mans Ultimate series that we have on Fridays. Our sort of a test pilot season 1. It's been a lot of fun. I've spent a lot of time at the back.
Oh yes.
I got to race Sao Paulo for once. One of my favorite tracks in multiplayer. I was really happy with that. Didn't see anyone.
Well, yeah.
Just had to bully the occasional GT3 every now and again. I think I went up the inside of Looped into turn 1 with my BMW hypercar and instantly locked at the rears and
killed him.
Swerved right across his nose.
Yeah, I don't. That's not recommended. Don't do that in this race either. I don't recommend that. Here comes a 396 up the inside of the 200 Mustang. Whether they're fighting for position, I'm not sure, but they got past regardless. So they're looking for the move. I don't believe they are fighting for position, so that's okay. That's Chris Darth in the 200 Mustang for MRT.
Not wishing to speak ill, but that car, the 200 car, I think it's been on a bit of thin ice as well this race. We have unfortunately had to disqualify a car for penalties, but there's been a few cars that have been regular occurrence. So I think there's a few drivers that, need to keep their rest of their 8 hours clean, to say the least.
Yeah, it's going to be all about keeping it clean, of course, and minimising the damage as much as possible, because, of course, you're very likely to get damage at least once, if not twice, during this race. So we'll have to see who does the best at that. Lewis Kagali just in chat saying his PC crashed, which is unideal. Unideal is definitely one way I could describe it.
Clearly you haven't bought enough V-Bucks for Tim Sweeney to fix your Unreal Engine 4.
Yeah, not enough, but yeah, so unfortunate. A couple of drivers have had, various hardware failures, Kunos glitches, and whatnot. There you go. Derek Nagel has taken us over 12k, $200. Thank you, Derek. Now we're at 12.2, so that is fantastic to see. Thank you to everybody who, of course, is donating. We really appreciate it.
I feel like we should have like confetti and like a big like like a siren go off every time we do like a big old fundraiser.
Do you want to get your pom-poms and your bikini out as well?
I heard there's a G-string ready for you in your favorite color.
Yeah, purple one.
I will get them out, but someone fill them in concrete if I ever just stop me using them again.
Concrete. That's a very that's a drastic measure they're taking.
It was pretty, last time, it was pretty, that's how bad it was. Oh yeah, the race.
Yeah, as I said, there's a race.
So Dylan King with the 420 Lamborghini closing that gap down to 3 seconds.
Yeah. Brandon Webley in the 420 Lambo. Goes up. Lachlan Jones, a drive-through for blue flags.
That's big. That's big.
Yeah, that's if that's not an advocate and example of why you should be a good blue flag, that's it. Right there. Be a good blue flag or you will get a DT.
I mean, yeah, that's just weird. It's not.
Yeah.
I'm going to put on my big adult hat here for a second and say it's not that hard to get out of the way, like blue flag.
Oh, you'd be
Bathurst.
shocked. You'd be shocked.
Well, no though, because it's literally just like there's 2 really big straights. Just lift off a little, let them through. Like it's not hard, obviously. But everyone knows like you don't have to move on the top of the mountain, do the mountain, and then take.
Oh no! Who's that in the wall?
200. That is
200.
Christoph, Sasha Defcar.
Oh
dear.
Yeah, like there's plenty of room.
No,
reverse onto the.
There was a gap. There was a gap. To be fair, I'm hoping that was calculated.
Yeah, I hope so too, because that's P2 behind.
I was gonna say that is not a car that I want to be reversing in front of on the racing line. Anyway,
yeah, there was a big enough gap. Trust that they were looking, but yeah, oh blimey as well. Yeah, that car's had a rough day.
There's a lot of race to go.
I wanted to shout out, we were seeing it, we weren't watching it directly, but we were watching another one of the other cars, and it had the 52 Aston Martin, the American squadron of Bricks Racing, William Hendrickson, Sky Loverink, Brian Rasco, and Chris Rizzo. That car is like a little bit down the field, I will say, the 52 Aston Martin. I think it's around P20, but they have shown rapid pace sometimes with their drivers. Sadly he's not here to come, but I know our good mate Nick Amon from the States, who does the broadcast when he can for the NA split of sprints. He's a big advocate of those guys, and I'll shout him out. I'll big him up for you. Hopefully, I won't do what Nick normally does and curses him in the process.
Yes.
But that car is very, very quick. It's full of generally the top drivers from the NA split. Because he was giving the P7, P6 GTR, the white and the sort of the white and pink GTR, quite a bit of a hassle despite being a lap down. And he's right on the back now. I believe that is the Lamborghini of Webley as well. So he's showing a lot of pace to be keeping up with those guys and looking a little bit quicker at times as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing well down there in the Aston. The Aston is certainly a sort of 50-50 car, I find, at Bathurst. It's both very good, but can also be dangerous in the wrong spots, especially over Skyline. There's a little bump that can interrupt the suspension on it for some weird reason when I was testing it. So they're doing nicely out there to be in the top 20. As speaking of being in places, we welcome in the commentators that are going to take us 3 over. We've got the big man himself, Shaw Muller, back in the box. We've got John Gormley, and we've got Jamie Conboy, JC. Ooh.
Hello all. Yeah, well, hello. Sorry, just woke up from a nap and I heard discussions of the thong. I saw the Ferrari Bison thong livery going around, and I thought there was going to be some donations, and everyone was chickening out up here in the box, and they didn't want anything to do with it, you lot. So I thought that's not good enough. So so
JC putting his hand up for that one.
Yeah, where's your purple thong, JC?
Go and check endurance chat. You have been warned.
No way.
Oh no! Oh my god!
You have been warned.
Now,
Glenn,
I'm glad the people on screen can't see this.
Glenn, do not get any ideas.
I
do not show this, Glenn.
Speechless.
Ah.
No.
What Glenn says. Oh my God.
Really poor commitment from you up here in the box, you lot. So I thought, well, someone's got to do it. So if you haven't seen it yet, please, for the love of God, do yourself a favour and do not go and open the spoiler.
Don't go and open it, please. Do not open that.
Oh, it's 8 hours left. I don't want to. I don't like this game of one-upmanship and getting us to do stupid stuff.
That's dangerous with 8 hours to go.
What's next?
I just want to point out that it was Sean Muller, the leader of the commentary today, who said that if we got dared to do anything in the commentary box, that we had to do it. So I
didn't sign up for this.
By signing up to a commentary shift, have really let yourselves down, and so someone has to go through that.
Is that why I signed a phone book size contract?
That was a condition. It wasn't just do it when someone in the chat says something.
Well done, JC. That's some of your best work there, mate.
Thank you, mate. No, Miss is very disappointed to have lost that. She's never going to wear that again.
My eyes are drier than the track right now.
Yeah,
and you three, poor form. You need to lift for your nesting, please.
Is that lost been in the abyss forever now, JC? She's not getting that back?
Are you volunteering, Sean? Are you going to put a post up too?
Yeah.
Hey, leave me out of this.
No.
Talk.
As you said, there's still 8 hours to go, so there's still plenty of time to...
See, cars are falling off the track as we speak. They're all looking at
someone's ended at the dipper. That's your fault, JC, with that photo. They were too busy looking at it.
It's going to end up on the back of a car for the next Enduro liveries, I imagine. Oh, dear, that's very sad.
Is it going to end up in the giveaway?
Wow. The thong that JC wore?
Can you wash it first?
Yeah. No, don't wash it.
Oh, I don't know. But I've had enough talking about thongs. I'm going to leave people to it and
check it out.
Oh, it's a motor race. Bathurst 12 hour. That's what we're here for. Oh, dear.
Oh, no, Jared Ellis pointing the wrong way here. As you said, that's a wrong way. That's a terrible spot to be trying to turn it around. You look at the track map too. There's no real gaps coming up at all. So I'm not sure how Jared Ellis is going to manage this. Honestly, I think he's better off driving forward a little bit there, maybe up the hill a little bit, way off the racing line. As the skill issue, McLaren gets a little sideways there as they come around and see one in the dipper, and everyone seeming to come in. This is really awkward. I can't watch. That's the Chris Cooley Aston there, who just gave him a little touch, and then the McLaren as well. This is getting uglier as we go. The race director, I'm sure, is on the comms frantically asking people to obey the yellows as they come down through the dipper here, because this is quite ugly. Yeah, I think Jared better off, as I said, driving up the hill there on the left-hand side of the road, getting right off the racing line. Flick spinning it, yeah.
This will also, I was just going to say, the race directors here will be definitely contemplating calling back to pits here, because this is a precarious position.
I just wanted to say thank you for having me in the comms box today. Two of the greats, JC and Sean, and don't know why everybody's upside down, but I guess that's how you do things in Australia.
No, welcome to John Gormley, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. He's a commentary debut here, so looking forward to hearing his thoughts over the next hour or so. And goodness me, if you've been in Discords with this fella, you'll know that he's a very wild unit. So we've had to put the leash on him, and we're going to have to put the muzzle on as well. I reckon he's more than capable of getting himself into trouble with his mouth. So we're just going to have to be very careful up here in the commentary booth with the sponsors watching on. But no, it's going to be fun over the next hour or so with John on board. So congratulations to him for his commentary debut. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, nothing but the best for you guys today. I'm not going to say trust me. I'm just going to try and do my best.
I don't trust you. I don't trust you.
I don't trust me either, man.
Oh dear. So I've had to have gone and had a little lay down over the last hour or so, and I've kind of missed what's going on. But what I do know is that it hasn't stopped being on and off rain, and a couple of the Discords suggesting that this is just a pure race of attrition at this point. And obviously a lot of, I wouldn't say complaints. Everyone just sort of suggesting that the conditions out there have just been treacherous non-stop since the start, and it looks like that is still the case. The damp track still. It is still cold. It's still very, very slippery out there. But I think it's the perfect race for Mullock, honestly, because that man's been facing a life of attrition. It's cystic fibrosis. Is not something that I understood before I met that man. But go and look it up. It is not something you want to wish upon anyone. Just imagine going through your whole life struggling for breath. Honestly, that is just what it is. So if we can cop this for 12 hours, I think that's just the very least we can do. But yeah, it's hard for the comms box. It's hard for the stewards. It's hard for everyone. So let's all stick this out for the next 8 hours, I reckon, and it'll just be about it'll be a cracking day if we get through to the end.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Yeah, this is easy work compared to what Mullock's gone through. So we'll do a quick recap because we have just ticked over the 8 hours to go mark, and we've got sunshine, so that's the first thing that is surprising. But looking at the weather up there at the top, it's not going to last long. We're looking at this train of cars here, looking at Chartos and the 777 at the moment doing a great job there in 4th position and leading the way in silver class. It is Joshua Holmes up front though in the 69 Mustang that is leading the way from Brady Elton and Taufik in the Bison. Here is Brady on screen at the moment, absolutely flying, and here is the fan favourite, the Bison. It is getting a lot of love out there, which we love to see. And then, yeah, Chartos, King and Webley, Aga 3 in silver class. That is a cracking battle at the moment, being really keeping a close eye on that. That's going to go down to the wire, I feel. And then across in Prime, it is Pete Vardy leading the way in the Kovacs entry, doing Kovacs things, and then Curtis in the 2 Mustang, and then Henderson in the 174 Mercedes, having a great run as well. Good to see the Merc up there. And then across in AM class, we'll just wait for that, but that's all right. But they are doing a great job. We're probably going to spend, I reckon, a good 10-15 minutes on the AM class because it's one of my personal favourite things to do. It is Brad Gosling leading the way there in the 3-7. There he is on track. Look at that in the V12. The V12 is winning AM class. Get around that. And then it is Long in the Mustang, followed by Lewis from the Rudamator Spin guys down there in 37th. But that is your race recap. And of course, this is all for Mullock, so make sure you jump on that QR code, jump across. We have gone past 12K. We're nearly at 13K. You guys are absolutely amazing. The support's been incredible. And if QR codes aren't your thing, of course, the GoFundMe is pinned at the top of the chat. Big thank you to Boosted Media for their continued sponsorship of this race. They've been absolutely awesome. Will does an amazing job. So if you are in the market for some sim racing gear or just have a look at some of the crazy content that he does produce over there, go check out their YouTube channel. And of course, simrigs.com for their continued support. Derek's an amazing guy and really easy to deal with, and their continued support, and also the prizes they have provided, awesome as well. But you are watching the Boosted Media Bathurst 12-hour, brought to you by OOR, the race for Mullock, and we have 7 hours 52 remaining.
It's wild that total's gone well up above 12, nearly $13,000 now, considering when I left it was something like 10. So it's just the donations continuing to roll in from those watching the broadcast and beyond. It's just incredible, and I'm sure the great Neil Alexander watching on is just blown away because, I mean, we've discussed it already this morning. He's the kind of guy who just wants to give, he doesn't want to get, you know, and even with his situation, he's always just been the kind of person who wants to give back. He's not great at asking and accepting help, but on this occasion obviously understands that he has to, and it's just everyone's just pouring out for him, and I'm sure he's just blown away by what's going on. So yeah, with 8 hours to go, keep spreading the word, keep getting that link out there, keep doing all you can because we're not done yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it really is heartwarming to see what kind of community he's managed to build with everybody who participates in these races, all the viewers, and especially all the racers and all the staff, because last I checked, I went through the entry list, there's 148 racers at the beginning of this race. Every single one of these guys is racing for Neale in a way, racing for all of us.
It is. It's so refreshing to see. And I've always said I've been in a few gaming communities, but sim racing communities are just that little bit extra special. And OOR is absolutely no exception. Seriously, I get emotional talking about Neale and what he's going through at the moment. So I'll save that towards the end of the broadcast because I just want to, absolutely nail this as we are looking here at the 777. John Chardas on the wheel. He's Zimbabwean, which is lovely to see as well. Of course, OOR is known around the world. It's not just here in the big brown land. It's all across the globe, which is even more inspiring and it makes watching this race. It is the biggest sim race in Australia. I don't care what anyone says. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and we are just looking at all sorts of cars. We've got a GTR on the screen. Why are you doing this to me, Glenn? We don't need to see that.
No, well, the reason we're doing it is these guys have changed positions a bit over the last couple of laps. That's the GTR we're looking for. This is Stevie Ty in the Rockets Evolved entry. They are currently holding the purple lap. I think Sam Misson picked that one up, but they've been battling with Charitos. Nice work on the geographical flag knowledge there, by the way. Very sharp from you. And then Webley in the Lambo there as well. And I think King's 7 seconds back. So Charitos, Webley and Ty have all been trading positions over the last lap or so. We've kind of missed a little bit of that. But Benjamin Bignett rightly pointing out that this battle's been raging on for a little bit now. So good to point the camera up here now and see what's going on. Stephen Ty currently leading Webley around. But Charitos up there, I think, must have just got past or must have stretched his legs a little bit because that gap was quite small before.
Yeah, it certainly was. And look, I'm having a bit of a fanboy moment here. I'm a big Stevie Ty fan, especially in the GTR. He just knows how to drive this thing. It is very good to watch. And with the Calisonic car, I mean, how iconic is that? Like, really? He's got a bit of a challenge on his hand because got to. Oh, big moment there with the 777. Oh, no, is that the concrete entry? It looks like it is the concrete entry again, who's met barrier. That is unfortunate. I think everyone got through that, though, pretty unscathed, but that was definitely a heart-in-the-mouth moment because this is, as Jason was saying, a fight for fourth position here. We've had changes in position and rain in 10, and actually that's rain now. Is that rain now?
No, just a bit of spray.
Spray, yeah.
But no, you're right, rain in 10 and then increasing rain in 30. So, and it's an interesting part of the race too. Now that the sun's up, we're back to damp already, and with another 10 minutes until the rain gets here, as we go really crossed up there through the chase. Charitos not quite getting the exit he wanted. That's going to invite Ty. As you said, Ty very strong in this Nissan, very accomplished driver. He's going to go around the outside here, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets this done. Although that's nice holding of the inside line there by Charitos. That's good driving. Both these guys giving each other the space in the room. I think the GTR surely going to have the legs if he gets enough of an exit. But I tell you what, Charitos has absolutely nailed that beautiful little piece of camber in there. He's got right in the chute of the turn one apex, but the Nissan, look at that GTR pulling up the hill. Never in doubt he's going to have the inside line going up into Quarry Bend, and I would suggest he's got this done. Now, does Webley get inside? No, not quite. I reckon he will, though, because Charitos is on the outside of turn 2, and that is a really low grip part of the track, so he has had to have opened the door there for Webley. So Ty on through, Webley on through, and Charitos back to P6.
That was a little bit dicey there, but a good heads-up driving there. That Aston, yeah, once you're out of there in the grey, yeah, she's no good in there. Coming up there on the... It's the NSX out there trundling around. They, of course, had some problems early on in the day and nearly had a huge moment there. NSX doing NSX things. Shawnee Bubb now behind the wheel. And, wow, that was a bit of heart and mouth stuff. So back here with Stevie Ty. Interesting conditions here. So the sun's out. So that track, I feel, will be probably drying pretty quickly at the moment. But it is going to get wet again. So they'll be trying to take these slicks as long as possible. They got grip out, they're probably still on wet tyres, to be perfectly honest, but they'll be searching for water a little bit and try and extend this stint as long as possible so they can match their stints. That's one thing they'll be doing. And yourself, John, whereabouts in the States from, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, well, I was born and raised in Thailand, but I went to the States for a middle school in Maryland, right outside of D.C. as... Ooh, Webley trying to look for a slot, doesn't do it. The thing is, I'm sorry to just derail again, but I'm so happy to see the GTRs and just other cars other than the Mustang get some good manufacturing time at this track.
Couldn't the mixture manufacturers is fantastic. I mean, look at that. We've got the two AP cars up there in front, but then we've got Ferrari, Nissan, Lambo, Aston.
Get off it, you two.
Got a McLaren in there as well. Top Porsche is the 500. Of course, it's the 500. It is the legends that are in the 500 Porsche. They all love that thing, and they are up there in 15th at the moment. So I did say this. You're all getting all cocksure of yourselves about, but there's no Porsches in the top 10. Rah, 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 rah. Porsches don't worry about Saturday. Sunday's where they do their best work, and here we go. That's fine. Nothing to worry about there. Ash Wright behind the wheel. He's an old hand at this. He knows exactly what he's doing. And make no mistake, I've still got these guys on for a top 10 finish.
Well, I've heard that the Porsche is really, really good in the wets, and so far with all the weather and everything I've been seeing, a lot of people have going with wets and trying to save them. Even when there's dry spots, they're overheating their tires, but they're still staying on the wets just for the next rain shower to come.
It's hard to predict this weather at the moment, sort of just when you think it's going to fine up, and that, as we just saw then, it's clouded over again, and rain is imminent. So a few teams will be crunching their numbers just to see where they are strategy-wise.
Yeah, it does take us right back to Monza, where we thought for the first couple of hours it was very unpredictable, but then by the time we got to the end, it just was a constant cycle of dry, wet, and it actually became very predictable towards the end, which is why I think it will get pretty interesting sort of to the midway point. When it gets to about lunchtime on track, and that sun has increased in temperature, it'll bake down, and it will actually make it a lot drier, a lot quicker, and that's when it will be really tricky, because at the moment, all they have to do is stay on wets. There's not enough time between the dry weather and the wet weather for the track to go properly either greasy or even get to green. But by the time we get to lunchtime, and this is really heated up a little bit, it will become even harder for these drivers to make that call and decide whether or not they want to go on slicks for a short period, because it's going to dry up, I think.
I agree. Definitely going to dry up. Do you reckon we'll get a full stint though with dries?
No. I don't think it'll be a full stint, but I do think it'll get later on in the race, especially towards the end, right, when you've got that last hour or two and you're getting towards the end of the race where a couple of splash dashes might be. If the sun comes out at that point, crikey, we're in for a ripper of the back end of the race, because there'll be drivers, trying to stick it out on wets. There'll be some who come in for a splash dash and maybe risk the dries. If we get a dry spell right towards the end of this is going to be a properly exciting ending to this race, and that's when we'll really start to see, drivers pushing it to the limit. As I said, everyone out there at the moment just circulating, I think, and just trying to stay alive and just keeping one eye on the weather. But towards the end, the last couple of hours of this one are going to be an absolute barnstormer if it stays like this, for sure.
And I just wanted to add on to that, JC, what you said about pushing the limits. I feel like Bathurst is actually so much more difficult than Nords, because with Nords, you get to have relaxing times. You get to have, sorry, I'm just watching this battle going on at the same time. Everybody's backed up here. There's blue flags everywhere. There's still wet spots. There's still dry spots. Rain's coming in 10. It's just, I can't wait. I'm speechless. But Bathurst is so much more technical, and the mountain is just such an adversary. It's like having a boxing fight, and the ring's in a pond, and there's a crocodile in the water, because any mistake somebody makes up on the mountain is an opportunity for you to get past. But if you mess that up, you are ending that car up there too.
Yeah, it's the Concrete Canyon, as it is affectionately known down here. Yeah, I agree with that point about Nords. Nords, you really do get into a flow. Once you sort of do a couple laps, you do get into a flow and a bit of a rhythm. I feel like you're never in a rhythm at Bathurst. You're always driving a little bit on edge and a little bit, almost 90%. You don't want to go to that 100% because the consequences are just too large. Then throw in water and all hell breaks loose as Slade there picks up a stop-go 10. He'll be serving at the next couple of laps in the 623 entry. Yeah, it's a real balancing act at Bathurst. It always has been, and that's why we love the place. I mean, it's iconic. It is one of the top 5 racetracks in the world, no doubt about it. It's not number 1,
completely, yeah,
but it is definitely in the top 5. Oh, you're getting some love there in chat there, John. That's always good. Get early love. And we're looking here at the 2 entry. That's Curtis behind the wheel. Team last name. Of course, the stalwart of OOR Enduros in the Bathurst 12 hour. And they're actually doing quite well at the moment because they are leading Pro-Am, but they have got some problems because they've got Henderson right behind and rain has hit the circuit. Here we go. So, what does Ben Curtis do here? What's their strategy? Are they on schedule? Are they off schedule? Because if they're on schedule, I'm coming in and chucking one David McNulty Bender in the driver's seat and driving away, no more to pay. But look at Henderson, he looks racy as well. Henderson, he wants to get past here. So they come through Mull's manoeuvre, then break nice and straight down into the chase complex. Of course, this is turn 21, and then into turn 21, and then into turn 21, which is the final turn. They keep it all nice and straight and tight. We've got a car off there in the pit lane. That looks like
number 200.
I think that's, yeah, the 200, the Darth entry.
There's been a couple of cars diving into the pits over the last couple of laps, including the 420 of Fakuri currently in the car. It was Webley who went into the pit lane, and he must have sped because they've picked up a stop-go 30, which didn't come up on the race control bot, so it's not for causing an incident or an unsafe rejoin. I believe Webley's just gone and sped into the pit lane, or maybe forgot to turn the limiter on at some point, or whatever. So yeah, Fakuri now in the car for the 420 Lamborghini entry is going to have to come in and go for a stop-go 30, unfortunately. It's disappointing for them. They're up in P6 when Webley came into the pit lane, so a really strong showing from the Silver guys there. That's going to really set them back in the field a little bit.
Yeah, actually, that's a significant penalty. That's going to have a significant impact in terms of placings here, because they were, as you're saying, 420 is where they're running there. Just having a quick look there. 7, just doing some rough numbers. Breaking my rule, doing maths on the stream. So that could drop them out of the top 10, maybe not out of the top 10, but it's definitely going to affect their race, but plenty of time to make that back. So looking at Ben Curtis still, and he's got the Rockets of Old entry right behind. Look, this is fantastic. This is why you do sim racing.
Not a huge fan of the Mustang in the wet conditions is Ben Curtis. He's doing very nicely here at the moment as he gets out of the way for, as you said, the Rockets Evolved Nissan. So he'll cruise on through, and then they will resume battle. Henderson there in the Mercedes is going to try and maybe stick his nose in the slipstream of the Nissan here, and Diabolos is playing this well. He's leaving a lot of room on the space on the straight there for the Nissan to get through, but they're not coming off the throttle until right at the end, which means that he does still stick in front of the Mercedes of Henderson there. That's very, very well played. That's very experienced driving from Ben Curtis. If he lets off the throttle there at the start of the straight for that blue flag, he leaves himself extremely vulnerable to Henderson in that Mercedes, but he did beautifully. He gave the Nissan a nice old tow so he doesn't affect the race of the Nissan, who's obviously a lap up, and then manages to hold position in front of the Mercedes. So that is experienced driving there from the number 2, Ben Curtis.
And speaking of Nissan, we have the number 1 GT. Oh, hang on.
I've got to curse him. Oh, no, he's, you know, he's got me before. He's got me. That's payback. Cop that, Diabolos. No, I'm so sorry.
I come in, JC's cursing people.
Hello, Cricky.
Hello, JC. How are you going?
Oh, we're very well up here, mate. Mike Crick, ladies and gentlemen, he's just come up off the pit. He's been followed around by his entourage. The paparazzi have been snapping him all morning after the premiere of his introduction video last night. Goodness gracious, was that received with great affair. What a performance from you.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. That is, that's, I don't know who's in the car at the moment. That's Brimblecomb's Sprite BMW Kano in the car at the moment, yeah.
421.
421. Yeah, unlucky.
I just wanted to say, amazing video, Cricky. That stuff was awesome. It got me hyped up. I got no sleep last night. I'm running a little fever. I had a quick power nap before my commentary. I'm going to have a power nap in between as well before the next stint.
That was a real ripper, Cricky. You've absolutely outdone yourself, mate. Well done.
It's all for Mull. It's a lot AO to Mull. I wouldn't... Gave me my first endurance drive ever in OOR and welcomed me in. Gave me the first team experience here, so I owe a lot to Mull. So I wanted to make sure I did a really big one for him for the 12-hour, and it's the 12-hour too. You know, it's such a fantastic event. So yeah, I can't believe I'm still exhausted. I've done way too much driving already.
So you did the first stint straight off the bat, off the line. So tell us about that one, because we've talked about that a couple of times with a few drivers. But that for you, I think, I was watching you stand at the corner of my eye, was one of your best drives, I think, in terms of how you handled it. So how did it feel in the dark, in the rain, in the Nissan?
Sweating bricks, I tell you. It was definitely, I would have to agree. I think that was one of the best drives I think I've ever done. A couple of little moments, a little scrape of the wall up at Hell Corner, battling with nippers there. But that was really intense. The first 10 minutes felt like they lasted half an hour. It was a lot, dealing with just the rain in the dark, and then it started to dry, and our pressures were just that little bit too high. So as we came towards the end of the stint, I had absolutely no rear grip getting ready for putting Scarney in the car there too. So that was interesting. The car just felt different almost every lap. It was fantastic though. The experience was great. I was very nervous to start the race, but I'm very glad that I did.
And how does the GTR feel overall? Where's the strengths of the car playing out? Is there any weaknesses that it's got in these conditions? I think the Nissan generally pretty good in the wet, but is there anywhere that's really struggling? And if you've got to make moves, where's the best spot for the GTR to get it done?
Oh, it's easily down the straights. Up into Hell Corner, down Conrod. There's definitely a few times, because we've obviously had a few incidents, so we're quite down the order now, and we're just kind of stuck in traffic that's, a lap ahead of us, but is slower than us, and there's a lot of hairy moments going down Conrod where we're having to lift and not being able to overtake some of these cars, because the GTR is, in the wet especially, it almost feels more powerful down that straight compared to even Mustangs, like catching Mustangs down the straight, which I'm surprised by. I didn't think we'd have pace on the Mustangs. We are running Wing 2, which is a little spicy, but honestly, I ran some Wing 4 practice in the wet this morning, and I didn't actually find it was better. I found it was worse. I found that the car just lacked turn in and was understeery, and it was faster and more comfortable to give it sort of less wing. So that's definitely the strength of the GTR. It is very good in the wet, especially once you get some clean air. My last stint, once I finally got into some clean air there, and I was matching the pace with the top 10 for a little bit there, which was really good. The car's strong, definitely strong in the wet. It struggles a bit once it dries out, because the rears really get hot and you start to lose a lot of traction in the rear, which sucks right down the dipper. It's not very strong in the dipper even in optimal conditions. It doesn't make it easier when you've got these sort of mixed conditions and the tyres are graining a little bit. And I'm loving it though. I'm honestly, it's not been a great race for us. We've definitely had our fair share of incidents, and it's not been. It's not going to look like the greatest result at this point, even with 7.5 hours to go. But especially that last stint, like the driving, it's been really fun to drive.
But that's the thing. There's 7.5 hours more to go, and from what I see on the relative, it seems P1, Lucas and Brie Atherton, they've had an accident, and now it is Arena Open Sports back in front, Connor Hind. So really, it can go any way, right?
Absolutely. The conditions are just so, I know Bathurst is kind of famous for incidents and things like that, but I don't think I've ever seen so many little mistakes from really experienced drivers as well, like drivers who you wouldn't expect to be seeing making those kinds of errors. And the biggest thing is there's just so many cars out there on track right now. And you can look at the track map, there's never gaps. So if you have a little spin, you end up sideways, you end up into the wall or something like that, you lose buckets of time because of all the cars you got to let past. It's just, it's really chaotic with the traffic right now. And traffic management, whoever gets that battle right, I think is going to be looking really good by the end.
I think we're actually on board with your car right now, aren't we? With Eric Scarney driving.
Yeah, Scarney's back in the car. I don't think he was very happy with his first stint. He had that big spin and that bender level rejoin. He's
that one. Hello.
Oh yes. Oh JC, we will have to clip that one for you.
Hang on.
I think we definitely have to show you that one. But he's been doing really well in this stint. Very strong, pace is good, consistent. Not setting the world on fire, but he's keeping the car straight, and he overtook just here before, just up there at turn 1 a couple of laps ago, took P40, and we're just doing the best we can, just driving as fast as we can, managing all this traffic around us, which is, as you can see, he's overtaking P39, who's a lap ahead of us, kind of thing. And it's dicey out there, but no, Sky's doing a really good job at this current moment. Paul Wicho, we hung out to dry. We put him on dry tyres, thinking that the track would dry out.
Oh no!
And that was 100% not the play, and we were still reeling a little bit from that. And as obviously the incident we had with the 421, which I'm sure you guys obviously got on stream, where I absolutely clobbered the front of that BMW and had to return to pits. That's what's put us back so far. But no, I mean, car feels great. Honestly, I'm really happy with how the car feels. It's just a shame that we're sort of playing the catch-up battle right now. But it's going to be interesting to see how it all turns out. It's still so much time to go.
Amazing pun. Catch up and the red car. No.
I love it. Only an American would pick that up.
Yeah, exactly. How iconic is that, though? That livery, wet Bathurst, I mean, that's pretty much an icon. This is, of course, where it slid off. Please don't do that right now there, Scarney. But, of course, right here, GTR went exit stage right. And
won the race.
And won the race, which was very well received by all the Ford fans.
Absolutely. Not controversial at all.
No, definitely not. But I think that's enough GTR love. I think we're going to talk about the race. God, there's only threw up there. And there's...
Sean's still not recovered from the shootout.
No, I haven't. But I just want to say also that your video there, Cricky, absolutely amazing job, mate. Absolutely nailed it. I always say that an intro vid like that, when it makes you want to just put the helmet on and jump in the rig and get in the race somehow, it pretty much nails it, and it did that. So, huge well done. You've nailed it again, and you've nailed the delivery. We're going to get the hashtag going, Cricky Things. Hashtag Cricky Things, because that's what he does.
Hashtag thanks, Mike.
Hashtag thanks, Mike, exactly.
No, I really appreciate it, guys. Well, I think I'm going to be needed to do some strategy now anyway, so I might just love and leave yous. It's been good to have a little chat. I think you've got someone else ready to come into the commentary box as well. Someone is a little bit pacier.
Yes, we do have apparently someone quicker, but good drive, mate. Keep your head up, keep driving, and
best of luck.
Get that car up there.
Thanks, guys. Looking forward to the rest of it.
That is one Mad Mike Crick joining us in the Pixel Racer 23 entry. As Scarney's just sliding it through over the top of the rise down in McPhillamy. Such a fantastic part of the circuit. And we are going to have a few drivers actually join us pretty quickly. I believe we have a very special guest coming up next, and one will be able to give us a real insight into the race happenings. But you are watching, of course, the Boosted Media Bathurst 12 Hour, brought to you by Octane Online Racing. But more importantly, it is the race for Mullock, the one and only Neale Mullock. Of course, the GoFundMe is pinned at the top of the chat. QR code's right there. We are at over 12.5 grand, which is an amazing effort by every single one of you. You are literally the best people going around. It's going to be a great day. We've got over halfway to go. Current conditions, though, is absolutely terrible on track. We are looking at the lead car right there with Brady Elton behind the wheel, and he's doing a stunning job at the moment. These two men, he's driving, of course, with the kid that is the one and only Lucas Keys, who I do believe will be joining us in the box very, very shortly. So looking forward to get some real insight on what their strategy is and how they're going with their fight with the 69, who is right behind here. This is a fantastic dice. So we've got two Mustangs absolutely thrown down at each other. Connor Hind, absolutely no slouch as well. And there is no room to give here.
This is a really interesting battle because Connor has done the first two stints of this race and demonstrated his consistency. He didn't sort of set the house on fire with his pace early on, but really warmed his way into it. And by the end of the second stint, had put them in the lead of the car before he changed drivers. And that was obviously because Lucas Keys had that incident with the blue flag rejoin. And then obviously, you know, we're now 7.5 hours to go. We're sort of 4.5 hours in, and it's all shaken out to a 4/10 gap between these two. So whilst there is still a long way to go, this is a great little watch here as these two go at it in similar machinery. Brady Addison for those who don't know, is a Bathurst expert, a very fast driver who's only just joined OOR this season, but has been doing ACC in public lobbies for quite a while, Brady Adderton, and is easily the fastest person I personally know at Bathurst, which is obviously saying something because we've got some very fast drivers in OOR, but he's displayed in the sprint series last season and in the shootout and on the classification service, that he's very, very, very fast. So I don't know how much work he's done in wet races. As I say, he's come from public lobbies, and you don't see many wet races in public lobbies, so this is not necessarily new to him, but he wouldn't have as much experience in these conditions as Connor Hind would, obviously, because Connor Hind's a long-time league racer. So it's a really interesting battle developing here.
Certainly is, and joining us is the second driver in the 714 entry, the one and only Lucas Keys, aka the Kid. Good afternoon, good sir. How are you?
Hello, lads. How are we doing?
You got to take it off mute there, Lucas. Come on.
He's worked it out. So my first question is, does anyone else call you the Kid? Or is that just Sean?
That's just me.
Just Sean?
I don't mind. I'm not going to roll with it, but I like it.
It's inaccurate, but also accurate. You caught me at a bad time. I'm kind of just having a heart attack right now.
Like literally, or?
Do not recommend.
Self-burn. Tell us about it. Why? What's going on? What's got your heart rate up? Is it this battle that we're watching on screen?
This is a good battle. I'm watching a good battle currently.
Yeah, we were just talking about it, how Connor Hind's probably got a little bit of added pace on top of Brady in these particular conditions, certainly has the experience. So, obviously, we've watched a few incidences with your car this morning. The blue flag rejoin from the disqualified Mercedes is one of them. Has there been anything else that's caught your eye this morning? What's held you guys up? Because obviously that first stint from you, Lucas, was quite incredible, drawing yourself out to, I think, about a 16 or 17 second lead, and then it's sort of gone backwards a little bit since then. So tell us about your first couple of hours.
First stint was great, and then Brady hopped in. Obviously, there was that incident with the DSQ'd car, and then I put Brady in, and he had no pedals when he had the car handed to him, so he had to go in the control settings and reset everything. But yeah, and then it was pretty average, and then I got put in the wall by, I think, the mighty V12. And then bloody Igor, of all people, killed me a while ago.
Did he?
Not Igor, no.
Of all the people, it was Igor.
He'll feel bad about that too. He's a very gentle, kind person. He'll feel terrible about that one.
He killed Brady, sorry. That was why we came out. That's why Connor came out so close to us, I think.
So can you talk me through the move on the first lap going down into the chase? I don't know if you've watched the replay of that one, but I've watched obviously you drive for a while now, and I don't think I've ever seen a better move from you. So tell us about the first lap, for example. Like, I think Connor Hind didn't quite get the start he wanted. He sort of missed his grid box a bit. Brad Cook got a nice start, and then there was that incident between Hind and the Nissan in turn one. So walk us through the first lap from your perspective.
Yeah, so obviously there was the T1 thing with Luke and Connor. I think probably a racing incident of all things considered. Got lucky to get 2 spots through there, and then Honda has no legs on the straight, of course, so just have to stay close over the top, and pretty easy pickings, to be honest, down the Conrod straight.
Says easy pickings, even though it was pitch black, pissing down rain, first lap, cold brakes and tyres. We up here in the box were full WWE, standing up with our hands on our heads like what a move that is. So here we look at this traffic going on down here. There's blue flags and all sorts of things happening here. That's the Gotten. I don't know if... no! Connor's just given the Alliance Green or the Alliance Gold car a bit of a touch up there as he goes through. Brady Adderton has made his way through pretty cleanly and manages to pick up a bit of a gap here, but that got really hairy there. I think the Lexus of Toto and Gobby's involved there as well, and that got very messy there for a bit.
They've all done well to get away from that, to be honest.
It could have been much worse, for sure.
I just wanted to ask you something, Lucas. What do you think is more difficult, navigating the blue flags or navigating the wet mountain?
I don't find the wet particularly bad, personally, but that's absolutely just limited to me, and I feel like everyone else is having more trouble. I find I can sort of just find a limit and just stick to it. So it's pretty easy to just cruise around for like double or triple stint for me. So the blue flags are definitely more of a challenge for me, but you ask anyone else, I think it'd be the other way around.
Yeah, I think that's just with some pros, some drivers, they have the ability to be consistent to line every lap after lap, especially through Skyline, how many times you have to get that right over just 12 hours, because I am the most inconsistent driver I know. It's become a real big meme, unfortunately, for better or worse.
Yeah, we know.
Good Lord. Here's a replay down into the chase. Lexus up the front there. Brady Adderton being very patient as he tries to sneak his way through. You've got the Alliance. It's either the Alliance green or Alliance gold. One of the Alliance cars on the left-hand side there. Connor. Connor got some help.
Got him from behind, yeah.
Was a little bit aggressive on the way through, but he actually got hit, yeah. So Connor had absolutely no fault there. But I think the Alliance guys would have been thinking, hey, hang on, that was a bit rude. But no, certainly not the Ford's fault there. So, yeah, just a real cluster bugger of cars as they tried to sort themselves out the front of the pit lane there. Tell you what, it hasn't taken Connor Hine it hasn't taken him long to get that gap back, though, has he? He's really got an extra tenth or two of pace on Brady in these conditions. I think he's just not able to find a way through with the equal machinery, Sean.
No, definitely not. And I was just saying, Connor, yeah, when he's on a Bathurst, he is really on. He's in that top sort of echelon of Bathurst drivers. And what it is great is we've got a proper race on here. I was thinking, they're going to be off strategy. And, you know, we see a lot of these enduros, and it's sort of normally one team that kind of the last hour is out in front. But right here, we have got a rip-snorting battle, and this is really interesting to watch as well because they are same machinery. So this is going to come down to the two gentlemen behind the wheel.
Lucas, asked Brady what he wanted to do, whether he wanted to sort of let Connor by, and he's like, I want to race him. So.
Yes, that's what we want to hear.
Nice.
You'd have a better idea. These guys on, obviously the strategies yet to play out in the Stints time is where we're all, are these guys on in the same fuel tank at the moment? Like, are they going to pit at the same time? No, okay, so.
I think Connor, they might do a stop less because we had the incident and had to pit early. But it's all going to have to work out later on, so.
Ooh. Connor is all over the back of Brady here. Brady just getting all sorts of crossed up on.
There's a car in the wall at the front, one of the Mercs. Oh, this is getting all very dicey. This coming down into the elbow. So hopefully these, I was just going to say, these blue flags should blend nicely and should be able to clear that nice and easily. I was really worried about that Merc though. That had a real moment coming down into the dipper.
I hate sitting here watching this. This is terrifying.
Well, before we let you go, we've got one more, I guess, is we said before, this is kind of similar to the Monza conditions. You expecting the same sort of thing where these conditions will just keep repeating all day, the rain on and off, but not never over long enough for us to get onto dry tyres. You're not expecting any sort of dry running here at any point, Lucas?
This seems like a lot less extreme than the Monza conditions, so you just pick wets and it'll eventually just rain at some point.
The Speedy Mike Mercedes there doing that's a very nice pit entry there. Whoever's in the Speedy Mike Mercedes, good work from them. Are you looking to do much more driving today? Are you going to 50-50 this, or are you going to try and really stretch your legs? I think you've got probably an extra tenth or two in these conditions, Lucas.
We'll try and go close to 50-50, but I might end up doing an extra stint. So Brady's doing a great job, so.
Excellent. Well, thank you for joining us, mate. You have a good run. Give us a show.
Thank you.
And
enjoy the rest of your day.
No, you enjoy your day, good friend. You enjoy your day.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we do want you to have good luck going on, because obviously you've had a bit of luck until now. So we do really wish you the best of luck, and we wish the best of luck to everyone else too. So go and have some fun, get back in there, and go and de-stress yourself a bit.
Thank you, guys.
The one and only Lucas Keys there joining us, and really big thank you to the drivers as well, giving their time as well. It can be a stressful situation when you're especially fighting for a lead like it is at the moment, but amazing that they do give their time and really does provide great insight into their thinking and how they go, oh, geez, yeah, that looked a little dicey there as well. How chill is he? Like, seriously, that move into the chase at the start of the race, I'd be sweating bullets and, yeah, it's
easy pickings. League of his own, Lucas
And he
Keys.
just makes it sound so easy, too. And he said, oh, yeah, I'm stressed out, as he's just there watching his partner just drive on by.
Yeah, no, I mean, we talk about Max Verstappen and the top tier drivers about how they really are just that kind of relaxed. They've got all that extra brain capacity when they're driving, and that speaks volumes of that. He's more stressed watching his teammate than he is actually making that move down into the chase. So that's just, that's the sign of a very, very quick operator. And for those that don't know, Lucas is still, in his teens, so he's got a lot of growth yet. We don't know how much shelf life ACC does have to go, but obviously sim racing as a whole has got a long way to go, that's for sure. We'll be around for a long time to come. So looking forward to seeing Lucas Keys in the future and seeing how fast he can go. Someone's going to come and sign him up at some point, send him off to SRO, and if he can be bothered doing it, he'll have a red-hot crack at it, I'm sure, because he's a very, very fast man.
He certainly is, and it would be nice to see another one crack it into the SRO and the big esports scene. We have had plenty from this side of the world make it over there. Of course, in the way is one Philippa Paquita not joining us this race, but I'm sure she'll be tuning in and watching. Just watching Connor Hindy. I've just been keeping an eye on this as well while I have been chatting away, and Connor definitely has a pace advantage over Brady, 100%. You can just see he can place the car just that little bit better, and he could be a little freer on the steering. Where Brady looks like he is driving a little bit on tenterhooks at the moment. And look at the visibility there. It's really treacherous out there, and rain is increasing in 10 minutes as well. So it's about to get real spicy. Brady has a bit of a moment there coming at the exit of McPhillamy.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Connor is he looks like he's taking a much more aggressive line through every corner, but he's doing that intentionally. He's getting in the mirrors of Brady here. He's just going from left to right. He looks like he's he's probably driving an extra 200 meters by the time they go across this 6.2 kilometer track. So he's just driving all over, but it's intentional. It's not because he's out of control. He's in control. He's so in control of his Ford, and he's threatening the mirrors of Brady. He's just letting him know he's there. And as you said, I think Brady's just they are the leading cars. Let's not say he's going slow. His last lap was a 2:07.7 Brady added him, which is still the fastest man on track, with Connor Hine doing a 2:07.78. So they are still going extremely quick. Brady not going slow by any means, but yeah, as we've discussed, I think Connor is just waiting and biding his time and just trying to get in the head here of Brady Adderton, because if he gets off the chain here, he will start to stretch his legs.
Yeah, and it's not just the fact that he's applying all this pressure on Brady as well, but the longer Brady's in front of him, the more Connor is going to learn about Brady's lines. As Skillush Racing comes back, rejoins from the pits, and Tim Gobe gets a 10-second penalty for dangerous driving. Bad Gubby.
Oh, naughty Gubby. Surprise Gubby.
Okay, that could get out of hand very quickly.
Back to the racing.
Morning. It is still morning, isn't it? All right, stop it.
It is 10:55 a.m. where me and Gob are, so it is still morning, but barely, as it really just looks like Brady, the traction, from Connor's angle, it looks like he's going wide slightly into every turn, which might just be the weather, it might be how he's handling the car. We don't know. Oh, he just tapped the wall there again.
Yeah. Connor's Ford just looks compliant. It looks on rails. Brady's just made a few errors over the last couple of laps. We talked about how sideways he got, and then just that little tap on the wall there. Interesting to see maybe we can get the HUD up what TC and ABS they're running, if there's any difference in the play there, because obviously the car setup is not changeable from the start of the race. So that's not able to be, but obviously you can change the TC and the ABS to taste. Connor Hind here running 4 TC, 411 TC and 2 ABS, while Brady Adderton is running 5-0. So whilst Brady's TC will be cutting in on more occasions, when it does cut in, it's not doing anywhere near as much work as Connor Hines. So TC2
Apex over there, Brady. Oh, this is a moment.
This might be it. This might be, he's going to have the inside line now, is Connor Hine, and I tell you what, he's not going to let this go either. He's going to force Brady out to the outside. Break late does Brady Adderton, so he's not going to give us up easy. And tell you what, the two of them coming, that's all just love and war in racing, those two just getting a little touch on, but Connor does get it done. Is Brady going to have a look down the inside in turn one? No, he doesn't. He's had to give it up, so he has eventually cracked under the pressure of Connor Hine. Some brilliant driving from Connor has brought about the mistake down into the chase from Brady Adderton, and some good side-by-side driving there. A little bit of touching, but nothing that the stewards will be too concerned about, and the move is done. So now we get to see whether Connor Hine does indeed stretch his legs and whether Brady can hang on, and whether that just sparks a bit of fire in Brady. I'm sure he'd be disappointed in himself for giving that one up. So now, will he just find an extra tenth of pace? Will he prefer to be behind as opposed to being in front? Now that he can get the eyes out of the mirrors, he might be able to focus on driving a bit more.
That was a bit of rubbing, and rubbing is racing.
Well, it depends who you ask, but that's a discussion for another day. As we do have another, driver joining us in the box. It is the one and only, Jesus. One moment there, Hainsey. We've got a absolute rip snort of a race going on here, and this is starting to make me get a bit of cold sweats here. Oh, Brady again. That was a moment, just slid that down through the S's.
Hello, Neil Haynes, jump in, because there's going to be moments galore in here, so just get in while you can. How are you?
I'm going well, but I think for some reason, I think our car may have been disconnected. So I might jump out and just see, because I'm the lead driver, so I don't know if I have to...
No, feel free. No, don't wait around. Don't wait around. Go ahead and do that. Neil Haynes, ladies and gentlemen, he's popped in. He's probably just going to pop out. We'll hopefully get him back later on, but that sounds disappointing if that car's gone and disconnected.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good call. I'll be back.
No, it's not what we want. There's been a bit of that up and down the pit lane too. A couple of drivers have had, as we said, Brad Cook and the Honda have had pedal issues, and Lucas Keys just in the box with us less than 10 minutes ago saying Brady here on screen had some pedal issues. And obviously the Kuno service, I don't know if anyone in here knows, but the Kuno service actually went down mid-race around about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. So we had to, a couple of drivers having to reconnect via the ACC connected tool. So it has just, as you said, just been a race of attrition all up and down the pit lane, all sorts, everyone having issues all day long. And we've only been going for 5 hours. So if you make it to the end of this one, you've certainly earned your biscuits today.
Definitely, the mountain has bit hard today. There was that old saying that you don't win at the mountain chooses you, and it's making things very difficult from drivers that we normally don't see mistakes from. Mistakes are happening, and I think it's a combination of factors. It's the fact that it is the Bathurst 12 hour, the fact that it is a really special race, this one. It's just so much on this, and the weather as well has just cranked up the pressure a little bit. And we're seeing it come to fruition here as Connor Hine now is starting to stretch the legs in the 69 Mustang. This isn't danger signs yet, but I'd be starting to be a little worried if I was Brady, because we've seen Connor Hine do this before. Once he gets out in front and gets a bit between the teeth, he is a very difficult man to chase down. 1.5 to the good. Naeem's still doing a fantastic job in the 711 in the Bison Ferrari. They are rolling around in third, and they got a nice gap as well. They're just very comfortable there. And of course, Lucas Johnson in the 111 Rockets Evolved GTR purple lap as well. They'll be chuffed about that. They are currently in fourth, and then Phillips in another GTR. They're bloody everywhere. Currently in fifth position, but that is your top five. It is nearly 7 hours and 7 minutes to go in the boosted media OOR Bathurst 12-hour live from Mount Panorama. And of course, we are raising funds from the one and only Neil Mullock, aka Neil Alexander, aka Neil Atkins. He's got many names, Neil does. And of course, there is the QR code. Give that a good old scan or jump on the GoFundMe, and all of it helps. And we have raised over $12,500, which is amazing. And other than that, I'm having a ripping day. How is everyone else's day? How's your day, JC? You had a nap? Did you have any lunch yet?
Yeah, that's actually what put me down for the nap. I had a bit of a bite, and then I just got a little bit drowsy after that. So
case of the food coma.
Yeah, it happens to me a lot too. I don't know. My body just seems to That's why I never ever eat before a sprint race. Like a sprint race is obviously split blue, comes up at 7:30, and it's just after dinner time. So I actually wait until after my split to have dinner, because when I'm digesting food, everything just shuts down. I just go to sleep. It's honestly very hard to stay awake, and that's what happened today too. And I think my body's just drawing a little extra energy trying to repair itself. So just took a little nap there, and I still had the broadcast on. Listening to it while it sort of it didn't put me to sleep because it's obviously very exciting, but I just drifted off there, and then had an alarm set, jumped back up, came back in here and saw that the rain was still pouring, and it's all happening. And as I said, I went and popped into a couple of different chats and a couple of different Twitch channels and a couple of different team speaks, and just had a few chats and just and everyone's reporting the same thing, that this is a really difficult race. It is really hard out there. It has been such a race of attrition for the first 5 hours. I know I'm repeating myself there, but it is an absolute slog out there for almost everyone. I don't think I've heard a story of anyone having a clean race so far. I mean, we're looking at Name though, that we were talking about Name in that 7-Eleven Ferrari. Those guys have very quietly gone about their business. I'd be interested to know if they have had any issues, because whilst they did start in the top 10, I don't think it was that high, and they are going along very nicely there in P3, so they might be the lucky ones who have just escaped any sort of real drama so far.
You want to calm down, just in case, another curse might happen?
No, that's fair. That's a very good call. I am in good form today, so I might be... apologies to those guys if anything happens in the next 10 minutes. That's 2 figs Ferrari too, so that'd be disappointing for him. We're going to go have a look at Atkins now. James Atkinson in the positive Delta Ford. He's currently towing himself around in P25 behind Sean Bubnow, trying to track those guys down in the Honda. That's the Honda, of course, that started on the front row, led by Brad Cook, that team. Sean Bubnow race directing at the start of this race. So we talk about our unsung heroes in the stewards box, Sean Bubnow being one of those. But this is, as I said, James Atkinson is coming up behind a lapped Porsche here. He's got a bit of a speed wobbles down there in the braking zone, but manages to pull it up nicely. And is that the only Porsche? That is a Porsche, yeah. It's the only Porsche in the field there, Sean Mullock?
Yeah, look, it is. But it's all right. It's got a man that knows how to steer a Porsche behind the wheel, the one and only Damiano here. And he can drive this car with his eyes closed. And he's a pretty smart operator as well. So I think you might see the Mustang in his rearview mirror and go, you know what? I'm going to let him go.
It's out there, parked on the side of the pit lane. That's no good. We're just talking about Shawnee Bub now. So that is a move for position. James Atkinson moves his way up to P24. And that is free real estate, because that was, as we said, Sean Bub now parked on the side of the road back there. I don't know what sort of issues he's had at turn 1, but he's looped that Honda at some point. Unfortunate.
And we do have another driver that wants to join us as well. Here's a rotating comments box at the moment. It's that time of the day where stints are changing and drivers have got some time. We'll bring him across soon, but it is a very special guest and one of my absolute favourites, the one and only Joshua Holmes.
I don't think Jomsy is... There we go. No, he just arrived. Jomsy just got here.
Oh, no.
Hello.
There he is.
Hey. How are we going?
Yeah, we're really good up here, mate. We're just watching Shawnee Bub now try and wrestle this Honda around McPhillamy Park there. I don't know whether he's picked up too much damage, but the front of that Honda's not looking particularly healthy, so...
No, not at all.
No, they were battling with the Arena Sports guys at the start of the race, but that's certainly out of the picture now. So, of course, Josh Holmes running in the Arena's Open Sports 69. How's Connor doing in the car at the moment? He's just got past the Lucas Keys Brady Adderton Ford, and it's looking like he's going very nicely. How's it been watching him go about his business?
Oh, absolutely amazing. He's always a pleasure to watch in the car. He's pretty clinical when he's, especially here at Bathurst, his beloved track, and in a beloved car, he's the Ford, which he loves. So, it's been good banter in the car as well with everyone there. We're running with some of the boys in the Honda as well, so they've had a tough day. But yeah, still morale overall is pretty high, I think, in both camps.
Well, that's what we like to hear. Good morale is the best morale. How are you feeling strategy-wise? How do you feel in the car? You feel that you're on track, you're on plan?
Yeah, I think we're chugging along quite nicely. We've got, plan going into it was last 12 hour we did in the Ford that I did with these guys. We ended up suffering from rear brake failure. So it's something that we are keeping an eye on. We've made some adjustments for this year's 12 hour. So that's something that I'm just tasking where I will, when I'm in the car, I'll run the brake bias a bit forward, try and save that rear pad for someone like Connor Hind or Ben, who is going to extract a maximum pace out of the vehicle. So yeah, so that's what we're keeping an eye at strategy-wise. It's looking quite alright at the moment, about 80% pad life left is what I am hearing. So we are on track, and I think the wet's helping us with that. And yeah, pace-wise is good. I think we're chugging along just the way we want to right now. Minimal damage and blue flag navigation is key. You know, not to rush into a lot of, traffic up in the mountain, because it gets pretty sketchy.
Certainly does. It's going to be a hot topic all race, blue flags, definitely. But Connor Hind doing, let's be honest, Connor Hind things. And I did say if he does get out in front, he's going to be a hard man to chase down, and that has proven true. 5.2 seconds to the good at the moment. With Name in the Bison there in third, Lucky Johnson fourth, Phillips fifth, Zoo sixth, Albert seventh, and Whitmore there in eighth. I told you the 777 is another one to keep an eye on as well. We'll just get to that a bit later, but that 777 is just circulating and now really solidly in the top 10 as well. Enjoying the conditions? You enjoy the wet?
Yeah. Well, we love it. It's just a bit something. It's something different. And it requires you to be pretty much switched on the whole time. It's not something that there's no time where you kind of start, getting into a flow state. There's no real flow state in the wet, I find. So you're always on it. You're trying to figure out what's going on. I think key thing for us was that we decided early on before the race that we weren't going to be doing 100% push laps on our race laps. We're aiming for that 85% pace, just slowly, just safely making it around the track, because any time saved in the pits is going to be massive here, especially with the damage you can stack up quickly. We are missing JC's presence though. He was a big part of our plan before he threw a spanner in the works with that. So yeah,
God, that JC bloke, seriously inconsiderate. Tell me that.
How dare I?
Well, we were so excited, and I honestly thought it was a joke when I first heard the news. I thought he was just messing around with us, but it was sadly the truth. So back to just three of us in the car, but we have him there on the end of the wing plates, and we still got your name on the driver's seat by the car. So.
Am I? What am I doing?
Yeah.
Oh, there was an update, wasn't there? Can we have a look at that?
Yeah.
I actually haven't seen that. So can we go over on the end plates of the rear wing, apparently?
I believe it's you with a Subway. I don't know. It may be.
Oh, is it that
Magic
one?
Yeah.
Better off keeping that off.
Yeah. Yeah, but you like Subways, so that's good. But yeah, and we got your name on the roof with us still. So you're there with us in the car. Whatever we get is yours. Yeah.
Got a foot long right now. I do love it.
Don't, JC, you'll fall asleep again.
Goodness gracious. No, honestly, it is a friggin' joke. This is 3 years in a row. This is my favourite. Well, I say my favourite. I know, I pretend I love Paul Ricard and it's my favourite, but this is actually my favourite track. And, the 12 hours of Bathurst, I've missed the last 3 for all sorts of different reasons. And this year, I was like, I finally get to. I've put in a lot of time on the Classy server and in practice, and I was really looking forward to it. And I thought, the other thing is, my missus is 9 months pregnant, right? So, like 3 months ago when this was announced, I was like, that is 100% going to line up that I'm going to be in hospital with the missus, and I'm going to miss this race. But then when we found out that it was getting a little bit closer, and we found out the date of the child being born wasn't going to line up, I was like, surely now. This is surely going to happen, but no. I've still ended up in hospital somehow, and so I've gone. I just can't seem to get on track for the Bathurst 12 hour, and it's just wild. Yeah.
That curse because you got some mega pace here, so it would have been a real asset today. Would have been nice if you decided to look left and right, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm joking. I'm joking.
So Neil's in chat, and the great man has suggested that we need to show it. So I think Glenn's on camera too here. He's going to go and have a look at the rear wing. It's the end plates of the rear wing. It's anyone who's watched my personal stream will know that this is a very famous moment in my personal streaming career, where I was very upset at a particular driver who had killed me at Alton Park in the OOR Sprint Series. And I told him he could basically go and suck my subway, essentially. And so the great Benjamin Higgin has put a great big footlong in front of my private areas there, and that has ended up on the back of the Ford. So, yeah, it's...
Oh, you popped an angry boner.
That's...
Oh, my God.
That's a meatball sub as well, which is even better.
It had to be.
I can almost taste the photo.
Oh.
No, but yeah, we were trying to figure out something to put on the car that would represent your I guess excitement and attitude for this race, and Brad Cook decided that was possibly the best image to go on the vehicle, and so that's what we decided on. That's how we ended up there. It was a big discussion between the Honda boys and the Fords, and that's where we are.
That's beautifully done. I'm honoured. There's actually a sneaky Easter egg on, I believe it's the Brady Adderton and Lucas Keys car too. Apologies. I think it's on Lucas Keys' personal stream, but I've ended up there as well. So yeah, there's a bit of me floating around, unfortunately.
Yeah, as you do.
Well, you're not the only one, JC, because Gabi has put me on the Lexus as well, unfortunately. Fortunately, the Lexus hasn't got much airtime, which I'm very happy about.
And Glenn is checking.
It's not as hidden at all as your Subway. It's just, if you see it, you'll see it.
I was talking to Connor before when he wasn't in the car. He said that your stint was particularly strong too, Josh. So how did you feel when you were in the car? How did you handle these conditions?
Yeah, it was good. Wasn't too hot at all. Car's very nice to drive. Just looking at it, I think we've found out that there's a bit of what we think is a pace variance where our car is maybe set up a little bit where it's a bit stronger compared to some of the other vehicles on the track when it starts to dry out a bit. Our pace seems to double down a lot more than others, and that's where we get most of our pace. When it starts getting really wet, we find that we're not. It's not a slow vehicle. It's just not as dialed in. So we do really like these changing conditions when it goes from medium to light and then back into the cloudy. That's where we find that we end up pulling a few tenths per lap over other vehicles. So if we can keep up with this on and off rain that's happening at the moment, there's a bunch of clouds, then that'll be good for us. But the stint was good. It was easy. No big moments, which is what we really wanted. And really key here to have great spotters, and then you know which side of the road a vehicle is parked on, especially coming down the hill here. It gets pretty sketchy, and it seems like at McPhillamy. Oh wow. Great images. Binning it in the spirit.
So that there is our debutant John Gormley plastered all over the back of the Lexus. Well, I say the back, that is the top. So, as I said, commentary debut for John Gormley, and that is a face reveal straight off the bat. There you go.
Very kind. Those are all photos from like 5 years plus ago, and I'm either extremely drunk or extremely hungover in all of them. Tim did this for my birthday like 7 years ago, and every year he reposts it on my Facebook, just non-stop, doesn't miss a beat.
Very good all there.
Yeah, that's great work. I'm a big fan of that. Yeah, that one on the top right, yeah, you definitely look like you've seen better days.
Oh, I was hungover for a week. If I remember correctly, that one, I was hungover for a week. I'm pretty sure I had alcohol poisoning, and that very night, I got so drunk, I fought a door twice, a bathroom door twice, and I lost once. I've got a scar on the back of my head from it hitting me.
Good lord.
Please drink responsibly, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not fun. It's not fun, trust.
That is correct, Neil. John is the one that on Thursday night had the Farmers Union iced coffee livery out, so he's pretty new to OOR, but he's certainly caught up with your law very quickly and is fully aware of the pineapple wars that we've had. And he's got originally it started as an icebreaker and then very quickly found out the Farmers Union was the play, so we put that on there. So there it is. Got the Farmers Union hanging out the window there. Beautifully done.
Very nicely done.
We've got the two Fefes shaking hands, clearly.
Premium Fefes up the front there, yeah. So yeah, there's obviously lots of good liveries that we'll get through today, but that's going to be one of the top 5 for mine on the Kexus there. Anyway, Josh, we won't hold you up too much more, mate. It's always a pleasure having you up here in the box, mate, because I love the sound of your voice, and I am very sorry I don't get to hang out with you boys today. It was really disappointing, obviously, but I didn't mean to throw myself in front of a car, but that's just...
My theory is, I'm so sure that you were trying to get out of driving the Porsche and duos and sprints. That's my theory, and I'm going to stick with it at the end of time. It's the easiest way out.
It is honestly the best thing to have come out.
Yeah, that's so fair. It's fair. It's a nice car, but not for everyone.
I want to like it, just because I ride with one foot, it just doesn't sing with me, so...
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, it doesn't sing with me that well either, but it looks cool.
That's it. So, Josh Holmes, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Josh.
Teammate of Connor Hind and Ben Hignett in the 69 Arena Open Sports entry, joining us up here in the commentary box and regaling us. So, thanks to him for popping in. And
yeah,
boys,
thank you. Thanks, guys, for all the work you're doing, making this an absolute mega event, and all the funds raised and stuff. It's awesome to be a part of. So, thank you for having me here, and hopefully you don't see us spinning on the track at some stage in the next 6 hours and 50 minutes odd. So, no sad stories.
Goodness gracious, that's a little curse on the way out. I hope.
Yeah, geez. Curse.
Luck.
Wave the wand around. Goodness, get out, Josh. Go on. Go on, off. Oh boy. Oh no.
I just wanted to mention something. While Josh was in here, Brady stopped and driver swapped with Lucas. So if Hind's still out, Lucas is out now as well, and Lucas is probably looking to close the gap as much as he can.
Yeah, it's a good shout. So Connor will have to come into the pit lane in sort of, the next half an hour or so. And when he does, it will be interesting to see what happens to that gap between the two forwards, which Connor had stretched out to, I think, around about 4.5, maybe 5 seconds when Brady popped into the pits there. So great shout from you, John. Well spotted. The two forwards, we'll keep an eye on them, as I said, once that next pit stop happens, and whether Connor Hind decides to double stint again, or whether Ben Hignett or Josh Holmes pops into the car. But we think Lucas Keys is probably slightly stronger than Brady Adderton in terms of pace in these conditions. So now with Lucas Keys back behind the wheel, we'll watch that racing Ford get back on its haunches and see if it can get back the lead of this race.
Yeah, very interesting stage of the race now, as we are looking at, we've got some Farmers Union iced coffee on the bonnet there of the MRT mobiles. That's very nice. Don't know what the oak's doing there though. That stuff's overrated. And yes, that is not how a bonnet should be, I'm pretty sure. There'll be a lot of... I mean, well, it is the Mustang, I suppose.
That's what mine looks like all the time.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, inside into John's driving record. As we're looking here at Workmore on screen at the moment, the 333 entry. Very solid day. They've actually had a, Yep, so up to 8th from 20th, so they've had a really good day out. Just trucking along. It's another one. It's the old adage: if you not really on stream much. You don't get a lot of camera time. 9 times out of 10, you've had a pretty good day in the office. Ooh, that looked a bit weird in the background there. But
that was a 396 McLaren, I think. The numbers are all over on top of each other. That's how many racers we have today. But luckily, he didn't park it in the road. He was just on the grass.
I like that. Just on the grass, it's fine.
Just let her down softly over there, because you've just seen how much chaos happens if you park it anywhere at all on the mountain.
Yeah, exactly. It's coming across the top. Basically, yeah, anytime you're in the wall, it's danger signs everywhere. And it's very easy. Oh, that is Whitmore. That was very close to spitting him across the other side of the track. We've seen that many a times. Very easy to do, but he held on to it as he heads up mountain straight and over the rise. He'll grab 5th now and then see the escape road. Brake just after it. Tip it in, keeps it in 2nd. Ferrari, of course, is turbocharged, so it has quite a lot of torque and it can just punch out of the corners. And it is a very different car to drive than all the other GT3s as well. It's got a lot more under sort of floor aero, so it does have a bit of a prototypey feel to it. Where all the other GT3 cars very much drive like a GT3 should, but the Ferrari does feel a little different and does require a slightly different technique to extract pace out of it. But we're doing a great job here. Currently in the top 10 at the moment. Of course, you are watching the Boosted Mobile. Boosted Mobile. See, I told you I'd bloody do it again. The Boosted Media Bathurst 12-hour. Brought to you by OOR. Of course, we are racing for the one and only Neale Mullock. And nearly 12.5 grand raised so far. Make sure you do jump on the QR code and get around it. We got over half the race to go. We've had an on and off day weather-wise as well. It's been really interesting weather-wise keeping on. Of course, got some fabulous prizes up for grabs as well. The links are posted, of course, in the chat. Jump across there. We've got a fantastic prize of an Aztec Invicta Formula steering wheel valued at $2,500, along with an adapter as well, so it can be used on all your wheelbases. And that's a big thank you to Boosted Media and Aztec Sim Sports. Thank you for providing that. And of course, Derek and the legends at simrigs.com have given us 2 options. So we have options. We do like options. We've got the SimMagic DT Neo wheel along with the SimMagic Magilink, or a SimMagic Neo X Hub along with a SimMagic Magilink and a SimMagic wheel to go with it. And choice is also, who doesn't love choice? But that is, of course, thank you to simrigs.com. And of course, our fantastic Patreons know this by now. If you are a Patreon in OOR, you will get a 5% discount as well, which is always a great thing. Who doesn't love a cheeky discount?
Sean, if I can just jump in for a moment.
Of course you can, Glenn. Floor is yours.
Just with the SimMagic wheels and the Magilink thing, it means that that can be used on any wheelbase, and it's a new product out from SimMagic that was just released in the last few weeks, and Derek's quite excited about it and has kindly donated one to us to promote our day for Mull here. So big thanks to Derek and Simrigs, as you said, for not only supporting us, but giving us the opportunity to give away a really valuable prize. And there's also another prize of $250 credit at Simrigs that's going to be drawn this evening as well.
Get around that. That is an amazing prize. $250. I can already think of things I could buy right now. Might just jump on this website actually while I'm sitting here, calling a fantastic race. But it is Connor Hine leading the way in the 69 Mustang. He is really starting to open up that gap as well. It's at 70 seconds at the moment. Now, based on my numbers there at the moment. They are back they're off sync. So again, this is going to be one of those watch and wait situations and see how this is all going to play out.
Well, just on that point, before you go too far, on John's point before, Lucas Keys has been circulating in the 205s the last couple of laps. He is literally 1.2 seconds quicker than Hind on that last lap. So he's on fresh wets. Well, I assume he's on wets. He'd probably want to be on a damp track. But the point is, we were talking about the gap that Connor had built on Brady Adderton before and how that was about 4 or 5 seconds. Lucas Keys has been in the car for more than 5 laps now, and if he's going at more than 1.2 seconds a lap, he's down to 67 seconds the gap now. I don't know what the pit delta is, but he has been absolutely cooking since he got in the car. Connor Hind with a 207.3 last lap. Lucas Keys with a 205.8. He is absolutely chomping between the bit, and I wouldn't be surprised that once the Connor Hind pits, even if he puts himself back in the car, this car right here, the number 714 Racing Ford, will be back in the lead of this race.
So I believe Connor will be in and around that 7-8 minute mark, which should bring him out. Yeah, it's going to be very close. Stop around that 64. Oh, geez, you see that, Lucas Keys? That is how you drive a Mustang in the wet, right out on the slide.
If a stop is 64 seconds and the current gap is 66.5 seconds,
it's on.
I know, well, I think Connor Hind is obviously be better off pitting now. He's currently, the triangle on the map is, whereas he's in the dipper. So Josh Holmes, Ben Hignett might be just having the discussion with Connor Hind to come into the pits now and get track position, because we saw how difficult it was. We knew that Connor Hind had the pace on Brady Adderton in the previous in a battle that they engaged in, and it took a long time for Connor Hind to get through on Brady Adderton. So track position clearly is very strong here in these conditions at this track. I think if they want to stay in front of Lucas Keys, the best bet is for them to cut that stint by 6-7 minutes. They said, we've only got 6-7 minutes to go anyway, so why not pit now and hold on to that track position, because Lucas Keys is flying, and if they don't get in front of him, he might just be able to stretch his legs on whoever they put in the car next.
Couldn't agree more. It's an interesting point you bring up. I was kind of the same, thinking, you know what, let's minimise this guy, let's get some track position out there. And I'd almost slot Connor back in as well. He's shown that he's just got a nice pace out there. He's in a rhythm. Throw Connor back in, try and get that track position over Lucas and see, as you say, hold him up a bit. Just not put the brake on, but just sort of make it really difficult for Lucas there. So yeah, it's going to be intriguing to watch. I can't wait. I think it's going to be absolutely, this is going to go down to the last hour, mark my words. I'm just going to do a bit of a class update, and then we've got another special guest joining us in the box as well. They're just flying in. So currently in silver class, it is Phillips in the 90 GTR, currently leading the way and doing a very nice job there. Top 5 overall as well, which is a huge job. That's a safe, clean, slow entry. Always a stalwart here in OOR. And top 5 for a silver class car is a huge drive. Very understated, that GTR. I'm not sure about the salmon stripe, but anyway, each of their own. And in the second position in silver is the 676 Austin Carpenter behind the wheel. Of course, that is the one and only Convicts and Colonials. Very popular team here at OOR as well. They're all, pretty much every enduro this car you'll see fly around. And it is Butler, Carpenter and Brook, of course, the law firm. And they are doing a fantastic job. And then in third in silver class, it's another driver that we know very well. It's the one and only Chris Albert in the 777 as the Aston's out the slide through McPhillamy. Lovely little bit of sliding action there, and they are doing a great job. And of course, they have a very fast operator to bring them home. So just keep an eye on the 777. It is definitely one to watch mine. And over in Pro-Am class, it is the number 2, just trucking along beautifully. Team Last Name, they are absolutely flying along. Just really smooth. They have been around since the dawn of time. Ooh. And it is, I know I said that nearly. And there's currently Ryan Anderson behind the wheel, and this is for position as well. He's got Curran all over him, cheap suit style. So head down into Forest Elbow now. But watch this. All Anderson has to do is just get that straight off the corner, and thanks for coming, you are not getting past. And that's what makes it so difficult to try and follow a Mustang around Bathurst, because it's just got to be neat and tidy over the top. And if there's no opportunity up the top, so basically once it gets to the straight, you're not getting past. So it's, yeah, very difficult car to pass at Bathurst, the Mustang. But the Merc's no slouch either, but it just struggles a little bit of top end. But
which is it's really funny. Sorry for interrupting you, but it's just the engineering behind these machines is always so amazing. Just because I know the Ford is using the Illuminator, which is a 5.2 liter V8 dual overhead cam, and the Merc is using a 7.3 liter race V8 as well, developed from AMG. Those are both naturally aspirated, which it's honestly quite rare. Because the GTR, that's a twin-turbo V6. Ferrari, twin-turbo V6. McLaren, I think that's a turbo V8 as well. There's not that many naturally aspirated. The Lambo is one naturally aspirated V10, I'm fairly sure.
Brought the big guns up into the box here, because I don't know any of this shit. I just get in the car and drive the fucking thing. But John Gormley with the bloody stats.
I know.
Knows what he's talking about.
You forgot one more there, John.
Oh, that's beautiful. No, that's what we want. I tell you what, he's on debut. He's got the air all guns blazing. That's what we want, John. I'm fine. I'm backing it up. I just bring colour, but I haven't got any sort of knowledge and info like that. Goodness gracious, very impressive.
I like the cars.
Oh, them cars. He's had to get way off throttle to keep it out of the wall, and he hasn't quite managed it. But Christ, you could just see the inevitability of the Mercedes drifting out into the wall as they come through the dipper here. Double yellows waved ahead. I don't know if there's someone facing backwards in a surprise. There are.
There he is.
Off the racing line. That's not too bad. They've managed to navigate that fine. But that could have been much worse there for Liam Curran as they came through Reed and Sorman Park. He was, as I said, the inevitability of the understeer of the Mercedes just pulling him out towards the wall, and he did pretty well to minimise the impact, but he still did take a bit of a shunt. So he's caught back up to the back of Ryan Anderson. Speaking of, we've been talking about drivers too, by the way, who are new to OOR, but Ryan Anderson, good to see Dog Ryan back. He's one of Mull's oldest friends, and he's been here since the start. So Ryan Anderson in the number 2 Ford there. The team first name and the team last name cars, obviously stalwarts of the Endured series here in OOR ever since the beginning of. But yeah, Ryan Anderson, one of the oldest and longest participants of OOR, and yeah, good to see him back. He sort of took a bit of a hiatus there for a bit, but he's very, very good behind the wheel in Automobilista 2. Very, very fast operator, and doing himself no disservice up here in P15, holding off Liam Curran, who, as we said, did a 58 in qualifying. So both of these drivers doing very nicely at the moment.
They are, and I tell you what, Anderson's pulling every trick in the book here, defending as well. He's digging really deep into the trick bag, and it's all above board as well. I've seen nothing that's raising any flags, just really good, hard driving, and this is forcing Curran to maybe make a couple of little errors there, but I saw before there when he threw it over the mountain last lap. Holy moly, that is brave when you come over that mountain in these conditions, but just complete disregard. Brake pedal is definitely optional. So slide up under the tree now. Such a great shot, iconic shot at one of the greatest racetracks in the world. But I did say, I've been saying it all day, that this Pro-Am battle was going to be a ripper, and it is proven that. They have absolutely thrown down all day, these two, and he's going to keep going on. But very patient here from Curran. This is where you do need to just take a... Ooh, that's a Pixel Racer GTR spun around. Not the place you want to be.
Was that Scardy still in, or we don't know yet?
Could have been. Not too. We are checking, as they say.
Car 23 it is, yeah.
Oh,
that's beautiful, iconic.
It is.
And it is Mark Witchell behind the wheel at the moment. Witcho just having to wait and wait and wait. And it was literally Cricky who was in before who said that because of the way that the track map is spread out, you just have to wait so long. Oh, that is a very damaged GTR too. That is a very sick and sorry looking vehicle. So he's, as we said, that track map very spread out. It looks like the track map's going to clear up for him here a little bit after 2 or 3 more find their way around him, and he might be able to back his way out of it. He's got 1 more to sneak his way through, and once he does, he's going to back it out of there and keep going. So he'd be disappointed with himself, Wicho, for allowing that one to happen. But it was, as we said, Mike Crick who said exactly that it's been a bit like that for these boys today. Scarney's made mistakes that he doesn't usually make. And Cricky, after his excellent first stint, yeah, that car's sort of fallen back a little bit. Curran here is really threatening the back of Anderson up into turn 2. Thought he was going to have a little look up the inside there, and in fact he has got the nose in enough to send Ryan out. He hasn't made contact, but he has just scared Ryan off a little bit. And because of the extra camber that is available on the inside of turn 2, that is a very nice move from Liam Curran up into P15. Ryan Anderson is the victim on that occasion. Nice driving.
Very nice driving. And now we'll see the true pace of Liam here. And you can just see he is on it. He is cleared down the number 2 and has uncorked the Mercedes, and you can just tell by the attitude of the car.
Hang on.
Wowee!
A little too excited.
A little too, yeah. It looks like he's just lost 100 kilos off the car, and he's absolutely sending it now. Just got to reel that back in. We were talking to Josh Holmes before, who said they're driving around about 85%. Liam Curran, he's going about 185%. Just needs to reel that in a little bit if he wants to keep it pointing forward.
Talk about a rush of blood. And we have got another special guest joining us. It is the one and only David Stevenson joining us from the 116 entry. David, afternoon. How are we?
Afternoon, everyone. How are you?
Oh, we are well. How's the day been? How's the team going?
Look, for our first Bathurst 12 hour, it's definitely been an adventure. Let's say the least. You know, with the ever-changing conditions, and yeah, we might not be the fastest over the mountain, and trying to pick your time to get out of the way for the fast guys. It's definitely an experience so far.
But is it an enjoyable experience? That's
mate, it's wild. It's wild. We've got about 6 or 7 guys in our own Discord, all cheering us on, and we sometimes get excited as you guys on the comms as well. So, no, I appreciate you guys doing what you do, because it's sometimes it might be a little bit easier to sit behind the wheel and just concentrate on what you're trying to do as well.
Yeah, it is. It's a real balancing act, especially in these enduros. And I've always said, as long as you keep the fun factor, these are some of the best days you'll have in a sim rig, 100%, as we are looking at your team out there. Adam Lewis out there on track. So how's the car feeling?
Hey, we actually just switched over to Adam right now, and timed it quite well with putting some wets back on. So, I think we're 20 or 30 seconds behind the guys in front of us, and got a little buffer to the guys behind us. So we're kind of just trying to sit pretty at the moment, and tick off those laps. But the car's been great. Yes, we've hit the wall a couple of times, but we can't be too disappointed with the Ferrari. We're loving it.
Excellent. And how about your strategy? You think you're on point with the strategy? Don't feel like you got to maybe have a splash dash towards the end? You're pretty confident that's it?
Filling it to the brim every time. We have no idea about strategy.
I don't think you can.
Yeah, it's literally, who knows. We've got 3 or 4 strategies in the quick select, and it's really to do with tyres and tyre pressure. There's nothing to do with fuel. We are just making it to the end, lads. We're not going to be trying to set any fast lap times. I think in the AM class, it's least amount of mistakes wins, and you can see the guys up the front of our class got 2 laps on the rest of us, and they've just kind of executed so far better than the rest of us.
It's still in a bit of a fight there, though, which is good.
Yeah, that's what makes it fun, mate. So we're all racers from Sydney, mate. So we all race Action Kart Shop in Sydney. So anytime we can kind of get behind here and have a bit of a battle with anyone and stay in the competition, that's what makes it fun.
So forgive my ignorance, David. I'm just looking through the entry list here. You've got Matt Madden, Adam Lewis, obviously we're watching now, and yourself, David Stevenson. Are you guys new to OOR? Are you new to ACC? You said you just chuck and fill in the car and going at it, and I absolutely love that. Just go out there and have a drive. It sounds like you're having a ball. Are you? What's your experience?
Yeah, so I know Maddie and Adam did the Academy Series last season, and this is my first season of Academy Series, and yeah, the challenge kind of went out. I think September, October last year. It was like, hey guys, OOR's doing a Bathurst 12-hour. Who can make this date? And we were trying to field 2 teams with us all, because I think there's maybe 5 or 6 of us that run the Academy Series on a Tuesday night. And eventually, kind of settled on one team and made it from there. But no, mate, literally under 6 months, including all of us. So
fantastic.
I actually think.
Hard, and
I think I raced with you, Stevenson, last season in Academy as well. I was in the Mustang. I think we were Brands Hatch, Watkins Glen. I think you were on there.
Yeah, I think I got end of last season, so maybe the last 2 rounds. I think if anyone's raced the Academy Series this year, Monza was definitely an eye-opener for a few of us. But no, it's been awesome. Just the whole program with OOR and the Academy Series, and hopefully stepping up into the Sprint Series in the coming season would be awesome. It's definitely our goal, because it's awesome to be a part of.
It's honestly so good to hear, and I mean, I know that Mullock's watching on, and he'd be so happy to hear that there are still drivers coming up through the Academy Series and joining in on these endurance series, and still there's still plenty of drivers who are giving it a crack. Because I mean, a lot of us have been here for a bit, and some of us are watching ACC come towards the end of it. They haven't added any new content. There's no new cars or new tracks coming. So we at the top sort of feel like that there's a bit of a timeline on the end of ACC now, but that doesn't seem to be the case in there's still new drivers coming through all the time, and as long as those new drivers keep coming through, the Sprint Series and the Endurance Series for OOR is going to live on. So it really is, it's warming to hear that you guys are having a ball out there, and it looks like you're having fun, and that's, as you said, that's what it's all about. It sounds like you're having a ball.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think last year, yes, there was 2 splits of Academy Series last year, but it was average of 14 to 15 per split, and this season's been 35 plus. So you're going to take the law of averages there. We're still growing, and we get to watch Sprint Series on the other 2 nights.
Oh no,
they're still crushing as well. So
it's just a replay. Thank God.
That's exactly the same spot too, Witcher. Sorry, David, I don't mean to cut you off there, but we were just watching a replay in camera 2 there of Mark Witchell and his incident before. So
I got the track map up here, and I was like, "There's no yellow on the screen, lads. What's going on?"
That's very astute there. Well spotted by you, David. The 3 of us are experienced commentators up here, and none of us spotted that, and you were just very sharp on that. That's.
There's definitely been plenty of chat now in and amongst our lads today, so just trying to help our team pokes it to the end. So
and you've got a good voice on you. You seem to ring off sentences pretty well. Would you be interested in getting up here in the comms booth at some point? Because we're always looking for new commentators and stuff. You sound like you've got a good voice on you.
Sign us up anytime, lads. Sign us up anytime. Definitely willing to help out.
Happy days.
JC with the live recruitment there. That's how it's done.
Come on, lads. We got this. Only 6.5 hours to go, so we'll have to wet some whistles a little bit later, I think, with your voices. But
no, we'll let you focus on the driving today. I think we've got it pretty well sorted. But as I said, we're always looking for sprint drivers to pop into the box and during the week and do the sprint series and stuff. So yeah, no, as I said, you sound like you're a really good chat. So I don't know if Sean's got any more questions, but I've been really interested to meet you, David.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you guys again. Wish everyone a bit of luck for the next 6.5 hours. But yeah, if anyone's seeing the 116 around, just a bit of space, because we're coming through.
Oh, there we go. Big thank you to David, and have a good run. Enjoy the rest of your day. And we are looking there on sprint.
Best of luck. I think everybody needs it this race.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's savage out there at the moment. It is just relentless, and we've got the rain coming down again. And I think we've definitely established a pattern. Oh, geez, that was lively there from Benjamin Hignett.
Lucas Keys only 7 seconds behind.
Yep, here we go. It's just starting to tighten up again, and Lucas Keys is absolutely flying. He is setting Hollywood numbers. He is chomping time out of Hignett.
Yeah, but critically, he is in front. So Ben Hignett now in the car. We were talking about before, Connor Hind would have to pit at some point. They have done that. They've pitted, and they are still in front. So that we will talk about that delta being down to about a 2-second gap. So has Ben Hignett maybe under-fueled and not taken time. Now, they had to do a driver change. That's 30 seconds minimum anyway, so that's not the case. So that says to me that maybe Lucas has made a mistake at some point, because that delta was 64 seconds, and if a pit stop is 62 seconds, that gap should be much smaller now that Ben Hignett is in the car. It's interesting.
Yeah, definitely, because we said that, didn't we? We sort of did the numbers on that one. Yeah, I thought it'd be like 2 seconds behind, if not right on his back bumper. So there you are right. I think there was a slight error there. Just having a look at the last lap times there. So we've probably missed it. Last lap there was a 2:09.5 there from Lucas, and Benjamin Hignett was a 2:10.7. So Lucas is definitely back on pace at the moment, and they are just. Yeah, it's very much a 2-horse race at the moment, or should I? Oh, 2-horse. Yeah, Mustang. Very good, Sean. Didn't even know you did that.
Golf clap.
Yeah. But they are doing great at the moment. It is Minson in the Nissan in the 111 Rockets Evolved entry, who is actually just ahead of. There he is, heading up Mountain Straight now. So they've got nearly a lap on the entire field. These two Mustangs. But that race, of course, for the third position on the podium is going to be a ripper as well between the GSR Bison and the Rockets Evolved GTR. But of course, we've got still 6 hours and 20 minutes remaining, and we're going to have another driver join us, and he's back after he's done what happened. He can probably give us an update. It is the one and only Neale Haynes. Everything okay, good sir?
Oh, mate, Sean, we had our good shoes on as well, and got a bit too damp, I think, and apparently a power outage from one of our drivers. So it was a shame. We were leading the AM class to our best result we've ever had. Running, I think, as high as 26, I think it might have been overall. But anyway, we feel thankful for all the efforts that go into something like this, because we've had installed the connector and got onto that app and was able to rejoin. So with the servers down, and here we are running around again. So about a lap down on 5th place in class. So that's our aim, to get back up into 5th where we started the race.
Excellent. Well, it's great. First of all, good effort to get back on the track. That's amazing. That's what we love to see. Love that spirit. And plenty to go. 6 and a bit hours. Anything can change. And we've seen already today that no one is safe out there. The mountain is biting hard.
Oh, it sure is. There's a bit of frame rate issues as well. There are a couple of freezes when people go in the pits or something. But that's probably with the amount of cars on the grid here in this race. It's been frantic. It's been a lot of fun. And just so grateful to be part of this great event for Mullock and everything here in round 1 of the Endurance Series, hopefully throughout 2025.
Definitely the best series going around. The Endurance Series and also the Duo Series, both very popular amongst. Oh, that's a McLaren not where it should be. Luckily, no damage caused to anyone, as we are looking at the 69. Currently our race leader, 5.5 seconds to the good. And there is the... Sorry about that. There's the, I was about to say, there is the 16 out there on screen at the moment.
Hey, and I guess you guys already know, because you've had much lot of experience than what I have and our team, but we've got a nice, fresh, new, clean car as well with the rejoin into the lobby. That car was filthy before then.
All part of the strats.
Yeah, when you rejoin, you get all your brake boards back.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The Caltech, I mean, not the Caltech's Chase, but we'll call it the Chase. But all the boards were there, and it's like, wow, this is all right.
There you go. That is the 1000 IQ strat right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but isn't it a bit crazy? So it reminds us of Monza from last year, guys, with this weather. It just following this pattern. It almost dries out. You get excited, and there comes the rain again.
Yeah, I think it's going to be like that for the rest of the race too, so strap yourself in.
Get comfy, because it's definitely going to be on off all day. Do you find the Mustang okay in the wet, or do you find it a bit of a challenge compared to the dry?
Oh, look, we've enjoyed it. Obviously running TC7 in the thing, but probably coming into the Chase is probably a bit slippery perfectly fine, just a kink there, and I was a little bit tiptoeing around the top of the mountain in my last stint that I was driving as well, especially when it started drying up and those tyres started to heat up.
There on screen. He's on the main screen at the moment. The ANZ, pardon me, my bloody voice. The ANZ CRL car as he breaks into the chase now.
Absolutely happy with our performance though, boys. So
should be.
That's the positives because we're there for a showing and we've worked a lot during the off season to improve our racecraft and be out of the way of the faster cars, but then also be able to challenge when we can. And we've come leaps and bounds. So look out for this. I don't think we're going to run the Mustang all the time, but look out for those colours throughout 2025.
Speaking of those colours, who put your livery together, Neil? That's a very nice little number.
Yeah, it was me. I'm the one that does most of the paint job, so got a little bit creative and start off with the base livery of it in the game, and then just extended it on with some of the bumpers and the colours. Because the front bumper, as we know, is all black basically, so got the colours going for that, and had a bit of fun trying to line everything up.
Very nice little number.
There is I was lucky to take away the gear wrench. I got a free gear wrench toolkit through Walkinshaw and Dreaded United for becoming a member, and signed up during a period, and I was a lucky draw member, so I got a $380 toolkit there with me from Gear Wrench, so I thought, I better put that on the car just for a thank you.
Yeah, that livery was so nice. I thought it was actually one of the base game liveries that they actually put on all the race cars.
Yeah, no, well, it is the red and blue, like the little pattern on the guards there above the wheel. That's about all you get. But yeah, I extended the blue onto the bumper and matched it up at the rear of the bumper as well, the red and blue and the white.
That's a very clean job. You can be proud of that. That looks amazing. And that's probably the biggest thing about this race. Just be happy, be proud of your result. Not really, just you participated, and this is challenging. It's a really challenging race. It ain't easy, but no mountain is easy to climb. But once you reach the top,
Yeah, sure is, John. And I've also had the pleasure of calling some of these races where you find people as well. So I just love this community, and I think most people will say that all the time when they do get involved. It's just a good league to get part of. It's very inclusive. That's all I can say.
Great to hear that, definitely. And I'm just getting Velveteen vibes with your car there, Neil. And I think that ticks my box. So, 100% stick of Velveteen on the side. That's Gary Rogers Motorsport right there.
Yeah, I can't wait for Cookie's photos at the end of this race, I tell you. The old Valiant night should be good.
Yeah,
there
definitely.
was a point. Where was it? I think I was talking about before when the track was still wet, but we got a bit of a dry period around about 6:45 a.m. to maybe 7 a.m. So the sun was out and it was shining on a wet road, and the headlights were on. He's gonna have an absolute ball with that time of day. I think you're spot on there, Neil. He was salivating at that point. There's still plenty of good shots to be had in the cloudy and the wet, but that one particular point of the race was absolutely gorgeous when I was watching it.
He's going to be feeling some kind of way.
I reckon he's going to be fairly busy around that, going through all the cars around that little half an hour period, because you are right, Jamie, it was unbelievable, and some good visuals through there, because as you said, the glistening off the road with that golden hour, it was awesome.
Were you in the car at that point? Was the sunrise actually? Because usually we were talking about the sunrise pre-race. Obviously, when it was raining, we thought we might not get hit with any sun glare. But when you're coming over Skyline, as Charles is here, when the sun's rising, you get absolutely belted in the face with the sunlight. So did that happen at all to any of the drivers, or was it still cloudy enough that really wasn't a factor today?
No, well, actually, we had Hamish driving at the time, and he did say he needed his sunglasses for about 3 or 4 laps. It was pretty glary, and then coming off the road surface as well. But yeah, I'm sure he had a smile on his dial, because that was a good little moment to be part of.
Well, we do thank you, Neil, for joining us. It's been a pleasure to talk to you as always. Have a good run. You're still in it, mate. You're still in it. Plenty to fight for.
Oh, for sure. That's what I said in opening. You know, we've got little goals to set, and obviously to try and keep it clean, and hopefully not get under the wrath of the stewards as well. So, yeah, that's the aim.
Excellent. Well, have a good run, and thanks for joining us.
Cheers, boys. See us.
That was the one and only Neale Haynes, and big thank you to Neale and the team for their time and commitment to OOR. As we are looking here, currently third position, it is Misson in the Nissan, doing Sam Misson things. Of course, his shootout lap, if you did get a chance there, go watch his shootout lap. That was something to behold. Very quick operator, and this Rockets Evolved entry is just trucking along beautifully. If those two leaders up the front run into any problems, it is ready to strike. And it's doing some very quick times. Actually, it just popped in a 2:07.7 if you don't mind as well. So clearly the GTR is not struggling in these conditions at all. And I think it might have a little bit to do with the gentleman behind the wheel as well.
Yeah, I just checked the live timing as well, and Lucas blisteringly fast, catching up to Hignett, but Misson still, the GTR I should say, still holding the fastest lap so far, and it is 6 hours in. Nobody's done a faster lap than the GTR yet.
And he was fastest on track last lap too. You were saying that Lucas Keys is cooking, but this man was 2/10 faster than him, so yeah, he's a minute and a half back from the front two, but with 6.5 hours to go, if they keep Sam in the car over the next couple of hours. Cricky was saying before that the GTR, if you set it up properly, is very comfortable around here, and Sam Misson, obviously, with the personal best in the shootout, is in red-hot form. So if they can keep this man in the car, they might be a sneaky threat later on, depending on what happens to Hignett and Keys. If they can keep their nose clean, a minute and a half, nearly 2 minutes, the gap, that's a very nice gap to hold. But of course, we've discussed how anything can happen on the mountain, and if anything does happen to those Fords, we said, Sean rightly pointing out, Misson will be ready to strike.
And that's what we want. Do I want a GTR winning? No, that's a personal conflict. I'll have to have a conversation with himself. But he is driving excellent at the moment. As you rightly there, JC, red hot form. Probably the most formed driver out there at the moment. This is getting a little spicy through McPhillamy. Oh, that is probably not the place you want to have a car come up for blue flags there. That was a little dicey. But Sam just probably brushed that off and said, yeah, just another regular day out.
I actually think that M4 messed up and banged into the wall, and that's what slowed him down, because if you hit the wall before or after McPhillamy, half the time, if you hit it with the rear end, it turns the car in and it pulls you towards the wall again.
Yeah, it just looked weird. It looked like it got out of the throttle. That's what it looked like to me. It just got right out of the throttle. And the problem at McPhillamy, if you get out in the grey, it doesn't matter how fast you're going. It's normally exit stage sand trap. So very lucky to get away with that. So the gap up the front is 2.5 seconds. So Lucas is definitely chomping away. And I reckon give it a couple of laps, it's going to be nose to tail again. Benjamin Higger doing a fantastic job though. 2:08.4, which is no small feat. That's a really good pace, but Lucas Keys, I mean, just popped in a 2:07.8. So that's pretty much a second. So excellent to see, and chasing water. We're going to see a lot of this. This is going to be towards the back end of a stint. A lot of water chasing. The track is still wet, but you can definitely see a significant dry line. And we've got rain in 30. So it looks like the sun's going to come out as well, which will dry the track just that little bit more. But then we've got rain again in 30. And it's just that really tricky timing as well.
I'm not really... Oh, he's going a bit of oversteer there, but I'm not familiar with tire physics and what happens when you overheat them or grain them. But surely if the tires get too hot, you ruin the wets. Even if it's wet, you still ruin the grip, right?
Oh, 100%. Just on the... I'm going to get a little technical here, but basically with a in or wet tire, as soon as you round those... Oh, sorry, Lucas Keys. Wowee. He is pushing maximum attack here. This is glorious to watch. But yeah, basically if you round the blocks of the tyre, they lose all their grip and they're really tricky to drive. And of course, if you heat them up, yeah, they're even worse. So, and we just saw there in chat, in the next few minutes, we are going to cross to part 2 of the stream. Make sure you do follow that link and come and join us for the back end of this race, which is shaping up to be an absolute ripper. So looking forward to seeing how this is all going to play out. But it is Benjamin Hignett leading the way in the 69, currently from Lucas Keys on screen at the moment. Missing in the Nissan in the Rocket Evolved at 111, Taufik in the 711 Bison Ferrari, then Zoo in the 109 Ferrari RU5. And then it is Benny Vittner in the Surfer King Slow GTR leading the way in silver class from Albert in the 777, and then Tim Brook in the 676. Then Scotty Rochford in the Kovacs Racing 19 Mustang leading the way in Pro-Am from Henderson, and then Sandu, as I was saying, Pro-Am is absolutely changing positions every second lap. It's incredible, that battle going on. But you are watching, of course, the Boosted Media Bathurst 12-hour, brought to you by OOR. We are racing for the one and only Neale Mullock. Scan the QR code, chuck the link up in the top there, share it across all your socials. We are having a great day and we are raising much needed funds for the one and only Neale, who is a legend. And that is your race update. We've got 6 hours and 5 minutes remaining. The sun has come out on track. What a time to be alive. But it's going to rain in 30. Classic Bathurst.
I think we may have accidentally done 2 hours of commentary. Now that I just checked the schedule again.
Well, that
it's
was
been
you,
2
John.
hours.
I know, John. That was it. Didn't you read the schedule? Far out, mate. Come on.
Well, we're just having so much fun up here with you, John.
I know.
We were supposed to have Loopty in here, but Rod and Danella are currently sitting there in P11. Obviously, the strategy is all up the shit today because of the rain and that, so he's just out there in the car, and that's okay. So he was supposed to be up here in the commentary box, but you're basically just filling in for him and giving him a leg up. So, I mean, if you, I think we're going to have Bender come in shortly. I don't know if he's back or if he's around. I did see him in the chat there.
He's just arrived.
He's going to jump back in and tell us how his rain dance has been progressing today. And if you wanted to duck out and go and have a rest, then you bloody well can. You've had a bloody very good 2 hours. A really good, strong debut from you, John.
Thank you. Well, I'll be back in an hour.
Hang on, John.
Hang on.
Hang around, because this is a move for the position. The lead of the race right here is Lucas Keys.
On the outside!
Oh, Mullock's manoeuvre. He's going to go around the outside of the kink. Ben Hignett's going to give him the space, and we've seen this move, and he's pushed. Oh. No contact there. Ben just going a little bit wide. He's got it done, Lucas Keys.
Unbelievable. You're not supposed to do that. Around the outside of Mull's manoeuvre. That is the fastest corner in Australian motorsport, and Lucas Keys right out on the slide gets that done, and Benjamin Hignett tried to defend as hard as possible, but Lucas Keys said, no, I am coming no matter what. But Benjamin Hignett now he's going to get a bit of a run up Mountain Straight. This is not over with. That has lit a fire under Hignett here, and he is about to try and fire back, but Lucas Keys, he's just got to break it nice and straight into Griffin's Bend and get it turned in, and he should be able to hold this position. But what a fantastic move that was. That is move of the race. And Bennett would have seen that. Bennett, what do you think of that? Pretty good time to come in.
He's lost for words.
Yeah.
Yeah. But mate, he's speechless.
I mean, he was here with us in the box before in lap 1 when we watched Lucas Keys do something very similar down the inside of the chase on Brad Cook, but that there I think was even better. Around the outside of Mull's manoeuvre, and as you said, Sean, that's such a high-speed corner. And in the dry even, like you feel like you get sucked towards it because you're going downhill and it's off camber, you get sucked towards the outside. So in the wet, that would have been an even worse feeling trying to go around the outside there, just hoping to God that the front wheels of that Ford cling onto the tarmac, and sure enough they did. And then he had to get on the anchors too, and as you said, Ben Hignett didn't give him any inch. They were so deep under brakes, the two of them. It was such a good exchange. Cleanly done. Ben Hignett just too deep under brakes, just a little bit wide there at the chase, managed to hang on to it, but goodness gracious, that is 2 all-time moves we've seen today from Lucas Keys.
I think you should be able to hear me now, hopefully. This is working.
Yeah, we can.
Excellent. Yeah, it was a great move by Lucas. I tried something similar, JC, in the wet about an hour or so ago now, and I ended up in the sand trap. So a bit of a skill difference there. So no, great move. Great move by Lucas. That's very difficult to pull off.
Forget calling him the kid, call him the magician. He pulled that position out of a black top hat right in his hand.
Well, it kind of did. Like, we were just saying goodbye to John at the end of his stint, and Lucas has been circulating around about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds behind Hignett, and then all of a sudden we were just looking at the screen. Hang on, he's right up in the slipstream here. He's tucked in, and here he goes. It just seemed to come out of nowhere. So, apt description. Seemed to have pulled that one out of the hat, John.
Well, perfect time for me to take a break. I don't need a power nap anymore. This is too exciting. I'm just gonna have something to eat, and I'll just be watching.
Thank you there to the one only John Gormley. What a debut in the box as well. Really some fine work there.
Thank you very much. I didn't cross any lines. I'm very happy about it. I almost